some sort of mechanic that wasn't even supposed to be in the game, right? So that's like Halo 5 to a T, right? All these jumps in Halo 5 that we love and remember, they were never meant to be there in the first place, but you find them, you make the game better, and you play on from there.
Indeed. Well, ladies and gents, if you are just joining us, today is the HCS Open Series week number 3 leading up to London. So hello YouTube as well. We're live on YouTube now. Yeah, today it's all about the competition, right? Tools. Obviously, Interference is a brand new map. We just heard about an hour's worth of content about from the Forger, from Clutch. So if you're interested in seeing that, we're going to get some of that posted up here on YouTube a little bit later. But nevertheless, today, right, we're back in action, and we got today's bracket to look at.
Yeah, it's so far lots of great teams going to be battling it out. Really have my eye over on that Still Deciding versus Native matchup. I feel like those ones are always going to be going over to game 5. The other thing, right, where we might have a little bit of a rematch on the lower side with Optic Gaming taking in that 2 seed. We'll probably end up playing against Cloud9 in round 4. Remember, that one went to a game 5 where Optic was sent to the elimination bracket early just a week ago.
They were indeed. And then, of course, all of the big hitters are here. Sentinels, FaZe, Optic, Cloud9, Native Gaming, Proton, Complexity, Space Station, Rebellion. The list just goes on, Tools. This is a complete tournament, so we're going to see the best out of everybody, I'm sure, today. Well, we're going to start with 3KV versus Team Felonies. We'll go ahead and check out this match, see who's in this. Bejesus and the gang going up against Felonies.
Yeah, always a good time when you see the Durfs playing some Halo, but Felonies, Cardboard, like, do not sleep on these two. They could definitely make some waves happen. I think they're going to be fighting an uphill battle here today, though. Very, very high on these players over on the Durf squad. Daylight, Bejesus, Pydurf, and Durdurf are 4 incredible players.
Indeed, we can see the lobby is complete. We'll wait for the players to give us the ready up. Not sure if how long it'll be, but nevertheless, this is our series layout, Tools. No interference yet, but we will see it. It is promised. I believe that we're going to get it in the next round, so we're going to be very excited for that. And let me just double check, Tools. Interference, yeah, winner round 2. It's game number 4, so hopefully it's not a blowout, whatever we watch. But nevertheless, we are loading into game number 1. So we're going to be kicking it to Eli and Mikowski for game 1. Mac?
Well, everyone, and a very good morning to you. Mikowski here, and the only thing I love more than a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs is Halo with my duo, Eli the Ninja. HCS Open Week number 3, the final opportunity to claim some points before the major qualifier here soon. Eli, how are we feeling as the road to London gets shorter and shorter?
I cannot wait, man. I mean, every single week we get some insane Halo, and it seems to just get more and more insane every single week. I mean, we just saw Shopify and SSG play a total of 30 games against each other in the last 2 tournaments. I just can't wait to see if these two match up again. Will we see the same level of Halo that we've been seeing week in, week out? I don't see any reason why not. But who else are going to challenge them? I mean, it seemed like those 2 teams were the number 1 and 2 teams by a large margin the last couple tournaments. I'm curious to see, will anybody step up to the plate and challenge them this week?
Are you sure that wasn't a fever dream that we had, Eli? 30 games between Shopify, Rebellion, and SSG. My God, and that wasn't a fever dream. I know that was real because that was, man, probably some of my favorite times casting Halo. But we're live into round number 1 here. We got 3KV versus Team Felonies. 3KV in recent weeks, Eli, started off the stream with the reverse sweep. An electric way to start the tournament, the stream, et cetera, as we look to start fresh and hot here again for 3KV as they've got the shock and the hill control here early.
You're exactly right. I mean, these guys made it, I believe, all the way to top 12 or top 16. These guys were very deep into the tournament. I think it must have been top 16 because they did not advance to day 2. However, they made a lot of teams sweat, that is for sure. And right now, they do have significant time already completed on this hill. Now, this isn't always an indication that it's going to be a blowout. Sometimes the team just gets all the weapons and items early, which is going to give them a lot easier time getting control. And sometimes the other team is able to actually just rotate for the next hill. So if you're the side of Team Felonies, I'm hoping you see them rotate and get control of this tower side. But look at this, 3KV not only get the first hill, but they're also rotated and in position to get the next. And this is where the snowball can start to get out of control. Team Felonies is going to have to find a way out.
Eli, maybe this is one of the ways that 3KV can crack into that top 12, crack into Thursday, and it's a little bit better start here today. Remember, recent weeks, I think it was just last week, they started out 0-2 in round number 1. A team this good, Eli, that didn't feel right. They looked really, really sleepy. It looked like they were Halo players playing Halo in the morning, right? So for 3KV this week, this is a great sign for them. How you start isn't always how you finish, but it does set the tone. 3KV set the tone early with 1 hill already on the board, and we're already about to score hill number 2.
At this point, Team Felonies got to start thinking about, is it even worth it to try to secure this one? I think the answer is definitely yes right now. They've also got 2 kills down in the kill feed. They've set foot in the hill as well. Danger here going to try to rotate. He's going to find several members of 3KV spawning on that glass side. So I love this rotation. He's trying to cut them off from the source, but they predict it as he gets double grenaded as he drops down. Looks like Pyderf and Dirter both down here in the hill, and Felonies, they've really got to start to lock down that A side. I'm not a fan of this push. A little bit of desperation you could sense here as Dirter just kind of baited that entry point, and now that he's off the map, they're gonna have an easier time rotating back into A.
Bait on the back side of the hill with the grenade, bait on the front side of the hill, ironically enough, with the back smack, as 3KV are able to use that bait and switch with the hands and the explosive ordnance to take a 2-0 lead here, as Team Felonies looks to reclaim some level of map control right now. Pyderf looking to cut off that entrance into A, and he's done just that. Gonna make the hill a little bit easier here to capture and control, and I like this. Pyderf with low shields. There's already 2 down for Team Felonies, and look at this. That dip back to regain his shields. He didn't feel thirsty and go straight for that hill time, already up 2-0. You don't need to, so taking the step-by-step process, playing the right process was huge there for the Durfs, getting your shields back, getting an extra slay, and now getting into the hill. But Felonies have done a great job to get back into it, but there it is, another bit of that good positioning from Bejesus now, and speaking of good positioning, he's got the shock as well to combine with that power weapon, and 3KV looking powerful here in the early goings.
I have seen Jesus pop off with a snipe or 2 in matchmaking. I've seen him go on some crazy sprees, so no shocker to see him get that shock shot there. But Team Felonies really had to prioritize this elevator side. They were able to break into the whirlpool, but never quite extended all the way to the elevator. Love to see this from Cardboard. By the way, Cardboard, one of those players using the Azeron mouse technology. Man is half cyborg. His Spartan suit looks like one too, and he's gonna get 2 kills here. But when he gets taken down, 3KV have an avenue back into that elevator, and Felonies have to play good defense here.
Eli, I have a really hard time not being biased against Cardboard. You know why?
What is that?
I was trying to learn the new callouts for interference, right? We should study up. Yeah, we should study up on our interference callouts, right? So I go to Cardboard's Twitter thinking, oh, here we go. He's got all the tips and tricks to have me fragging like a pro. And he puts the moan meme on Twitter, and my headphones were cranked all the way up. Cardboard, despite that, I'm still going to hype you up if you make a play today. But I got a little bit of disdain in my heart for that. And I'm glad that 3KB just went up 3-0 because of that. I'm going to let it loose. I am bad. I am biased against people that pull me on Twitter. Cardboard, nonetheless, a great player on that Azeron hybrid controller mouse and keyboard combination. Love to see his gameplay, but he's going to need a little bit more as 3KB take a 3-0 lead.
Man, he got you with the oldest trick in the book. He stopped by my stream and said, hey, I found a cool Easter egg on interference, and he put it in my chat. And I watched it for about 30 seconds, and this man is shooting antennae around the outskirts of the map. It was so... I said, this is a troll, right? This has got to be a troll. Like, I said it within 30 seconds, and then I think I heard maybe half a second of the moan at the end of the video before I cut it off. It's like, come on, bro. Like, he's a notorious troll. You got to expect it at this point. Love the guy, though. He's a very funny guy. He'll get a kick out of watching this back and hearing you say that. So,
he got me, Eli. I'm gonna admit it. I didn't know if I wanted to, but he got me.
And right now he's getting got by 3KV though.
Yes.
we've got a horse in the race here as 3KV taking down the arch villain that is Cardboard. But honestly, this team's not bad. I expect them to put up more of a fight. I think that, you know, maybe the Slayer will be a little bit better. This is first game of the day. Some gamers are still waking up a little bit. But right now, 3KV look to close the door early on this one.
Yeah, this is a Felony's team that if you ran into in matchmaking with a team of 4 on your side, you'd be a little worried about. You'd lean forward in the chair a little bit. These are great players on the side of Team Felonies, but 3KV, this is a great team. And gosh, the Durf brothers, twins, I don't know, some kind of mixed matrix alternate dimension ogre vibes going on here. I mean, sometimes Eli, they have that level of gameplay, which I know sounds crazy to say, but at their peak, when they're really locked in, I've noticed that they're seem like one of the best duos in HES, and one of the reasons why they've been able to get right on the cusp of making it to Thursday here so far with a 4-0 start potentially in game 1. This is what they needed to set the tone early, carry that on throughout the rest of Thursday, and if you're seeing, give yourself a chance to make it to Thursday through winners. We've seen some teams earn those types of upsets where you're like, wait, it's not Sentinels, it's not FaZe, it's who? So nothing's off the table. Everything is in question right now in Season 3 of HCS Halo Infinite as the competition is heated up to more intense levels than ever before as 3KV look to put the finishing touches on Game 1.
I was going to say, I like this positioning for 3KV. They had not only the hill, but also that glass control. When you control those two parts of the map, you force your opponent to spawn in A. The problem is they had too much presence in gold, and that opens the door for Felonies to push in. But while I'm saying that Felonies could potentially cap it, they actually kill him with 1 second to go, stand in the hill for the last 2, and they close the door on the game with the 4-0 sweep.
Taking a quick look, I always take a look. This is the one time I think KD does have some level of importance, right? It's okay to bring it up. I kind of hate when casters just like talk about stats, but I do think that there's some context to it going in from a game 1 to a game 2, where if the team that loses in a 4-0 OBJ, as long as they were able to hang somewhat in the slay department, that bodes well for them in game 2. I think that is a good contextual application too, just pure stats. And taking a look at the stats, it looks like everybody's ready for that game 2 Slayer except for Felonies, which I just think is an issue of him just not being warmed up yet. This is probably, well, the most dangerous player on the team. He's got the namesake on in his team and on his gamer tag. So Felonies, I'm looking to see him heat up here in game 2. I've seen what he's capable of in matchmaking. I know he's a great player, and I don't think that 6 and 18 is reflective of his skill set. So if Felonies can pick things up, everybody else was right there, just about -1, -2. That's fine. That's going to have you in the mix here for this game 2 on Slayer.
Definitely saw some stuff out of character from Felonies that game. I mean, the rotation at the last minute in front of trip stacks to kind of desperate that second hill. That's not something I'm used to seeing him. He's usually on my team. He's got good comms, good vibes, good energy, and he's going to put up big stats when he is warmed up. So I think you're exactly right. This does look like a great game type opportunity for them to reverse the situation, maybe tie up the series 1-1. But it's got to be predicated on those overshields. Those overshields absolutely paramount on this map. And let's see how the opening strat looks for their ability to secure it.
3KV sending one to the backside of P, one to top P, and everybody on Team Felony is going towards the courtyard of blue. I don't know about that. I think, Eli, you gotta press and apply pressure to the direct spawn point of that overshield. That's why 3KV were able to gain the lead early in that OS.
I have to agree with you. You gotta be physically present. It's not enough to just watch it from afar, because there will be some psychopaths just G-sliding their way into oblivion with no regard for human life. They're going to be grabbing it, and if you're not physically there to stop that from happening, you're probably not going to get the overshield. So I think that's a lesson for a lot of people. Don't be too standoffish. You got to take some risks in this game if you want to give yourself a chance.
Guys, when Frosty tweeted at HES, so I guess we're just gonna all G-slide straight into the overshield, he was revealing the script. He was revealing his playbook. That's literally how you gotta play it. You gotta throw yourself at that overshield. So for now, the first OS goes to 3KV. The lead translates to that as well, up by 6, now 7, and starting to get a little out of hand early. That's an important slay right there. Starts getting to 7-8. That becomes a two-possession game where you need 2 full team wipes to get back in it. And look at that, Eli. That's exactly where we're at. 3KV. It wasn't just the OBJ efficiency. They're frying as well in a Game 2 Slayer.
Look at Piter just perfectly playing this positioning. He's been holding down car 3, finding these angles to help teammates, picked up a couple assists while here. It's gonna actually rotate to the car 2 side to maybe apply some pressure with a pinch into the blue base. No, he wisely goes back to car 3. He's just kind of looking like a surveillance beacon right now, just locating spawns, calling them out, getting some damage down, and you really do need that information on this map. Spawns operate a bit differently on Aquarius than other maps, so having that top mid presence to get those eyes around the map is incredibly valuable.
I love that from you, Eli. It's not enough to just be a dangerous turret firing off the 50 cal. You need a little bit of surveillance to find out where the opposition is, and that combination of intel and damage has boded well for 3KV as they hold on to that 8, now 7 kill lead. Felonies starting to come back a little bit. Here is where at the halfway mark they need to find a run, but it's Durfter finding a potential triple kill. No, goes down in the generator as we flip sides of the map. Daylight now looking to push up on P.
All things considered, Felony's doing a much better job this game. What looked to be a potential steamroll on the side of 3KV with their early lead. Felonies have kept it close every step of the way. When Felonies and Cardboard go down, though, this is where things can start to get dicey. No items spawning at the 9-minute mark. Danger with a very nice perfect kill. And if he has any help, he could potentially kill this player, but it just feels like the members of Felonies are not staying within one another's sightlines. It's so important in Slayer on any map that if you end up in a fight, you have an escape route and you have a teammate there to pick up where you left behind. I mean, it's not going to be possible in every single engagement, but it's got to be more than what we're seeing so far.
Totally agree with you here, Eli, especially on a map like Aquarius, where my nickname for it is the fast track. The Jesus, he's moving fast. Triple kill, killing spree, potential over. No grenade to tink off the wall and find almost that Reed 18-esque frag grenade kill with the explosive ordnance as 3KV. My God, this lead is ballooned out of nowhere. Eli, we were just talking about how close Felonies were keeping it. Now it's 33-21.
You see the way they're playing it as well. The Jesus with back-to-back triples at the perfect time to secure the OS. Doesn't care about the overshield. He says, I want to, or he doesn't care about the overkill. He says, I want to get the overshield so I can get another triple kill. And poor Cardboard, man, just got to tuck his tail between his legs in the fridge there and just hide and just hope that the nade spam ends at some point. He does find an avenue out, finds a route through bottom middle and takes out the overshield player. Big plays from Cardboard, but it might be too little too late. It's now a 12 kill lead for 3KV.
Drake, topical subject right now. Can somebody in chat make that meme, right, where he's like, overkill? Nah. Overshield? Yeah. Give me that OS. And I love, again, the process being played, Eli. These guys, more often than not, whether it's getting baited to go for an overkill or getting baited to step your foot in the hill a little earlier than you should in the process, 3KV is not getting caught off guard. They're not getting caught off sides, and they are in full control of this match, full control of this series. Up 10.
Looking like it could be a quick one. 10 kills, not an insurmountable lead, but the way 3KV are playing this, it doesn't feel like they're gonna give the opportunity. They're always recognizing the spawn points of Felonies and quickly taking positions that do not allow them to get through. And with this top mid control now, though, Cardboard, if he can hold on to this and has some support from the squad, might be able to start bringing this one back.
43-33. Here's the time to bring it back to within single digits. And Eli, it was there for a nanosecond, but then brought back to 10. And I feel like that's sort of been the narrative in this series. Every time it feels like you're, okay, here we go, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of that snowball rolling down the hill. Nope, it gets evaporated and hit with the fire blast from Mario or something as 3KV are able to maintain their lead. However, it's back to single digits, but with only 4 kills left, 1 team wipe needed left, 3KV are in full control as Daylight push up to the top side of Pink, gets an assist, now looks towards the stairs, has 2 more there to finish off, and those could be the 2 final kills, 48-39.
Yeah, shout out to this player, Daylight. He is an up-and-comer. We've been seeing him pop off on that team with Sparty on the collegiate circuit, and he is a very talented player in his own right. I feel like he is on the cusp of, you know, maybe breaking into some of these top teams. I mean, obviously he's already found himself on this team and able to make waves last week.
Okay.
Looking to pick up where they left off, but yeah, I mean, they're keeping this one close, 49-43, but one more kill is going to end it. But wow, when Daylight gets taken down, that's actually
Oh my God.
massive. Is this happening?
This is a 9-10 kill run. It's only a 3-kill game, and after Team Felonies grabbed the OS, they've grabbed a chance. But oh, just as I say that, Hyder from the rest of 3KV are able to grab the last slay. And Eli, did this not just fully exemplify why Overshield is so important? Did this not just fully exemplify why you cannot go down 10 kills at the 30 kill mark when Slayers officially start? You just don't afford yourself enough time and space on the map. And despite that ferocious, feverish pace sprint at the end there for Team Felonies, it felt like 10 kills in a row they got with no deaths. Incredible sequence from them, but they just didn't give themselves enough of a chance. 50-46 though. This game ended up being really close.
It's one of those games that if you're on the side of 3KV, as soon as the game's over, you breathe a big sigh of relief because there's a little bit of pressure. You're like, am I going to be memed for the rest of time for losing with a 14 kill lead with 1 kill to go? You know, you start to think about a little bit of that in the moment. But actually, shout out to Pyder for ending it by, I think, maybe predicting that Felonies and squad were kind of overheating and just pressing very aggressively, which is understandable, right? You start to get some adrenaline coming back, and he just baited the doorway. Yeah, he just threw 2 grenades at the doorway. Like, yeah, they're probably going to just keep rushing, so shuts him down. But wow, great stuff. And this was that back-to-back triple kill sequence from Bejesus with perfect timing to grab the overshield. For me, this was the highlight of the game.
36-22, a 14 kill lead when that moment occurred. And then it's like we just went through a time portal. It's what, 49-43. It gets closer, chat. If you guys are just tuning in, catching the replays with Mikowski here on the mic, joined by my duo Eli the Ninja. We are just getting started here on the day, getting you guys ready for HCS London. Don't forget though, before some of you guys take that flight onto the plane and into the air, this match being played on sea, we're gonna have a match on land in Orlando in a couple weeks. Command Orlando in chat if you guys are on the East Coast, as high up as the Carolinas, maybe even New York. Guys used to drive down from New York all the time for lands back in my day in 06 and 07 when we were landing. Still do to this day. Clarify that. Never stop playing Halo, but this is your opportunity to play on land. This is your opportunity to have what Eli and I would probably agree is the greatest gaming experience you can imagine. Halo and LAN. Name a better combination. I'll wait.
I have to agree, man. It's just, especially when you put a lot of hours in online and, you know, you get a mixture of servers. You know, online gaming's never going to be perfect. So you're going to have some servers that feel great, some that are closer to you that feel a little bit better, but there's no server better than a LAN server, guys. And if you haven't played it yet, I highly recommend show up to Orlando. There are some awesome teams showing up, but generally lower turnout right now, which is an opportunity, I think, for some players to get a higher placing. It's going to be easier to finish in that top 4 if you're one of these amateur teams trying to get some good practice. But I think more than anything, it's good practice, it's a good experience, you're going to have fun, and you're going to be in Orlando, so you could go to Disney World afterwards if you wanted to as well.
Yeah, come play Halo on land. Come get come get tools to hype up over your gameplay. That's like a dream of mine. Like, I used to want to go pro so Puckett could commentate my gameplay. I feel like Tools is the modern day Puckett now. Like, I would want to go pro so Tools could commentate my gameplay. And speaking of going pro, Eli, you and I are going to be forming a team. So when we're not casting at Orlando, we're going to be swapping out the headset on the cast to go compete on the main stage, which sounds really freaking awesome. I can't wait. Excited enough just to watch this thing, but now we're going to be playing in it. Playing into game 3 here. 3KV up 2-0 in the series and up by 15 and rolling here at the start. Danger, though, at a slow start in game 2. And look at this. 3-0 off the start with that snipe, and he's given his team a little bit of life, but just as I say that, 4 go down, power weapon and map control back into the hands of 3KV.
I personally cannot wait to play on LAN. I've been itching to compete again, but been a little too busy or just doing other things at these tournaments, but this will be the first time I get to play in quite a while. Cannot wait for that. They're gonna have to carry Plat though. I mean, he's still. They're gonna have to carry Tools. I'm sorry, I just mixed his rank with his name. That's crazy, but
That's his whole identity.
Yeah, like I just in my brain when I think of Tools, I just think of this Plat player that I'm gonna have to carry. It's gonna be rough, but regardless, should be a great time, guys. Cannot wait to see you guys there. And yeah, back to the match here. I mean, with Team Felonies, it seems like Felonies didn't have a great game one. Does show up in game two. Danger shows up game three, but are they going to be able to show up at the same time? That's the question. If they can, I think they could take a game here.
That's actually a little bit higher than I thought. I thought Tools was a gold player. Golden Knights, I always associate that, I guess. They suck. So does Tools. 32 to 26 now. As Team Felonies. This, Eli, this is exciting. This is great to see because this is the first time they've had a lead, some semblance of control in the match. And again, early on, if they do have that insane run like we saw at the end of game two, they're probably going to be in a run to close things out with this level of play that we've seen here in game three. So the reverse sweep, the road to a reverse sweep starts here, and Felonies off to a hot start.
Ooh, Cardboard's insane looking Spartan getting the beatdown right there. See if he can stay alive while one shot over. Camo's up on the other side though. 3KV, only member alive is Pyderf, but look at the play from Felonies. They not only secure B, but they also secure space on both the sandbags and C plat. Perfect recipe to guarantee that camo. And Daylight takes a very sneaky route bottom middle. Kind of reminded me of Tom and Jerry a little bit. Just hiding down there bottom middle with the perfect spot, and he's gonna walk back out, but Team Felony is looking a lot stronger in this game.
Love that. Just great imagery. The chase occurring is what I think of when I think of Tom and Jerry, and that's exactly what that looked like. 3KV now chasing a deficit, chasing the lead. Down by doubly, 35 to 65 here as A rotates in favor of Felonies. Danger, a big reason why. Had a slow start again in the previous games. He's been one of their best players, not only with that 3-0 start with the snipe to keep things close, keep things in control, but he's been on key capture points to earn those objective scoring points. Just as I say that, Felonies go 3 down. Danger in a similar situation like he was at the very beginning. Last player alive. What can he do here? He does not go down. He's staying alive. Has the double kill. Lining up that no scope on the nest. And look at the respect for Danger. The opposition feels like they're in danger because they dipped immediately off of that nest, went back to the C side, and here we go. Pyderf going back to the nest, and they are able to take that down. So that little timing there, caused by Danger and the fear that he instilled in his opposition with the snipe, was enough to keep Felonies in it off the spawn, but they go 3 down once again. Danger, the last player alive once again, and just looking to see if he can extend that life. No, he goes down and a little staggered, so this is going to allow 3KV to get a good keep of time here.
Team Felonies look like they were kind of predicting what 3KV wanted to do. We're all ready to fight back from the B side, but ultimately 3KV's power a little bit too strong. That's going to earn them control of that. And now it's 3KV predicting the spawn point and rotation from Felonies. Going to quickly collapse onto that C side. Love this play from Durderf though, using that quantum translocator. Knows he has that portal back green. Helps his team win the fight at C, but quickly goes back to B to play defense there. But a huge out BR from Cardboard as Cardboard gets the reversal, and that's a big one. That's going to help his team get out of the spawn cycle potentially, and also open the door for them to grab this camo.
Wow, Daylight misses on the long range spike sticky attempt, but he lands the trade, and that is massive. That was a trade sticky where Felonies would have had numbers advantage, could have tilted the tide in their favor, and oh boy, that tide, tidal wave is growing bigger and bigger for 3KV, a potential trip cap, but no. B splashes back into blue, and Daylight now pushing through, looking to reclaim that spot in a potential trip cap. Felonies, though, a little distractionary bait on the C cap point. They're able to start the scoring. If not for 3KV having full attention on to B, they're going to regain it because of that. Previously, it was Felonies up by doubly, 35 to 65. Now 135 to 76 as Team Felonies in a little bit of a blender right now.
Danger, last player alive. Capping A here. Somehow the rest of the team is dead, but wow, 3KV are not capping C. Maybe a bit of a misstep here. They're now having to rotate to cap it now, but that's going to allow Felonies to get out of spawn much easier. This situation could be a bit more firmly in control of 3KV if they were maybe a little bit more efficient when it comes to capping. I always say that slays don't matter if they don't convert into objective efficiency, and Right now, 3KV had the slays, but should have a bit more time if they were playing that objective.
I think that was probably one of our greatest talking points, Eli. A great shot there from Daylight. Potential flick, no scope for the triple. No, does not land it. But again, it's that pressure and presence that has the opposition on their heels, and Durf is the one to gain an advantage from it. But I think Eli in season 1, when we were operating a team, I think that was got to be our biggest talking point to the players. It's not enough to get a slay. It's what you do with it. Great point that you made there previously. And look at this. Felonies have a run. 3KV have a run, but 3KV do more with those slays, do more with the objective. And because of that, they regain control of this map. And now the first full control trip cap heading into the 200s. This could spell trouble for Felonies and a potential sweep here to start for 3KV.
Look at that. Durf, by the way, 18-9, having a huge game right now. He also was just in position to catch any spawners on the training side. I don't know how Watsy stays alive there. Fighter maybe jumping a few too many times. Maybe unbind that jump button, brother, because I don't know why we're hopping around like a bunny rabbit. Cardboard's the guy that's got bunny ears with the Cyclops Spartan, but Fighter jumping a few too many times to his death. That's going to be an opening for Felonies to get control, at least momentarily.
Uh-oh. And Bejesus has the Slippy. Oh, but he has the camo eyes. And he doesn't, but he does not have the camo down. Danger finds a way to find double 2 kills somehow, despite being spotted. And all eyes were on him when he grabbed the camo. All eyes were on him when he had the camo. And he still finds 2, now diving and ducking his way through top mid, avoiding that grenade damage. And look at this setup here, Eli. This is an efficient use of the camo. This could single-handedly bring Team Felonies right back.
I think you're exactly right. Danger backing up, but getting the shots down. 3 dead for 3KV. And I like the way they're playing this. They're not overheating. They're not trying to go for the trip cap in A. That would make the situation a bit more complicated. It means they would have to predict the spawns for a longer sequence of time, maybe even create some split spawns. So said, you know what? Let's just let them spawn in A. That's low ground. They're kind of trapped in that garage. So long as we watch their different escape routes, we can keep them trapped. But look at this, 3KV with the rotation, the 2-stack through the bottom of the map. That's going to open the door for Pyderf to also cross through the top of the map. And they're going to convert C right away. Love this play, by the way. I feel like too many teams try to headbutt the next closest stronghold, but oftentimes better to just rotate through the outskirts of the map, catch somebody off guard, and cap the opposite point.
Impressive shots there from Danger. I don't know how in a 1v2 where both players are shooting him, he's able to land those 5 perfect shots. A lot of red disruptive damage flying around the HUD. That's a difficult 5 shot, but Eli, it just goes to show again, it's not enough to just get a slay. It's what you do with it. And when you send 2, when you send numbers advantage, it usually translates and carries through. There it does for Team 3KV as they 2-push to C. But C has gone back in favor of Team Felonies. Team Felonies actually have 2 caps, and just as it looks like 3KV are starting to get a little victory lap going at the 216 mark, watch out, because Felonies, this is the best stretch based on scoring and the eye test we've seen yet in this series. What can they do with this level of control? It looks like 3KV is setting up a flank through the underground dummy side. They're looking for C.
This is exactly what they did last time. You got to think Team Felonies should maybe predict this. It just got beat by this play a few moments ago. They are holding that seaside a bit stronger this time, had a more presence, more bodies in action, but 3KV find themselves the new sniper. Look at this swaggy skin here. And they're going to put that to work, and that's going to be probably enough to get control for a bit longer. Now Felonies are the team spawning in A, and the situation has reversed. 3KV going to try to keep them pinned in the garage.
But Jesus showing why centering is so important, perfectly lined up at where that head will be before it's physically there. Earns the headshot because of it, but the quick push, the flank through the bottom side of pillars from top mid is enough to take him down. Who's going to control that snipe now? For now, it's Daylight with the QT. Potential chance to put the Slippy in the flank on, but with it being so close to its initial starting point, that QT doesn't really cause much of an issue for the opposition. But instead, Felonies are still able. This is a couple times now, Eli, where Felonies don't have the numbers, but they have the caps. Great example of right here. 2 down, but 2 up on the scoreboard. That's what matters most. And Felonies, despite having 3 down, they're going to get into the 200s, but this could be the door closing. They don't have the numbers off spawn. They're all going to be spawning in the back of A, probably on screen door now after the garage door gets pushed up. And no, that push through spawns a flip on the dummies, it looks like, but that should do it. 3KV just need to hold the line. 248, 249, 250. It's over. 3KV go from reverse sweep last week to sweep this week. And can that propel them to a top 12 finish? They got top 16 last week. It is so exciting here, Eli, in the early goings. I love these rounds. I love watching Lucid. I love watching Spartan. I love watching Renegade. But there's just something to me that resonates in the up-and-comers, the people that are up next. And 3KV, the Durf brothers and their third and fourth teammates are showing why they're a team to watch out for. And with a much better start this week, you could say that it could lead to a much better performance, top 16 to top 12. Doesn't sound like much of a jump, but trust me, it is. That would mean a much better performance. And we see that here to start today with a 250-200 win in game 3 for the sweep.
I have to agree with you. I mean, this is a lobby full of players that you're going to find in the passion pit in that open bracket a few times this season for sure. They're going to want to earn their way into pool play at some point. That is usually the ultimate goal for these guys, but competitive Halo is so difficult to do so. But I mean, there's just so much talent in the scene, man. These guys are grinders, putting in the hours. They're playing very well. And I think Team Felonies, they didn't really show maybe their best performance right now, but they're against a team that's red hot coming off, like we said, top 16, top 20 finish last week. So these guys are going to make some waves in the lower bracket. Just going to depend who they match up against.
All right, I'm usually thrilled to send it back to the desk, but as I take a glance in our on-air production chat in LVG Discord, Tools is working on a diss track against us. He's like, oh no, man, we're screwed. No. Nonetheless, I'm gonna toss it to the boys, Garrett, Louis. Oh, take it easy on us. What do you got?
They misunderstand, bro. They misunderstand.
All right, Tools is here. Come on.
No, man. There's already enough shame being a Dallas Stars fan. You know, Knights and 7.
Guys, we laughing, man.
Nah, bro. We just all over here. It's like we got a tournament going on. Tournament's kind of the side thing into the Drake and the Drake and Kendrick beef right now. That's where my mind's at the moment, man. It's been a war out here in the hip hop world for the last couple of days.
Dude, it's been entertaining at the very least, right? It's been I don't know, the music and all that good stuff that's coming out. It's fun, right? It's all fun and games.
Nah,
right?
I mean that's all that matters, right? Is like we're just having a little fun. We're just having a little fun.
Let's take a quick look at the
except for Drake. I don't think he's having any fun at the moment.
Team Felonies, perhaps not having fun just like Drake. I don't know. Nevertheless, we got Native advancing over Street Vets 3-0, 3KV, which we just witnessed a 3-0. They're going to meet Tools.
Ooh, this is gonna be a good matchup in my opinion. Obviously Native should have a pretty big advantage, but this is what you're playing for if you're the Durfs, right? You're playing for a match like this where you can cut your game against some of the best to play Halo, period. I mean, like, when we're talking about Mikwin, APG, Gilkey, like these are 3 players that have had very tenured careers that will be cemented into Halo history. And then you add Barcode, one of the up and coming players that just absolutely took over in Infinite, that has become a fan favorite. This is the moment you live for, right? A competition like this where you're able to try to prove it against the best of the best.
This is an opportunity. We'll see how they rise to the occasion, Tools, but I'm just peeking ahead here. In our series layout, we have CTF Forbidden, Live Fire Slayer, Solitude, King of the Hill, Interference, Strongholds, Game 4. Tools, you think we see Game 4?
I'm hoping, right? You know, maybe we get a Slayer upset over here or something. I'd love to see Interference in round 2, but I'm going to say it's probably unlikely at this point.
Unlikely. Well, let's take a look at our series layout here. You thinking it's going to be a 3-0, huh? Forbidden.
I'm thinking a 3-0. You know, maybe that's Salty. Maybe Salty gets crazy. Live Fire. You never know. Like, could see some crazy things happen. I want to get the Interference, right? Seeing it over there in Game 4, the new map on the block. I would love to see it played, but it's definitely going to be a tough task to take one off Native.
Well, 3KV may or may not be up to the challenge. We never know. We saw them reverse sweep last week. Definitely a solid team. But nevertheless, elsewhere in the bracket, We've got a couple of results that we can report on in the meantime. Let's see. Still deciding, right? This is on the other side of Native, right? So if Still Deciding, they just took that 3-0 over Diamond Dogs. Antimatter, that's a pretty good team, but there's a chance here, Tools. As you say, you think Native's gonna breeze through this series? You think we see Still Deciding versus Native rematch?
Yeah, I think it's destined, right? The rematch, I think it'll come true. Still Deciding versus Native, the little grudge match between Collect and Native. It's the match that everyone's been waiting for. Once again, I love the fact that we have so many storylines going into London, and these two teams are going to be constantly battling it out.
It's going to be interesting to see how all things do shape up. Rebellion, they take their winner round 1. Eventually likely to face Lies. Lies, they've been consistent, right? And they perform well, in the lower bracket. We've seen them multiple times, right? How do you think Lies pulls out in this tournament?
Man, I'd love to see them make a big upset and get themselves a little bit further. Lies a team that signed up for Orlando, so if you want to, maybe get some practice against some of these top teams, they'll be there getting that practice in. I think they have a good shot of playing for that qualifier. The thing is things just have to go right for them to make it. Right now, it's sort of a hope that the better teams kind of play a little bit slow and that you take advantage of it. It's a team that's getting better and better week by week, but the reality is that hill is just really steep. It's hard to climb, and unless you got Miley behind you, it's all about the climb, right? It's just getting yourself up to that level and slowly but surely starting to stand with these giants.
No doubt. We've got Optic Gaming here in the bracket as well. A bye in round 1, facing the winner of Rolling With It and Copio. A little further, we got Proton versus Mythic. Proton, this roster, it's exciting. Also good for Proton. They have dropped some new stuff on YouTube. They've got a documentary out. Tools. Have you seen this trailer?
I've seen the trailer. Haven't given the documentary a watch yet. I gotta make sure I'm over on my TV, got it on the big screen. But some familiar faces. Obviously, the Proton roster has changed, but a great organization that's investing in their players, which is what I like to see. Right, as long as they got a Jag Cloud behind them and they're doing the things that they're doing, I'm excited to see what the Proton brand's able to do in Halo.
Indeed, man. It's cool to see, some of these teams, right? And Proton, it seems like an org more or less that's really come about since Halo Infinite's come through. They've been consistently trying to support Halo, right? And it's good to see them land with a roster that's kind of killing it right now. Yeah, shit on.
just oh my god, he's just so. Dude, King was so ready for that. I guess the Spartan was on the other side when they made that upset happen, so I can understand. Personal, huh? Yeah, for King Nick and Spartan, it's probably a little bit of a personal beef over there. Maybe trying to strike a chord, as they say.
Indeed. I'm starting to see Native show up in the lobby. We're not just here talking for no reason. We're waiting for the players to get in the lobby. But yeah. Elsewhere in the bracket, Cloud9 advancing. FaZe advancing in front of our eyes. No surprise there, huh? Bittersweet also in this part of the bracket.
Yeah, Bittersweet's a team that I definitely have my eye on as to where they'll end up in the qualifiers. This is a team that's going to very much be battling for those final spots. Very interested to see how they play against Cloud9. Cloud9 looks like a team that's been getting really, really good. If they're able to go the distance or potentially create that upset, I would not be surprised if we see Bittersweet on the up and up.
Another org that's been pretty consistent in Halo. We love to see them sticking around, supporting rosters. Down at the bottom, Sober versus Passion United. Tools, I know you were keeping tabs on this one as well.
Yeah, this one's gonna be close. These teams, although they're not teams that are gonna be in that final conversation of top finishes. These are two teams that are battling for that sort of top 12, top 16 finish over and over again. Obviously, we're very familiar with Nemesis and what he's been able to do in Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. He's joining up with some newer players in the scene and seeing what they're able to do. On the other side, we got PD's passion project, right? Maddie, I think, is a great player. I'm very excited to see what he's able to continue to do, and this is just a team that's been grinding together for a while, and I like teams that stick together for a long time and just try to see how high their potential is.
You got to build that chemistry. You got to trust your teammates, and it takes time. Speaking of time, let's take a quick look at the lobby. We're missing a couple players here.
All right, well, I gotta give a shout out real fast because White's Edge just gifted.
Let's go
10 in the chat. Thank you, White's Edge. And we got some big achievements that we've accomplished over here at LVT Halo. I believe we just hit 70,000 followers, right?
Oh, dude, 70,019. Let's go. 70K tools. That's insane.
Yeah, 70K. I think when Halo Infinite came out, were we even at 10K yet?
I think that we were like at 8K.
So thank you guys so much for the help. 70K followers, and it's a lot of support like White's Edge has been given. 10 gifted subs today, but 260 lifetime. We really cannot thank you enough for helping out what we do here. If anyone else wants to support, simple things like a sub like Riznak was able to do. Man, he's been over 12 months. They go a long way, right? We're able to use those subs to get us to events, to do more, and we want to do more when we go to these events. Obviously we're not able to make it out to London, but we want to maybe put some of those resources of not going to London into making Atlanta bigger and better and doing whatever we can do. And oh my god, we just got more. 5 from Frankie says relax 17. Dude, it took me a second to read that one. I was like, oh boy, I'm gonna get this one right. And then Topher give it a sub. Like, man, he's at 568 to the channel. Shout out to Toph.
Let's go, Topher. Appreciate the support. Frankie says relax, don't do it. And the Riznak, let's go. White's Edge also constantly coming through, gifting 10 subs. It seems like every broadcast that we have, damn near.
Via Meta.
Via
Meta. Yeah, let's go. Via Meta's
5
good
gifted
people.
out of Via Meta, and we see the lobby's full too. Looks like they're about to play, or they're getting ready to play.
Kazi, wow, we're at level 7 hype train. Woo. There's only one thing more hype than a level 7 hype train.
Level 7, we just hit 70K. Damn, tools, things are looking good. Thank you to the community for supporting us, right? I know we've talked about this, but the revenue that LVT Halo pumps into the Halo economy, it comes from you guys. It comes from the Twitch channel, right? We're not getting paid to do these HCS open events, from anybody outside of you guys, right? So like this is a direct response to you guys' support. So thank you all so much. And without further ado, we have clearly loaded into game number 1. So it seems like it's time to kick it to our casters. We got Mikowski and Eli waiting by. Mac, how them stars doing?
Pretty good. I can sense a victory. Can you tell I'm a Stars fan, Eli? But even bigger fan of Halo, and my God, and even bigger fan of the community. A level 8 hype train. My God, that is unbelievable. 70,000 followers. I think 2 years ago when we joined LVT, we were at 12 or something. So to see and be a part of this growth and this passion project, this love letter to Halo and the community, and to feel and not only see but feel the response from the people in that community it's the best feeling ever. I'm losing my mind at how hype you guys are for what we do each and every weekend. Bring in the passion. That's exactly what we're here for. And it's a recyclable or a cyclical type of thing, right? The passion is infused into each other, and it kind of charges this thing up and powers the whole community. So you love to see it, and you love to see this matchup. Eli, this is a trap matchup for Native Gaming. I have to say it, because 3KV are not a team that they're used to seeing, I would imagine, in winners round 2. So Can Native Gaming start off on the right foot? I believe they had a bye previously. 3KV had a 3-0 sweep. So all of that leans into why I feel like this is a trap match. Native Gaming have to watch out. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but not with what we saw recently from 3KV. How do you feel as we get this series started?
I mean, you're playing against 4 players that are always ready to play, whether they started early or not, but you might be onto something, Hunter. Daylight's got the sniper rifle, hits the headshot on Kilkey, and they've got this flag basically home. It looks like 3KV gonna strike early. Is anyone in position? APG, the only player from Native on the side of 3KV. They find them quick, and that's a less than 1 minute flag cap going for 3KV.
You know, everybody in the community says I'm faded, but I don't know, man. 20 years of watching Halo, playing it, I don't know. There's just a gut feeling I had. And 3KV turned that gut feeling into a 1-0 lead as fast as we saw SSG score against Native Gaming in recent weeks, or some of these top-level professional teams. So cannot understate how impressive this start is, and talk a lot about momentum. Sometimes it's more game-to-game or within the game. I think it's a little bit more difficult to carry it series to series, but for now, 3KV have done just that. To go down, though, as Native Gaming have started to regroup and regain here. They've got the numbers edge in the past minute or so, and they've turned that into a pull.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easy to kind of get some early momentum on this game type. If you get that first OS, you snipe the other team's sniper. Woo! You can get control as APG looks to send it right back to them, uses the last couple bullets in that clip to potentially secure this flag cap, but so far it's actually been stopped. APG is going to have to find some more slaves before they can finish the rest of this run. Looks like they're serving as a distraction as that flag does go in, and Native Gaming have tied it up now 1-1.
Why the sandbox is so important. Native Gaming, because of that sandbox control, sniper and OS, not only going to be a 1 score for them, it's to tie things up. They're going to have the numbers edge to run it back to back. Sandbox so important here. Gilkey staying alive so important. It's now a 3v3. Durf in the corner of Snipe Spawn takes down Barcode, and 3KV have now swung the pendulum back in their favor. They still got a little bit of meat left on the bone. Still got to play their process here and earn that reset. It looks like it will go through. We're through. We're tied after a couple minutes. 1-1. A great game so far.
Yeah, and the action has been so fast I didn't get to say my thanks to the LVT community. Level 8 hype train, absolutely unreal. Can we keep it going, guys? Still a minute left on that timer. And if it wasn't for you guys, I straight up would not even be able to go to these tournaments. So I just want to thank you guys so much for all the support. And we won't be at London, but we'll be at every other event for sure. And I think even during London, we will likely have some type of broadcast. So be tuned for that. But you guys are seriously amazing. I cannot thank you enough. Let's get back to the action. New sniper rifles are up. Looks like Daylight going to be the one that grabs it for 3KV. But who's going to get the native sniper? And will they be able to steal the sniper now that he was taken down?
Interestingly enough, Eli, and this all plays into the mind games, I think Daylight there was going for the body disrespect. Interesting. And I would advise that for an up-and-coming semi-pro team like 3KV. You don't necessarily want to poke the bear, but if you feel like the tide is swinging, I don't know if it necessarily was right here, but when you feel like the tide is swinging, yeah, go ahead and bag Ogre 2, right? Go ahead and throw a body disrespect into Walshy's face, because it's important to win those mind games and be like, wait, what? This guy did he do this? You start getting the players to think about things other than hitting your shots, like we see here from Barcode. The double kill, quick scope. Unbelievable shots. Now we're starting to see Barcode look like he usually does on the LVT stream. Native Gaming are starting to wake up.
Not gonna lie, when you were going through your little spiel about, you know, this is a trap for Native, or because, you know, 3KV could be on fire, I was just thinking Barcode is just not going to let them lose. I don't know. There's something special about Barcode. This guy is so individually talented. One of the most individually talented players we've ever seen in Halo, period. And I feel like if he just gets a sniper in his hand, doesn't matter if he woke up 10 minutes ago or 5 hours ago, he's going to be hitting some headshots and putting your team in the dirt as he hits the perfect 5-shot with the last 5 shots of his bandit. Just completely shutting it down their half of the map from the snipe street.
Wow.
And that's how you end a game.
Oh, Barcode on the sniper spawn, had no snipe in his hand there in the end game, but you would have thought so with the TTK instantaneously wiping the floor with 3KV's bodies. As talked a little bit about that body disrespect. 3KV filled out the first bit of damage, started to gain a little bit of confidence. We're looking to roll on it, but you got to give credit to this veteran-ridden roster of Native Gaming. They got, my God, I mean, outside of Barcode, who's, I'd still say one of the top up-and-coming guys in the HCS. He started off like that at the very beginning, seasons 1 and 2, but due to visa issues, didn't get to compete as much as he would have liked to. Now that's a distant memory. That's in the past. Barcode has a bright future, an incredible present, like we saw with those snipes and bandit kills to follow up. And I just love the composition of this Native Gaming crew. 3 veterans, 1 absolute crackhead 21-year-old in Barcode, which is really young in in Halo years. And Alex, Barcode, one of the nicest guys in the league. And I don't know, man, it's kind of nice to see nice guys finish first sometimes.
Yeah, I think he's 23 now. It's pretty easy to remember his age. I think born the same month as Halo 1. Guy was literally born to play this game. So yeah, he's gonna make it difficult for whoever he plays against, no matter what. Going into Live Fire Slayer, though, you can kind of start to make an argument, a case for the potential for 3KV to win this one if they can get some early momentum and start to get into that spawn trap. They could keep Native Gaming at bay, but I tell you what, I think Native Gaming are hungry and want to prove themselves as one of the top teams in the league, and I think they've been working on their Slayers as well, so I would not be shocked to see them be the team that gets into momentum and steamroll a victory.
Saw the Durfs previously on Live Fire. They looked really good in a highly contested Game 3 Strongholds. Now we're in a Game 2 Slayer. Native Gaming with a 1-0 lead in this series and a 3-kill lead. After a great start, the opening break goes to Native Gaming, and talked about that momentum 3KV we're carrying previously. That has all but been wiped out as McWin has the sniper at the top of Snipe Tower. And Eli, I think I said it right there.
You didn't. You said McWin. McNow, Hunter. Say his name right. McNow.
McWin, will he stop?
It's you're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. All right, it's McWin. You gotta say
McWin.
it. Yeah, it's front loaded with the energy. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
McWin.
All right, perfect. So McWin, top tower here with the sniper. It's gonna try to shut down 3KV from this position. He can basically shut down 2 entire lanes of the map. He's watching top center as well as that camo side. But right now, 3KV got to play their process to get out.
Oh, the process is unraveling here as Native Gaming have doubled up on the lead here early. 5-11. McWin still with the snipe. Top of Snipe Tower. And for what it's worth, Eli, he doesn't have to move. He can hold down this spot for the rest of the match if he wanted to. Playing a little game of keep away with that snipe. And I think that's big with a 6-kill lead right here. You don't give the Durf twins and 3KV any chance to come back without control of this sniper rifle. And look back to game 1 on Forbidden CTF. It was the sniper control that got into the hands of Barcode. Now it's in McWin's hands, looking for a triple kill, potentially crack shot through the cuts, but he doesn't land it. But again, doesn't need to, just needs to hold the line, just needs to hold possession of the Snipe Tower. And the snipe and the veteran Austin doing a great job of that. 7-15 as Native Gaming retain that double up lead.
Yeah, McWin knows he really doesn't have to do much of anything. I worry, though, there are some times that you want to move forward at least a little bit, be more in the action, but he's just completely denying this resource to 3KV. Burns that last shot of the sniper rifle. New one's going to spawn in 45 seconds, but just holding that space as long as he did, this made it easier for the rest of Native to predict spawns as well, right? Like if you just stay tower, there's only so many other parts of the map that 3KV could spawn. That's going to make it easier for the firing squad of Native to just kind of rotate through the rest of the map and spawn kill back and forth. Now going to play for this camo as they get a couple dead, but Durf with a nice perfect shots. He's now used the portal to get behind Barcode, kills him as well, and he may have just single-handedly secured the camo for his team.
Wow, that was a big play there. Camo. Curious as to who's possessed it. No one has it. Still in center field. Gilkey with a double kill. Claims it for his own, and that was huge. You got to get the slays first. A little bit of maybe a rushed play towards the camo there. Previously for really both teams, it felt like, where everyone's just tunnel vision. They got force blinders on the camo instead. Gilkey, the veteran, makes the heads-up play, earns a couple of slays, and he might just earn a couple more. With about 15 seconds left with that camo, 15-27, Native Gaming have held on to a double up lead all the way throughout. They look phenomenal here to start your day.
Is anybody else having trouble dropping their weapon since the update? I'm pretty sure I thought maybe APG was trying to drop the sniper for Gilkey because he had camo, but I know a lot of people have been struggling with dropping their weapon. But anyways, just a sidebar there. APG gonna hold on to it for now. He's no slouch with it either. I think the only scenario that he would drop it is in that case for the camo player. And yeah, he's just looking to do the same thing that Mikwin did a moment ago, just shut down this side of the map, but the pressure's coming in from 3KV.
APG, another old school veteran with old school sniper skin. I'm not sure if he was the one to pick up this sniper rifle, but always kind of sticks out to me when there's no ammo or skin or highlights on it. As APG, that default snipe, lands one, but isn't able to land another on the cut. Spider, gets back to safety with perfect use of that QT, and it's especially important right now. 22 to 34, you need to milk every life you can. For now, Gilkey milking a little bit more of that sniper control. Goes down to the fist of Pyderf, and now with 5 shots in it, Pyderf can take to the snipe tower if he can get there. He's not going to be able to, and I thought maybe this was lining up for a little bit of sniper control. 5 shots in it, 2 to 3 slays, you could argue. Should be expected for both of these two teams, but instead, it's a moot point. The sniper goes down, so too does 3KV, and the camo's up once again.
Enemy team nearing
Barcode just sitting back here on the dummy side, tries to gatekeep the opposition from getting that camo. Also watch his teammates. Only had 1 snipe shot left to work with. Does burn that one. It's now a 17 kill lead. Make it 18 kill lead for Native. 3KV are really struggling here, but I think this goes to show that Native are playing their process. I think they're respecting 3KV enough to play this game type by the book. You're not seeing them maybe get overconfident and just flying at their opponents. I don't think a player like APG would stand for that with his team. He wants everyone to be professional, and they're really showing it here. They are playing this one by the book, and that is so hard to play against a pro team when they are playing the strategy perfectly.
Unbelievable to see Native Gaming. You expect them maybe to win here. You definitely expect them to win. Let's just call it like it is. But to hold on to that double up lead, it was 5 to 10. And that translates all the way from 50 to 27. And I think they did. I think they did spot Daylight trying to drop some bags and some body disrespect. And Eli, as it relates to that as a strategy, probably one of the best times to drop bags is in that end game screen where your opposition has no chance at an answer back. They got to go into the respawn, or excuse me, into the stat screen, probably looking at some poor stats after getting teabagged by Gilkey there. I mean, that is tough. But oh, no, wait, was that was the Eagle team? Was that the red team bagging?
I think that was Daylight.
Oh my God, that is unbelievable. So yes, we were right. Daylight was looking for the bags in game 1, and he actually drops them after getting steak-tacular in game 2. What kind of mad scientist strategy is that?
I think the strategy is just having fun at this point, man. You're playing against the top team in round 2. You gotta get some dopamine somewhere, because it certainly didn't come from the stat line. I'll tell you that right now. So I think they're just having a little bit of fun with it. Maybe he's friends with some of the players here. I mean, I know a lot of these guys. I mean, our community is fairly small for the most part, right? Like we all kind of know each other. I know you guys in chat. Half of you guys have probably met before, so I think it's just a little friendly bag there for this next game here.
Fun to see it nonetheless. I know some esports don't allow things like that. That's lame. Let these guys have some fun. Let these guys talk some trash. Let's get a little emotion and energy into the mix, and that's what I love most about Halo, man. It's my favorite esport, my favorite level of gaming competition, and a part of it is the bags that go all the way back to when Bungie invented it in 2001. So a lot of history, a lot of fun memories, and like you said, Eli, a lot of friends in the community, because we are so tight-knit. There's not a lot of us, but all of us are very passionate about this, which I think raises the Halo esports scene up to the levels of it being a very respectable, admirable, and global competition and a global scene. As the scene is going to switch here to Solitude. Camo up top mid. We got another match here. We've quickly seen 3KV go down 2-0 like they quickly went up 2-0 in the previous round. Starting to see the levels to Halo a little bit here.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, there's certainly levels to this. Can they come back in this one? It's kind of hard to make the argument right now, to be honest. I mean, Natives seem like they came prepared today. They've been scrimming I think every day they are not satisfied with how they've been placing in recent tournaments. They want to break through, and these early rounds are a good way to start testing how disciplined they're playing.
The hype in the gameplay translates all the way through the chat. IMRS with another 10 gifted. How we've had 10 gifted bombs, it feels like, here on the day. And Eli, we're not even a full 2 series into the day. Unbelievable support from the community. Telleric with a prime time. Appreciate all you guys. Eli said it literally is the reason why we're able to provide coverage to the Halo community. Otherwise, this would go on in the dark. McWen sending one back to the dark, back to the respawn screen. That's daylight, actually. As Native Gaming start off with sandbox control, mid-map control. 3KV with a little bit of time on it, but they're peeking corners that Austin has absolutely locked down. You can see that centering perfectly lined up. And if he was zoomed in there, daylight probably would have gone night-night. But instead, a little bit of a missed timing there, but he sets his sight back to the cafe. Good recognition of the spawns, but right now it's a respect factor. When all he has to do is stay alive with it. Now rotates and repositions, retakes another face for the killing spree to start off 5-0. Native Gaming up 1-0.
Perfect reversal killing spree. That's when you know you're on fire. When the man's got to give you 3 different medals for 1 kill. I mean, I guess technically 5, but regardless, McWin absolutely on fire. He's been killing people on this map since the Halo 5 days. I mean, ever since he burst onto the scene, he's been such a phenomenal sniper player. I feel like that was what made him stand out to me when he first came out on the scene. I was like, does this guy just ever miss with the sniper? And years and years later, he still doesn't miss with the sniper.
So incredible to see guys like that are competing at a high level for 10 plus years. As Bejesus goes down top mid, Camo going to go back into the suit in favor of Native Gaming. It's Barcode with it this time, and I like this split. Send one up on the A ledge, send Barcode on the right towards the window to potentially pinch. Recognizing now the spawns directly behind him at Snipe. Drops down, and I don't think 3KV saw. I do not believe they did. No, they did not. Oh, they did probably, actually. That was a chase grenade for Barcode. So it looks like Camo has been spotted, but Barcode with perfect timing, perfect positioning, finds the slay, finds a 2-0 lead. Native Gaming are rolling into a potential 3-0 sweep.
Really like the way Barcode's playing this. I feel like a lot of players would have pushed forward in this moment, but Barcode understands the way the spawn system works. If he moves forward in that moment, he opens the spawns behind him at Snipe Tower. You'd much prefer for the opponent to spawn over in the tram and yard side during this hill, because it's a lot more difficult for them to push in instead of just crossing right from Snipe side.
Barcode, more Camo to work with, but he's got plenty of life, plenty of slays. Another killing spree on your screen for Native Gaming. It was previously McWin, now it's Barcode, and nobody can do no wrong. It looks like the Native as they are up 2-0, earning the previous hill, earning the next rotation. Barcode is seemingly not missing. Ever since we switched to his POV on that Forbidden CTF Game 1, I don't think he's missed a shot. I'd actually love to see what his accuracy looks like, because it feels like it's in the 70s.
I mean, he just knows exactly where the opposition is spawning. This is what thousands of hours in this game can result in, is just knowing where all of your opponents are at all times. He purposefully pushed that player in tram because he knew he was going to split off to the side. He said, I'm just going to isolate this one player, get the perfect 5 shots, rotate to fight the rest of the team, and just getting one opening while the rest of your team is dead, one slay before your teammates respawn, is going to make those spawners have a much easier time getting out of their spawn point, and Barcode did that in that situation.
Yeah, Eli, you talk about playing your process, and we talked about this being a potential trap match for Native Gaming, not only because of the sequence that we saw previously, the 3-0 sweep from 3KV, but looking ahead in the bracket, Elect, and still deciding our next in the bracket. And Native Gaming, you could understand why, if maybe they got a little ahead of themselves, looked forward to that round next, but they have not done that. They have lived in the present moment, and presently Native Gaming have a 2-0 lead, looking to make it 3-0, matching what could be a 3-0 sweep, as the repulsor combination with the bandit is enough for the double kill. McWin continuing on a killing spree here. It looks like he's building towards nice back smack, and this is in fact going to be a 3-0 lead with 3 minutes left in regulation. We're getting closer and closer to a 3 weeks in a row, a 1-1 series tie between Native Gaming and Still Deciding. That's that collect roster. This is great, because this sets up as the chance to find some finality, right, to this potential rivalry. Who's going to take a 2-1 lead, if you will, in that weeks-long series between the two teams? Native Gaming versus Collect is coming up next.
Have you confirmed that Collect won that round 2? Because they're playing against Antimatter, a team I've been coaching. I think that team actually has a good chance to maybe pull the upset. Still deciding a phenomenal roster for sure, but if Still Deciding are able to best Antimatter, then yes, we will have that third week. This would be the third tournament in a row that they match with each other. I don't know who's writing the script, but they're doing a good job.
Enemy team nearing
Win with a couple of grenades, chase grenades out on the lift. A little bit of damage, but that's enough to just maintain the high ground here. Doesn't need to chase for the slays when your win condition is earning the positioning. It'll all come back to you eventually, as you see that right there. Piter goes down at low shields, but Jesus, you can't forget about a top 25 all-time Halo player like that. He's been dominating the positioning on the snipe side, and looks like Bejesus kind of forgot about him a little bit. But again, Eli, that goes to show why gaining the lead is so important. You start to force opponents to chase a little bit, and 3KV chase themselves into a 3-0 hole and a sweep here, as Native Gaming will move on to that potential rematch. 1-1 tied right now against that Still Deciding roster with Collect. Cannot wait, if we do get that, to see where it goes.
I think I understand why you keep saying his name wrong, because he's always finding McWin conditions. Anyways, on that note, we're going to throw it back to the desk, see what they have to say about that series and any other series that we've got coming up next.
Mikwin, man, he's doing good, man. Those shots, the shock rifle at the end there, tools, pretty clean, bro.
He's clean. Barcode game 2 with the sniper. It's just or game 1, right? It was just a lot of clean plays from Native. A little shaky off the start. First flag was within a minute for 3KV, but
yeah, and then
it was just not enough.
And then everything after that was pretty much unanswered.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes you come out the gate hot, you know what I say? You throw a couple shots out, you get a flag cap, you think you're done, and then someone drops 4 diss tracks in a row, and then your career might be over. That's just the way it goes sometimes. But I enjoyed the body disrespect from Daylight the entire time that we watched the game. That's my boy, Daylight. Keep doing what you're doing. We'll see you in the elimination bracket.
Indeed. Well, we know Mikowski's hopeful on seeing Still Deciding advance through the bracket. Let me just take a quick refresh here, see if this is coming to fruition or not. But any other? Yeah. So Native, they move on. Let's see. No, Still Deciding versus Antimatter, probably still in the series. Unfortunate, tools. Also, no interference for us out of that series.
Yeah, I know. Native honestly should have taken one for the team. Honestly, a little disappointed with the team that they would deprive our audience of an interference Strongholds game.
Unfortunately.
But you know what Music Fiend 08 doesn't deprive us of?
What?
Support to the channel. 5 gifted subs. Let's go, Music Fiend 08. I like that tag, Music Fiend. It's a good one. Oh, okay. Now this is the question. Do you think Music Feed 08 was born in 08 or graduated in 08? What's more likely in your opinion?
This is a Halo stream. Graduated 08.
Graduated. Okay, Music Feed. You gotta let us know, where does the 08 come from? Is it born 08? Because let's see. 08. Oh, you say graduated. Okay. I was about to say, there is this new generation, man. Oh, wait, what would that put you at? So you'd be 2, and then another 10, and then another 4. That's 16. I had a part-time job when I was 16. You know what I'm saying? I was gifting Twitch subs at 16 years old. But graduated in 08. I like it. No, first event was MLG 2008. Damn, that's some. What was your first event, Louis?
MLG Orlando.
2000.
Shout out. It was 2010, I believe. Is it 10 or 11? Yeah, but I believe it was 10. MLG Orlando, man. The days of Hot Pockets and Dr. Pepper.
Mine was MLG Vegas 2016. That was the first LAN I went to. And then the first LAN I traveled to that wasn't in my home city. HCS, or I should MLG, HCS Vegas, but HCS DreamHack Denver 2017. Shout out. Fantastic event. Loved it. Spartan got second. That's what I remember from it.
Well, I've got some news here, Tools. We have made it into Passion United versus. I'm drawing a blank here. I'm trying to find on the bracket here. Versus Sober. They're in game 2, Tools.
Oh, they're in game 2. All right, well, we're gonna be throwing it right back to our casters soon. Then maybe we can get game 4 out of these folks.
We will see. We're gonna leave our main observer in the lobby with Native Gaming, so we're sure not to miss this potential matchup out of Native Gaming. But nevertheless, we do have a game number 2 out of these two teams. Unfortunately, I cannot say who won game 1. We got into the lobby after game 1, so we could be flying a little blind here for now.
Yeah, I'll work on getting that info, while we get ourselves ready.
All right. Well, Mac and Eli, we got some bonus coverage for you guys. I'm gonna put your mics in right now, and I'm gonna get to observing.
All right, who doesn't love a little bit of bonus Halo? Here we go. Some more round 2 coverage here. LVT Halo bringing you guys all the way through the road to London. This is HCS Open Series number 3. One final chance to earn a little bit more points, a few more points for the major qualifier the next week, and I'm sure that this one's going to get reset, I would imagine. That did look like an opening strat. There we go. There's the player that drops, and I'm a big fan of all of these players. This is a really another intriguing round 2 matchup. Big fan of all these players. Eli, what do you know about some of these guys and any scouting reports? I know Maddie, a top free-for-all player, but we are actually going to throw it back to the desk, guys, as we wait to see if we can get you guys into that bonus coverage. Let's send it back to Tools and Louie with more from the broadcast desk.
We're back, Tools. Shocker. No. It happened.
I've done my sleuthing, by the way.
But we'll wait to get back into that. Did you have any luck finding?
Yeah,
a score?
I've done my sleuthing. Forbidden Flag, game 1, 3-2. Passion United, I believe. I'm trying to pull up the in-game report so I make sure I have that right. Yeah, Passion United won game number 1, 3-2, which is, I think, in my opinion, a little bit of an upset.
Why is that?
Oh my God, Music Vino 08 just gave me another 5 gifts to subs, by the way.
Yo, let's go.
I don't want to overlook. Yeah, and Enoch, how do you say that word, bro? ENOCH.
Enoch?
Enoch?
I have no idea.
Enoch? Or is it Enoch, bro? He did a prime sub. Shout out.
Let's go. Yo, we got PD in the chat and Freezy. But PD,
Enoch.
Yeah, the passion at an all-time high, ain't it?
Yeah, right. There's so much passion here today in the chat. Opna Fox or Opna Fox. Don't know if I want to say that on stream. Game 1 as well. Shout out. Hey, I want to see in chat. I saw some people putting it, but chat, what was your first MLG HCS Halo event that you went to? I want to see all these locations. And if you haven't gone, maybe think about going to Orlando as your first Halo event, just coming up around the corner.
Just reminds me of being in Orlando, dude. It's the event I went in 2010, man. It was at the All-Star Sports Resort, like in Disneyland, I think, or Disney World, whichever one is out there in Florida. And dude, it was a lot of fun. It was really cool. Obviously, MLG events back in the day were just kind of a different vibe from like HCS. There were a lot of people. There was a lot of interest in Halo back then. You know what I'm saying?
Eli said Atlanta 2005. I would have been 8 years old.
Damn, bro.
Seen a lot of 2007s.
How old is Eli?
Utashi said playoffs 2006 New York.
Dang.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Well, we're waiting to see if this match is going to come to fruition.
Yeah, we don't want to know another false start situation.
Yo, what do you think about that start? I've never seen that start from this POV, like the bottom mid round.
Yeah, he's quick with it. In fact, he's fast. And it looks like this one is for sure on its way. So, let's listen to a couple old heads, some people that have been in the scene, some creaking knees and backs that break from their matchmaking carries. Eli Mikowski, take it away.
Going on, everybody? Old Man Mikowski back on the mic with my duo, Old Man Eli Kruvu, with a fresh shot there with the snipe. Difficult angle despite having the high ground. Lands it nonetheless. The headshot. Kruvu does get traded out though, and Bigabaloo subbing in for Passion United. This is one of the military's finest players, actually winning the Armed Forces Championship. I had a chance to cast that at the Complexity headquarters with Hunter JJX. Great time as well. I don't know if Justin's in the chat. Love you, bud. But Bigabaloo really caught my eye, Eli, and I know you've been coaching him up a little bit too.
Yeah, first of all, why everybody just attacking me? I mean, yeah, I'm old, but like, come on, man. Like, do we just got to bring it up every 3 seconds? Like, anyways, yes, Bigabaloo, one of my good friends now. We did meet at the Armed Forces Championship, had a heart-to-heart over a couple of brews after they won that tournament, and I just told him, man, he's got a lot of talent. He needs to work his way up the ladder. I think this is pretty cool for him to play with Passion United. He is their sub right now. Their normal player Scuds is at a wedding, so he's getting to fill in. And also shout out to Pure Delight, the brains behind the Passion United operation here. Absolutely electric human being and commentator as well. And yeah, he could not be more excited to see what this team does. Turns out Passion United won game 1 against Team Sober, which, you know, a lot would consider an upset. We've got Nemesis previously on Cloud9. You got Kruvu, Avusi, and Facti JV. I mean, these are players that have proven themselves already, and I feel like Passion United may be considered a tier under them, but there's so much talent on this roster. I could absolutely see them pulling the upset.
Yeah, an interesting mix of players. You got that former Lies roster, I believe, and Facti and Avuchi and Kruvu, from what I recall, are a duo that have been teaming together throughout Halo Infinite. And then Nemesis, Season 1, 5th, 6th, I believe, with Collect, with that Oxygen roster at the Halo World Championship. So probably have a little bit of an edge to this Team Sober, but for now, it's Passion United with a 4-kill lead. Hopping on board here with the military's finest, Bigabaloo, one of the best players in the Army. He pushes on through with that commando. Ooh, is that a new skin? Oh my god, I have not seen that in the shop. That looks spicy. I'm liking it, and liking the shots as well. Some covering fire ultimately for him, as he's not able to earn an assist or a slay. Now pushing on through to the cuts. More of that, but no hits as he continues on through. What can Bigabaloo do with this command? I'm just like enamored with this skin. I've never seen this before. And it's not only the skin, but it's the model as well. Bigabaloo looking good and playing pretty good too. 24-18 is Passion United as a 6-kill lead.
I love how he's just using this as his primary weapon right now. He says, I don't care about the bandit. I'm just gonna get some shots in with the commando. I feel like a lot of players are maybe underusing it, and he's showing why. Gets a double kill, and he's been on fire. Maddie, though, 10-6, by the way. He's big reason why there's an 8-kill lead, and Team Sober, Nemesis decides to just chuck the snipe off the map. And I feel like at this point in the game, that might even be like a confidence builder for Passion United. Like, wow, he's afraid that we're going to rip his head off with the sniper. He's already thrown it off the map. At the same time, though, on the side of Nemesis, that's just a generally smart play. You know, deny resources to your opposition, and they're going to have less ways to kill you.
This is impressive, and I love seeing Maddie. I have a chance to talk to him pretty often at events. Such a great guy. So many great guys and gals in the Halo community. Maddie's one of them. But I love, Eli, seeing this free-for-all proficiency, that slaying prowess, translate here into 4v4s. Look at this, sliding into cover, playing it perfectly, and he lands this sticky trade. And in a moment where you're up by 11, now 8, as Sober do find a couple of kills in a row, that is huge. Once you get into the 30s with the lead, trading out becomes a part of that win condition, and what a way for Maddie to earn it. Wow.
Very impressive. Passion United are filled with passion right now. You can tell the energy is flowing. Bigabaloo with the reach out there is going to keep this player one shot, but not going to be able to take him down. That's actually a child that I don't mind, because maybe he's aware that he doesn't have teammates nearby to help him. He's probably going to die no matter what. At least give yourself a chance to finish that kill. So I do like that play from Bigabaloo. This new camo, though, coming up, it's going to be important for both teams, as this lead is now not as great as it was before. Now just 6 kills, but if Passion United can continue to trade out throughout the game, should be able to close out the victory.
32-35 now, 37, excuse me. It's a 5-kill lead for Passion United, and previously they had just gone 3 down, so I'm a little surprised to not see Sober really try to pounce on those respawns and get that snowball once again rolling down the hill, building on the momentum that they've seemingly just earned here in recent moments. But for now, Maddie probably has something to say about it. 15 slays in the lobby, responsible for nearly half of the kills, right at about half, as he's having himself a game, having himself another slay on Nemesis, has a player chasing behind him, goes in for the melee, and that's going to be huge. Damage there that could get cleaned up on. Facty's also low. Good plays, though, from Facty and his teammate. That is huge. They both stay alive, both regroup, and they're regaining. 37-39. This match is now extremely close. Facty stays alive with the use of the QT. The push coming through on Garage Door, but that could be bait.
All of Passion United kind of trapped in Garage, and Sober have both the QT and the sniper rifle, so you know they're going to be watching it. Or actually, no, maybe Big was able to somehow snag that sniper. I think I just saw a sniper rifle shot come out from him. Yes, he does have it. Lands the body. That's going to force the teleport from Facty. He's going to actually go right back in. Gets the slay on Big, but the team is right there to trade it out. And this has just gone back and forth. They do ultimately win the situation for a 3-2 trade. That means they still have the sniper rifle. Now they're going to push up on the map and try to beat Sober to the 50-yard line.
Now, this was trending towards Resident Sleeper, now looking like a brawl fest. 38-42. It's close. Heading into the end game, and we're hopping on board here with the top performer in this lobby so far, Maddie, at 17-12, but he's going to add another one to the death column, 40-43. Sober have been able to keep it close. It feels like they have the momentum, but can they regain the lead? And again, Eli, Passion United at the 30-kill mark had that massive lead. They found a few trades. They manufactured a few trades. That's why they're still in the lead, but it's dwindling. 43-45, 2 kills.
They've been able to hold on to it every step of the way, though. It's been a 2-kill lead roughly for the past 6 or 7 kills in the score line. This next camo going to be very important, but it might just be bait, as Kruvu is going to be watching it with the snipe. But no, a member of Passion United able to sneakily grab it somehow, despite being stared at. It's Bigabaloo. He does ultimately get taken down, but at least denied that resource to the opposition. And now Sober have taken the lead by 1 kill. This next fight going to be so important, but Kruvu predicts the spawn, snipes Atticus off of his spawn point, and now he's going to look to push up and maybe close out the match.
Oh, Sober previously down by multiple possessions, and they win by a full team wipe. Unbelievable, the momentum that they were able to earn, and it was really done on the backs of everybody. Everybody had a good game there. You saw Kruvu, though, really shut things down with that spawn snipe. That's where it felt like Maddie was going to have a chance to potentially push out, regain control of the map, try to regain that lead that they had seemingly in hand all throughout, but it was not instead meant to be. Sober take it. We got a tied series, 1-1.
Wow, what an impressive regain from Sober. And if Passion United have anything to say about it, they did not like the way the end of that game went down. I would hope that they're able to have maybe a conversation about playing their process. You know, don't let that shake you. I mean, things can happen in Slayer. They can get out of hand one way or the other, but you know, now that ties up the series. It's 1-1, and I think these two teams are extremely closely matched together. It's very hard to predict how this one's going to end up.
I got to go with Nemesis there. I know he's at the bottom of your leaderboard, but you can't look at stats and just determine the end result, right? Nemesis, the veteran on this squad. Nemesis, the 5th, 6th finish at the Halo World Championship. Eli, I got to imagine that's a big reason why they were able to stay so icy and keep their head in it. When you have that level of experience, it's online HCS Open Day 3, right? It's played on C, right? That doesn't even... It's nothing to Nemesis. So I think Nemesis, despite again being at the bottom of their leaderboard there, don't let that fool you. I think he's one of the top performers on that squad and really anchors with that veteran leadership. Guys, this is bonus coverage of your HCS Open Series number 3. We have our main lobby forming there. You can see in the top left, Native Gaming going to have a 3rd opportunity to go head-to-head with Collect. We were talking a lot, Eli, about the rivalries that could form from this roster mania that occurred after HCS Arlington, and I think we got one here, as it seems like these guys cannot avoid each other in the bracket.
You're exactly right. I mean, this is the 3rd time in a row they've faced off in the winners bracket. I think every time winners round 3, so Native won the first time, Still Deciding won the second time. This is now kind of like the best of 3 series tiebreaker. And the last one was a reverse sweep in favor of Still Deciding. So lots of lore already being developed between these two teams. Certainly a rivalry in the making. I do want to keep my eyes on this other series, though. It looks like we will stay in that server and maybe keep eyes on it. Man, I'm just a big fan of Bigabaloo. I think this guy has a bright future in the HCS, as do many of the other members of this lobby, but I feel like not many people know about Bigabaloo just yet. He's also streaming, building his stream all the time while working full-time for the Army. So thank you for your service, Big, and can't wait to play some more matchmaking.
Yeah, big ups to Big, and big respect as well to himself and all the armed men and women, or armed forces men and women, who protect our country here on the NA side of things with your NA Regional Open Series number 3. And you're right, Eli. I remember showing up to the Complexity headquarters in Frisco at the time. I think they're still there. And I talked to Ashes, and I was like, all right, so talk to me through the level of play. Where should I expect this to be, or where should I expect this to go? And he said, dude, we got some of the best players in the world. And I was like, really? I mean, I expected there to be extremely talented players, but top 100, top 200 players? Yes, Bigabaloo is there. Bigabaloo is consistently in the top 200.
I think he's top 50 right now.
That was then. Yes, exactly. That was then. Now he's climbed from top 200 to top 50. So incredible to see that. Not only does this guy have a big boy job, but he's a big boy Halo player as well. So again, big ups to Bigabaloo and all the incredible folks that we met at the Armed Forces National Championship. That was such a treat to cast and be a part of. Just the camaraderie, the level of community. It was like a microcosm of what I expect and know of from the Halo community. And it was just so cool to see. Met so many great people, and Bigabaloo was one of them. And what a treat we get to watch his POV here firsthand.
Absolutely. We're going to start off with Bigabaloo here on Solitude King. He's going to go straight for the shock rifle, because if he can get his hands on it, can absolutely put it to work. He's going to be the only player on his team that goes that direction, though. He gets shut down, but hopefully that means the rest of his squad maybe we're able to secure camo. No, the opening strat from Sober, maybe Team Forsaken, question mark, Freezy in chat, question mark. Maybe they had a very strong opening strat. They were able to secure both the shock rifle and the camo.
Atticus pushing on through on the cafe, but he goes down quickly after Factory with a nice win, especially at low shields, to hold the line and hold this high ground now. It's especially important with that hill bottom mid. Maddie drops down to low shields, but Atticus off the respawn comes for revenge, gets it, and makes things a little bit more mixy off the start. The scoreboard reflects that. Neither team really able to find much separation. Oh, but Avuchi's gonna find just that. That should get Sober a stretch of hill time here as Passion United coming off the spawn, and Sober expects all of it. This is looking like a good bit of hill time for them.
So far, map control firmly on the favor of Sober. Avuchi looking very strong the way he's holding down this snipe side of the map. Loses 2 of his teammates, though. So like the plays from Passion United, they're able to just kind of break through the center of the map and the outside at the same time. And that is a great team play from Passion United. Ultimately, they do go 3 dead. Bigabaloo, the last player alive. And he's going to find a sneaky spot right here by the soda machine. So smart. He doesn't have help just yet. Here's the call out, gets that kill, and so smart. If he was just to push out and maybe try to force a kill in that situation, he would almost certainly die. But because he stayed alive, he's still causing so much mayhem at the bottom of the map, not finding anyone looking at him. And I mean, I was quoted as saying, this guy reminds me of Snipe Down. I know that's a crazy name to throw around, but his shot is very smooth, and he knows how to shoot players that aren't looking at him. Snipe Down, known to be the guy that said he's the best player in the world at shooting players not looking at him, and I feel like that's the kind of positioning that Big finds himself.
It's early, but we're witnessing some icy gameplay here from Bigabaloo, and that really points to his decision-making prowess. Oh my God, how does he sneak in a headshot while clambering? I mean, that was unbelievable. He had only one hand on the bandit, shooting his shot. My God, that was incredible. But you're right, Eli. As the last member alive, maybe a lesser experienced player. I got to rush into the hill. No, you do not. Hold the line. Stay alive. And then when you get that call for a one-shot, peek out and get it, as he does just that previously. And that is why Ashy United take a 1-0 lead, but Sober do a great job to earn early rotation on the next hill and wipe all 4 for Passion United. So these guys could reach the 50% mark before Passion United are even able to break through. But there's Palfius with an opportunity. But no, this will absolutely, I would imagine, get to 50% because of this stronghold from Sober. Let's see what they do with it.
This is certainly the easiest hill in this game type to lock down. It's just in this small room. There's a lot of ways into this room, though, and if Passion United can find their way through a few at the same time, that's exactly the recipe for success. Maddie somehow finds a way to get 2, I think, on the other side. And the rest of Passion United swinging in through the tram side is massive. That should secure them some better spawns for the rest of this hill. And look at this, Pig's positioning, just finding exactly what routes Sober wants to take to get into the hill. Gets 2 assists. Maybe recognizes that Maddie might need some more help, but does he? He's got the triple. Almost the overkill, gets naded out. I think that player didn't want to end up in the highlight reel, but either way, good job shutting him down, and good job by the rest of Passion United to show up. Now it's them that have the setup.
Stills back and forth. Sober were able to gain the first 60%. Ashy United get 60% of their own, and then Sober here recently were able to earn another 20% to get to about 80. But as I say that, Passion United are finding their 20% to tie things up here. Now gaining the lead on hill number 2. Palfius could potentially earn the slays to stop it, but no! Rigo down. Palfius, the last player alive. Here's a moment where you probably feel like you have to fly into the hill, but that's not going to work out. You don't have the numbers advantage. This is a GG's go next scenario, and I'm curious to see if Passion United have the hold on it. Yes, they do. So despite Palfius being a little bit forced there to overextend, Passion United do a good job to regain off spawn and gain the next rotation.
That was such a hotly contested hill, and looks like the other lobby is forming here, so still gonna hang out here with Passion United for now. And this hill, I do think you want some presence on that snipe side. So yes, Palfius kind of felt the need to push in there, maybe create some hero play to stop it. Ultimately, though, it was all for naught. And you got to think, you know, maybe if he doesn't make that play, Passion United have a bit firmer control of that snipe side, and maybe firmer control of the next hill. So maybe a bit of a learning lesson for them. But for now, both teams just kind of fighting for map control. This rotation from Nemesis went all the way around the map. It's the new thrust pack, and he's now found a way to fight in. Bigabaloo gets shut down by 2 players, and neither team really setting foot in this hill for any time at all. I like to see this, though. The team that wins the map control should be able to get this hill.
Yeah, really interesting to just break down in real time the dichotomy of that last Spartan standing strategy, right? Do you push through and quote unquote overextend, or do you hold the line? I'd say more often than not, holding the line 90% of the time is going to be the play to make. Because of that, previously Passion United scored the 1-0 lead, and the opposite happened. Now as we're tied 1-1, and here we go. We're going to keep eyes on that match, guys. We're going to go HCS red zone. Eli and I will make sure, alongside Louie and Garrett, make sure you guys don't miss a minute of the action. We'll keep you guys posted on that. But for now, it's Collect taking on his former squad. Game 1, Oddball, a potential barn burner here to start. Collect with the shot.
Collect with the shock is not what I want to hear if I'm on the other team. This guy does not miss shots very frequently. Already putting it to work against some of his former teammates here. Does finally get shut down, and I think that was the plan of Native. They know how damaging he can be with it. I mean, most of these guys have teamed with him in the past, so no surprise that they shut him down. And that ball starts to get rotated. It's Diagram now with the shock, though, and he's already putting it to work as well.
The triplets with what looked like could have been a triple kill, but there's no faces to take. So instead, Diagram stops looking around and starts pushing on through, applying immediate pressure to the back of Blue. APG, I would imagine, is very weak. Now goes down. Diagram playing a flawless rendition of Halo right here as he earns 2 with the shock. Works his way towards Blue, potentially break through and stop this Oddball control. Gilkey with a little bit of a rotation, but with no numbers and no support, it looks like the Oddball is going to switch in favor of Still Deciding as they now rotate it. Or actually, they have an option now. They're at the fulcrum, so they have the option now to rotate it back to gold or back to blue. The spawns are going to determine this. The next slay going to determine this, and Diagram probably just said, come on through with that snipe on McWin as we should see the oddball work its way to C. It does. APG gets his face taken again, and if it weren't clear, blue is the place to be because Diagram is popping off.
Diagram picked up that shock with 4 bursts left in it. Guess what? He got 4 perfects with it. I mean, this guy is, when he is on fire, absolutely unbelievable with the precision weapons, just like his triplet brother Suppressed, who we've been seeing making waves on that Shopify roster. I mean, there's just something in those genes, man. I gotta know, like, can I talk to their parent? Like, what did their mom eat during the pregnancy? Because whatever it is, produce some phenomenal pro gamers.
Unbelievable gameplay on display here as APG makes a nice play with that grapple to get up to bat ledge and grab that oddball, but now it's for Diagram instead as APG goes down shortly after. Diagram stays alive, and you can see Gilkey wanted that melee and doesn't have one left. And I guess that's would almost say a cause and effect of APG with good utilization of the grapple. Because of it, Diagram doesn't have that one left in the back pocket to pull the oddball up. Instead, sets his sights towards the backside of gold, goes down. Another potential brouhaha here between King Nick and the opposition. McWen, as he goes down, doesn't actually get any melees off. Smart for King Nick to play his range there to avoid a trade out, but he ultimately trades out nonetheless. Back and forth we go. 7 players, it looked like 6 players in the lobby dead in that moment. So, and still there's still 4 2v2. So back and forth we go. Now is not the time to grab the oddball. You still need a couple more slays. There's the one you needed, and even with that, it may not be enough for Barcode to sneak into gold. This one is back and forth. 40 to a rolling 25 as Native Gaming get back in the mix.
I think they played this game type before and it went to round 3, and it's very similar gameplay as well, where it's just slays trading out across the board, super tight every single round. Finally, strong looking hold. I like McWin's positioning there. He was trying to just gather intel from a high position of the map and also cut off a few of the options that Still Deciding had to rotate. Barcode gonna do the jumping tactic that Rami is aware of. Kind of a little cheesy strat to milk a few extra seconds before you fall into the drink, but I mean, Rami does a good job to not let that become any greater of an advantage. I mean, I think he predicted, he knows that Barcode's capable of that and just immediately goes out to shut it down.
King Nick with the camo, and he's got the back of Gwen as he goes down. Plasma pistol does take King Nick's shields down, so a potential aggressive push here is thwarted. King Nick is going to have a much more difficult time to be efficient with that camo, so it just goes to show sometimes even in death you can make a good play, but King Nick re-shields, repositions, and with the use of that grapple hook, that's been a high priority here in this match. 1v1 against APG, and after a couple of missed shots from both players, they both trade out. 42 and roll into 54. Eli, nobody has been able to break through. Nobody's been able to gain a decisive lead. As we could see another lead change here as the shot changes hands. It's back into the hands of Collect, and it's a fresh one. Plenty of opportunity to work with here. And he starts off hot with the body shot onto APG, pushing on through, and this could set up a lockdown hold, but 2 of his players go down, but Collect finds another slay. McWin down to low HP, I would imagine, at the low ground. Bottom elevator, and yes, he gets cleaned up. Nice positioning there from Collect to maintain his life, maintain control of the shock, and not going to pick it up for now. Instead, sensing this respawn close over by the gold frags, but he could hold the door here. He could hold the line. The respect factor for Collect might just make APG and the rest of the crew push on through a different location, but APG does, in fact, press from the frags and gets the slay on Collect. Massive, but all the while, Still Deciding with that possession of the shock are able to go up by 20, excuse me.
Not only that, they rotated it to C, which gives them the opportunity for this play ball as well. So great plays from Still Deciding. If you'll notice their positioning when Collect grabbed that shock, he had King Nick holding down top gold, had a teammate holding down Whirlpool. It's like having 2 bodyguards on your left and right. They know how powerful Collect is with the snipe, so doing everything in their power to keep him alive and just let him go to work without any pressure. And that's why they were able to secure so much extra time, keeping their sniper player alive and just letting him rack up kills means easy ball time.
Collect looked like he was a little in between utilities there. Had the plasma pistol out, but a weak opponent in front of him meant a do I want to use the PMR here? It looked like he was a little in between because of that discrepancy. Wasn't able to earn the slay, but it doesn't look to be hurting their squad and their chances to gain more scoring. As still deciding, and look at this. I love to see all 4 go down in the reset time because this is going to get them a spawn on the flip side close enough to potentially contest it. But Gilkey, the veteran, with the heads-up play. Again, the grapple hook. Man, the grapple hook really feels... It's like the one match where the shock might not be the most important factor. It's been the grapple for me, Eli.
Yeah, these top teams are really finding ways to get value out of that grapple hook, whether it's to grab the ball more safely. I mean, there's so many situations that ball is in a precarious spot, or even just grab the shock rifle. As Collect has the new one again. This man is definitely timing this weapon because he has been on its spawn point within 10 seconds of it coming on the pad multiple times this game. And I mean, can you blame the guy? It's been a huge reason for their success. And look at this. He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to deny this access right here, right now. And here's another grapple from Barcode. Actually grapples Collect physically. And he's going to, I guess, just kind of buy time. But Collect with a quick shot finally gets taken out by the grenade. And with that, Native Gaming have taken the lead.
He's biding his time, but there's not much left in regulation. 22 seconds left, and with every second that Oddball's on the ground, the second tick away, 79-83. And here's where you could play for time and to just hold the line. If you're Native Gaming up by 4 seconds, only 12 left. Collect goes down, so too does Rami. It's a numbers advantage here for Native Gaming, but still deciding have the Oddball. Still deciding have the lead now, and now they could drop the Oddball and milk the clock and just jump it off into the drink, and that could spell trouble. That could spell game over or round over here to start. Eli, it feels like we played a full game. There's been so much action, and that is exactly the strat. Drop it off into the drink. Take round 1, does still deciding. What an electric start to this series. Like I said previously, it feels like we just witnessed the whole game.
Insane stuff out of both teams. I mean, it's at this point it's expected, right? They went to game 5 last week. Every Oddball they've played, I think, has gone to round 3. We've seen 3-2 flags. These teams are so closely matched together. It's just going to come down to who ices up in those final moments, and there it was still deciding. You saw the defensive effort from King Nick just bodyguarding that Oddball player. Rami able to chuck it off the map as the timer dwindled down, and both teams playing with some passion today.
Man, what an electric start to this series. Do we not have a rivalry here forming? My goodness. Rami, cross-map shots with use of that battle rifle. They stay alive here. Drops down to 1 HP in the bottom of Mangler Pit. Wow, earns a delayed assist there. That's huge, especially in an Oddball where timing is everything. Now it looks like Rami gonna deflect back to C, play that, I'd say, preferred spot where if the opposition does get a chance to break through and push through, you can easily reset things. For now, enough damage comes through to hold the line. Rami probably feeling like, now, do I want to drop it now? Yes. The communication comes through. They tell him to drop it now, and perfectly played there from still deciding. You don't get much milk with 11 seconds, but with how close this one's been contested, 5 to 10 seconds of milk is the new 30 seconds.
I gotta agree with you. Every single second matters when teams are this close. I mean, we broke down that series, Foe versus Proton, where 2 seconds was the difference between them finishing top 12 and ultimately getting top 6. I mean, literally 2 seconds has changed the fate of so many players in the HCS. Some of these teams wouldn't even exist if it weren't for those 2 seconds, because a different team would have had the seed. I mean, you could make a whole video about the butterfly effect that 1 or 2 seconds of oddball time has. And right now, Native look to take the early lead here in round 2.
Collect. Nice shots there through the gold hall.
Enemy has the ball.
But he's got to break through. It's Native Gaming, despite not having the numbers advantage. It's a well-timed rotation here from Barcode. And talk about manufacturing some points. Unbelievable job there from Native Gaming to still have control of the ball. Now recognizing that they need to rotate. 2 red X's, though, on the left side of gold means they might just get to the A elevator with a hell of a lot of control. Unbelievable heads-up decision-making from Native Gaming. The positioning, the rotation, that's how you manufacture and milk a couple more seconds of time. But Diagram has the shock back in his hand, has something else to say about it. And if he can manufacture a couple slays here for himself with the use of the kit, ammo, and shock, we could see Native still deciding to get back into it. But Eli, this 47-11 lead was done when Native Gaming didn't have numbers. How impressive was that?
Just veteran awareness of rotation. Slays don't matter if that oddball player just scurries away and continues to hold it every single time. I mean, The name of the game is just holding off the pressure for long enough. And sometimes that doesn't lead to a kill. If you just get a guy one shot 10 times in a row, and all 10 times he backs up and waits 6 seconds for his shields to come back, he's off the map for a whole minute. So it's very impressive stuff. They understand the name of the game is not to get the slays, it's to get that oddball time. And as long as you make some smart rotations, you can rack it up.
Woo! Diagram misses the final shot, but makes sure that he earns the slay. Nonetheless, does not trade out, and now still deciding, have the intel on when respawn will occur for that shock rifle. It's been an extremely important weapon to hold on the map. Diagram, though, doing just fine with the bandit DMR. Nice shots. Felt like a perfect 5. Was 6 instead. As he, again, how often have we seen Diagram create space for still deciding to rotate that oddball to the back of C? Here we see it once again.
It's either Diagram or King Nick, and oh my god. I guess that melee doesn't work there. A little confusing, but it doesn't matter. Able to get that ball off the map at least. Collect trying to fight for his life. Always such a difficult kill. This guy's got all the movement mechanics you could possibly imagine in the toolkit. But good job from Native here. Just prioritizing the camo. The whole map reset, but as they prioritize the camo, still deciding prioritize the ball, and they have nearly tied it up. They're going to play the ball out, try to win this fight. And shutting down APG with camo is massive. Barcode last member alive for Native, and it looks like still deciding look to steal the lead.
Fantastic communication there from the still deciding roster. APG was able to take down Rami, who looked like he might have even had the camo, but once Rami went down, he communicated to his squad. APG's got the camo, and he's pushing up towards pillars, so that's why you started to see the chase grenades go through. King Nick pushing through, and oh, that's a grenade you probably don't want to land on your teammate. Enough damage goes through to take down both, and that could swing the tides back in favor of Native Gaming. Eli, this feels like a match where an unforced error, an inch out of line could make the difference. 53-47, 2 minutes left in regulation.
Seems like every single time I look up at the top of the screen, it's even slays for both teams. It's 2 dead on either side or 3 dead on either side. Gilkey right now gonna be the one to win the engagement that matters, which is the very last slay, but he's still not comfortable enough to hold the oddball. He's got to try to run it away. Doesn't get any time, and this battle is ongoing. This is an all-out war right now. Both teams trading out kills. Finally, Rami, is he the last player alive? I think for now he is. He sees a teammate in the blue pipes. That's King Nick. Says, hey, Nick, I'm taking this to C. Why don't you watch my back?
Rami quickly clearing the A elevator there was so crucial. Getting to the back at C, that forced those gold Dorito spawns for the opposition, and that's going to give this still deciding team enough time and space to gain a 20-second lead because of it. King Nick with a sticky trade through the shroud screen. There's no love being had in that thing as 2 go down. Rami still staying alive. Oh, does not trade out with Barcode. I thought for sure Barcode would have snuck an undercut into the tummy, take down Rami or the trade, but no, Rami in a few sequences here has kept himself alive, has stayed alive where it looks like he's going to go down or he looks like he's going to trade out. Now Rami previously went down to APG when he tried to earn camo. Now it's in the hands of still deciding, and with a 20-second lead, Eli, only 1 minute left in regulation. This could be the closing round of what's been an incredible game 1.
A minute left, and you already know it's going to be hotly contested. 2 go down for still deciding, but Rami neutralizes the situation, gets himself a double kill, which means he can just comfortably grab this camo, keep these players away from the oddball. But if you're on the side of Native Gaming, you've really got to make something happen here. Love to see this aggression from Gilkey. Uses the late jump, cancel, clamber into late jump. I don't even know what his Spartan just did. It was all over the place, and that is a difficult target to hit.
Huge.
But 4 go dead for still deciding. Gilkey's got the shock rifle, and Native could potentially hold on to this to regain the lead.
It's deja vu. You like less than 30 seconds left in regulation, and these 2 teams are only separated by 10 seconds. This hold from APG could be the difference maker now. And Gilkey, the difference maker with the shot, takes down 2, make it 3. Yes, with the assist. Unbelievable plays from Gilkey. A snipe here would shut the door. King Nick, as the last player alive, has a chance to be a hero, but he goes down to the oddball. Oddball goes down 2, 3 down for Native Gaming. Now still deciding, have a chance to sprint to it. 15 seconds left. 6 kills, 6 seconds, separating these 2 teams. It's erratic, it's chaotic. Barcode with the slay and the assist, but ball goes back into favor of Native Gaming, and they might just regain the lead with 9 seconds left.
That was so smart by Barcode. He knew the rest of the team was coming, so he just had to do as much damage as possible so that when they arrive, they can shut the door. They do take the lead. They're going to drop the ball in the bottom of the elevator, and they keep themselves alive. And are you even surprised at this point? We're going to a round 3. Look at this play from Gilkey. This was after using the late jump tech to win his 1v1. Knows these players are coming through. Gets multiple shock effects. Those players took so much damage from the chain reaction of the shock rifle, and that ultimately opened the door for Native Gaming to win that one.
This is Halo. Are you not entertained? King Nick starting off hot with a double kill. Oof, I gotta take a quick breath, Eli, but we're not gonna get a chance to. The action continues on here. This has got to be one of the greatest games of Oddball we've ever seen online. I mean, we're not even into a full game yet. We're just starting off round 3, a 1-0 lead for Still Deciding. And Eli, I say that like it matters. It does. That's how close this has
Enemy
been.
has the ball.
I think
Dropped.
between rounds 1 and 2, they were actually tied in seconds, because was it not a 2-second win for Still Deciding and then a 2-second win for Native? So they're literally tied up not only in rounds but also in total
Enemy has the
seconds.
ball.
This third round going to be the difference maker, but you cannot predict it either way. All these players are playing so good right now. It's going to come down to who ices up and wins the oddball in the times that matter.
This is just game 1, Eli. We're guaranteed so much more Halo from this series. And these two teams that I'm going to say it, yes, forming a rivalry before our very eyes. What an exciting narrative this is building up to be. As Native Gaming build a 17-8 lead here off the start. APG, though, the last player alive, and he's nowhere in contention to potentially break through. Instead, he's going to earn those blue spawns and going to have to go next. Do Native Gaming is Still Deciding are going to be the ones to regain the lead after that nice team wipe.
Still Deciding, looking good here. Native got to find a way through. If APG dies right here, it's actually very bad for his squad. So I like his decision to back up, gets his shields back. He's going to re-engage. Try to apply some pressure to make some openings on the other side. Yes, Barcode is over here at the tower side. APG and Barcode most certainly talking closely together through their process. APG then rotates over here. Kind of a masterclass in staying alive, but as I say that, he takes a grenade to the face, still was able to secure enough time and space for Mikwin to grab the camo, but they don't get any value out of it. They go down 3. Diagram's going to be here to grab the ball before it resets. Now Native spawning at the seaside have to figure out a way to break through. Collect taking some early damage with the shock rifle. Actually just comes back up to peak to get a little bit more information and gets 2 body shots, but APG has been the kryptonite for Collect. Whenever Collect wants to pop off with that shock, it seems like APG is shutting him down every time.
Oh, and after losing camo, Eli, and a couple of lives, I thought Native Gaming were going to see this lead get a little out of control. All things considered, in this one, a 20-30 second lead feels like a lot, but instead they regroup and regain off the spawn. APG now with the shock at the back of gold. He's down to low HP. What's new? 2 dead. We're Still Deciding, and it looks like Native Gaming are gonna potentially transfer this lead. For now, they're gonna try to transfer the oddball from A to gold as they do break through. Yes, oddball being carried to the back of gold. It's gonna come down to rotations and resets here. 43 to 45. This one's still just as close as it's ever been.
APG having a heck of a game. 38 and 33 with 19 assists, most kills in the lobby. And he's been making plays that are absolutely making the difference for this squad. Doesn't hit these shots, but knows he's about to die. Gets a little bit of extra damage on these players to potentially open some time and space for his teammates. But all of a sudden, Still Deciding are the team that have a good-looking setup. But Native have proven that they really know how to break these setups effectively, and that's the sign of a good team.
Eli, we could watch an entire day's worth, no, an entire weekend tournament's worth of Halo, and we wouldn't witness as many lead changes as we have in this one game of Oddball. Still Deciding, now still the Oddball, now still the lead. And with 3 down for Native Gaming, 4 down! Diagram and the rest of Still Deciding could build on it here. What do they want to do with it? Diagram setting up here at the top of A, trying to earn intel here. You can see that with the pings. Do we hold at the lockdown location of A? Do we rotate? Or now you can even play the ball to mid with this type of 20-second lead. It's all in the favor of Diagram and Still Deciding here as they're going to start to make Native Gaming chase for the first time in this match with what looks like the best lead we've seen yet.
Such a smart time to rotate the ball, right? Native had already started to formulate how they were going to break into A, but as they make their way through gold, still deciding just rotate it to C. So now Native are kind of stuck in an awkward position. They've already, yeah, they earned space in A, but that's not where they need to be anymore. This rotation was so smart by still deciding it's earned them a significant lead. They have to play the ball, and Native have to play perfectly here. Looks like which team will spawn next to it. It's still deciding, could close out the round right here, right now, if they can get it into safety, but Native are not going to make it easy.
Gilkey, the last hope for Native Gaming, but he's got a double. Oh my God, a potential triple. The overkill. Collect has shots, and Native Gaming are gonna get the oddball away. What a huge play there from Gilkey, and now he's got the oddball in his hands. This one is unbelievable. We got to take a look at the timer at the end. I feel like this match has gone on for 25 plus minutes, and we might just have a few more.
It's absolutely unbelievable stuff. Seems like Native are not willing to back down. They want this win. APG is gonna somehow survive with a sliver of HP, but his teammates are spawning on the A side. You have to imagine he's gonna start rotating it there, still deciding are gonna push. They have some damage on the map, but they've got to kind of juggle their plan here. The new camo's coming up. They probably want to secure that as well, and they're gonna come and steal the oddball, and 2 seconds left. Will 3 go down again? It's 4 dead. What's happening, Hunter?
Native Gaming have life. Oh my God, what a match. Still deciding go 4 down, and Native Gaming might just go up in this series, down by 20 seconds, but with one strong hold, could come back, and that's not a chance to tie it at 99-100 the round. The game is over. One final stand, one final chance to push through, but still deciding, or dwindling in numbers, 2, now 3, all 4 go down, and Native Gaming look like they're gonna steal it in the end game. Unbelievable finish. Gilkey kept things alive, and rightfully so. He's the one to hold the oddball at the end. Yes! Native Gaming win it. One of the most unbelievable oddball matches we've ever seen, and it feels like that was the series finale, Eli, but it's just game 1. What the...
I don't even know what to say, man. This can we pull up that stat page, man? I gotta see how many seconds in total both teams had. It was ultimately, I was right, it was a 2-second difference for Native to pull it out with an insane comeback in the end.
24. Oh,
APG with massive numbers, 42 kills, 21 assists, but I mean, it's just huge numbers across the board. This is a 23.5-minute game. I mean, are you not entertained, Chet?
Eli, these guys just played Halo for 24 straight minutes. Everybody above 10k damage. Everybody have yourself a game here. We have never witnessed a stat sheet like this, and again, it's not just one thing to bring up the stats, but to apply context to it. This was one of the craziest, it felt like it, one of the craziest oddball games Halo Infinite ever. It absolutely was. Everybody got involved as an oddball carrier. Nobody with less than 30 seconds of ball time. I'd love to see that in my matchmaking lobbies, by the way. But this match was unbelievable. Everybody played their role. Everybody played their space. And at the end of the day, Native Gaming iced the F up at the end. This is one I will watch back on VOD after we finish today's tournament, because that was unfriggin' believable.
All right, Jeff. I mean, I gotta agree with you though. Like, it really was though. Like, you gotta think maybe in that last round we're still deciding. Were they desperating for the ball too much?
Yes,
I mean,
fumbles left and right with many players still alive for Native Gaming. Native Gaming was picking them out of the sky like they were birds at a pigeon clay shoot or something. I'm losing my mind, Eli. Continue on. Sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, it's just you got to secure those slays before you grab the oddball. I mean, sometimes you feel like, but it's just 2 seconds, Eli. I can just fly in and grab it. But 2 seconds is a long time to survive if you're playing with the 14,000 damage dealt and the 13,000 damage taken. So he not only dealt the most damage, but also took the most damage. This man is absolutely in the mix. You cannot tell him, hey, get involved in the fight. He's involved. I'll tell you that.
In the mix, and so are we as a whole community, man. I can feel the electricity brimming from the chat right now. This is wow. It's only round 3, Eli. This is unbelievable. It's not even day 2 of a 2-day tournament. I mean, we gotta reset things a little bit here and try to move things along at the appropriate pace. But you know what? These guys said, screw the pace car. We're pit maneuvering the pace car on the NASCAR track, if you will, and blowing by it. Wow, what a game one. That is one that will live on in memory forever. But here's where you got to have a short memory for both the winners and the losers. That match taking 24 minutes took a lot of energy, a lot of concentration from every single one of these players in the lobby. So what I'm looking for into game two is to see who has the best reset. And again, that stands for native gaming as well. You can't get too high off that emotional win, and you can't get too low off of that loss if you're still deciding. So for both of these two teams, I'm looking to see who has a short memory as we kick off Solitude Game 2 Slayer.
It has to be the best Halo you could possibly watch. Two teams almost tied in ability. They're tied in the series. They were tied in Oddball. There was a 2-second difference. There's no single player in the lobby that's playing bad. Everyone playing so well across the board. And this game type, though, it's really going to favor the team that gets an early lead. We could see another close one, but would not be surprised if the team that comes out to an early lead potentially starts to steamroll. That camo still in use by Mikwin. And I don't know if that shock rifle is picked up. I think Mikwin, instead of favoring dropping off of S4 to grab that shock, says, you know what, this positioning is too important. I can actually do more and get more value from my position than I could from dropping to low ground and grabbing that weapon.
What do you know? Game two has started off as game one left us 2 seconds in the totality of that match separating these two teams, and now just 2 kills off the start as we hop on board here with your Season 1 World Champ APG. Now on board here with Barcode, the new player, if you will, the rookiest of the 4 players on this native gaming roster. A lot of veterans, and a nice backsmack there goes through for Barcode. APG on the posters does go down, but Gilkey cleans up on King Nick, and that is going to be so huge with a 3-kill lead. I feel like you're already going to have to start talking about that discussion about playing for trades. And like you always talk about, Eli, if you're going to go down in a gunfight, make sure you draw out the opposition to where they can get cleaned up. That's exactly what we saw there from Gilkey. And Gilkey, man, can we hype up Gilkey? I feel like people don't view Gilkey the way I think he should be viewed, as one of the top players in HCS. And my God, he doesn't just do it online, he does it on LAN as well. And oh, what do you know? We're tied 11-all. This series is nuts.
Gotta agree, man. Gilkey is one of those guys that has only gotten better and better as time has gone on. I really feel like there aren't many players you could say that about, right? Like a lot of players have maybe like a bell curve arc, like they start to improve, then they have a peak of their career, and then maybe it drops off a little bit. But Gilkey, his line is just progressively going upwards. Like this guy is just getting better and better, more precise, more. He just understands the game at such a high level. He's had so much experience now. And I mean, this guy just rarely misses shots. He rarely missteps in situations, knows how to bring energy to his team as well. If you do any listening with this squad, he's also IGLing at the same time. So phenomenal player is Gilkey. No surprise that Native wanted to pick him up.
Yeah, who better to IGL on your squad than Gilkey, who, Eli, we were scrimming against back in like 2008 and 2009 when we were teaming. And you're right, that was the start of Gilkey's career, but the best is yet to come for this 10+ year Halo veteran. Love me some Gilkey. Gilkey finds 1, maybe 2, but oh my God, that looked like a epic explosion there. Doesn't need the slay, and now still deciding do 15-21. Again, only a 6-kill game, but it feels like a lot after that Oddball match that we just witnessed. And I love Gilkey here, holding the line. 21-15 lead, doesn't need to chase. The evade is there, so maybe still deciding spawn blue, see that and push for it. But Gilkey with the timing and probably some communication from his teammates realizes now his chance to grab the thrust and retain position of A with the high ground, but he now works his way towards LR. Diagram in the dip, might just dip back. Instead, it's Gilkey. Oh, and Diagram, that's a heady 1v1 there. Diagram predicting that Gilkey would dip on him and show his back. Diagram takes it, and now still deciding her back in the mix, only down 3.
Collect a little bit undisciplined with his movement there, maybe overextended past the point that he could potentially receive help. Also started reloading in a spot where he was likely to be in an engagement. You cannot mess up like that. I mean, when you're so close in teams, the team that makes the fewest mistakes is the team that wins. So little mistakes like that, you got to make sure you're not making. That is, as it is 25-26 in favor of Native so far, but this lead could easily disappear.
Now, that's my bad, chat. My reach kid was showing there. I said the evade. It's the thrust. You use the thrust to evade. You guys know what I'm talking about. 26-29 now is still deciding. It just previously went down in numbers, but wow, an unfortunate, fortunate S1 spawn for Collect. Yes, it's going to be fortunate for him as he finds two. Despite having the low ground, he's got still deciding back in this one. And how fitting, Eli, at the 30 kill mark. It's still just a 2-kill game. Back and forth we go, but it's Native Gaming with the edge.
One could end any which way. Huge shots out of Rami from the low ground. Shuts that player down. APG is going to shut him down, though. And 2 dead for still deciding means the lead has grown by 1. Now, I'm keeping my eye on that clock, though. At the 6-minute mark, a camo and a shock rifle will both be spawning. This game's going fast, but it'll still be going at the 6-minute mark. Whichever one of these teams is able to secure both could use it to pull away with the victory in the end game. I really do feel like that 6-minute mark is going to be the deciding factor.
APG looking to stay alive and earn some of that crucial top mid control you were referencing to, Eli, but Collect takes down his former teammate with the grenade. APG at one point was known for teaching Collect a thing or two, and maybe gets the better. What's the old saying? The student becomes the sensei, or at least kills him there. As Collect having himself a game, top fragging for this still deciding roster. It's Barcode on the other side, though, with 12 slays. 35-38 as the setup is on. Collect takes to the high ground to potentially gain eyes on that camo, or at the very least prevent Native Gaming from grabbing it. It looks like, though, on the other side, I do believe Native Gaming grabbed the shock. So do you even want to go for camo now, knowing that the shock can take your face? It looks like camo's off the stump, too. There's so much going on. So difficult to keep up with, but we're going to do our very best. Barcode has the shock, and it looks like, oh, Native Gaming have the camo as well, and with a 4-kill lead, this could be the finishing touch.
Giving the camo shock to this man. I don't know if he's aware his reload didn't work. Okay, there we go. It gets the other reload in. I think he canceled the animation on the first one, so good job keeping an eye on that camo counter. But look at the way Still Deciding are playing this. They know there is a lurking shock rifle Mikwin with camo, so the way they're playing are making it difficult for Mikwin to do anything. They shut him down. That shock trades hands. The rest of Native are going to be here to try to stop it. The chain reaction effect does heavy damage to both APG and Gilkey. They're going to have to back up. And I think that shock rifle is still on the ground here somewhere. Yes, Diagram going to be the one to pick it up. And if he can find some magic like he found on Recharge, and maybe there's only 1 shot left, but if he can get a headshot here, this could be how Still Deciding tie this one up.
So crucial. Keep it a 1-possession game heading into the 40s. You allow yourself in the end game to win it with 1 fell swoop. For now, Diagram looking to stay alive. Keep it close. 3-kill game. With every passing slay for Native Gaming, they could open up that multi-possession lead and all but secure it. Here we go, 47-42 would all but shut the door on a comeback. Still Deciding need this next slay. They get it, 43-46. It's still close.
Oh my goodness. You kind of feel like Diagram maybe could have got more value out of that situation if the rest of the team was prepared to capitalize on it. But wow, yeah, Native, I think, looked to shut the door here. They did such a good job of mitigating the damage when Mikwin died with that shock rifle. There were so many players ready to follow up, and Native looked to take a 2-0 lead, if not for an insane comeback in the end. No, it's not going to happen today. Huge for Native to go up 2-0, but if you'll recall correctly, they were also up 2-0 last week. And how'd that one end, Hunter?
Reverse sweep fashion, and I specifically remember Collect willing this Still Deciding roster in that game 3. I think he had double the amount of slays anybody else on the roster, and I remember at one point, I think it was a CTF where on Empyrean, I'd have to go back and look, but Collect, oh no, it was Forbidden. It was a Forbidden CTF game 3 where Collect was with the snipe on the snipe bridge, or even just top mid, would get a double kill, push into the base, full flag, get another double kill, and then run it back. I mean, that wasn't just one time that that memory of that happened in my mind. And my gosh, if Collect, it'd be a little bit more difficult here though on Argyle, right? With that elongated, almost like Narrows-esque setup here, where you've got a little bit more space. You got to carry that flag back too, but with use of something like snipe and maybe a grapple hook, Collect is a guy that we've seen boom across the map. We've seen Collect before go from base to like the opposite 25-yard line, getting a 3/4 across the map with one grapple hook. So Collect, I'm never counting him out. I'm not counting out Still Deciding. We still got ourselves a series here, and just look at how close it's been on the series layout. And I don't think the 2-1 in Oddball can ever communicate to the community, if they're just now tuning in, how freaking close that match was. Game 2 was as well, but again, that's why it's so important to maintain that 2-possession lead. Native Gaming were able to ride that into the late 40s and take it to a lead in this series. Here we go, though. Game 3, Argyle CTF can Still Deciding go back-to-back weeks with a reverse sweep. We'll see.
It's got to start right here, right now. We've seen Collect do unthinkable things on Argyle, that is for sure. But we've also seen a Barcode and McWin and the APG do insane things on Argyle as well. And not to mention Gilkey. I mean, Gilkey, I think, might even be the player to grab the sniper. It's so interesting, right? I mean, back when that native roster was what? Tapping, Barcode, Gilkey, and I don't know why I'm forgetting their fourth right now, but that it's like if the whole squad are phenomenal snipers, who's going to actually grab it off the start? That's always a hard question to answer, but who do you think grabs a sniper for native? Yeah.
Dude, me and you are on the same page. All right, we'll both do our predictions, and we can agree. It's okay. Give me Gilkey give me Gilkey for native, and give me Rammy. I'm gonna go dark horse. My gut was Collect, but my head said Rammy, so I'm gonna stick with the head there. So give me Rammy for the Eagle squad and Gilkey for the Cobra squad. Who do you have picking up snipe here off the start, Eli?
I think McWin actually might be the one to grab sniper on native, and I think that it's going to be either Barcode or Gilkey's job to go try to steal the other team's sniper. I think for the side of Still Deciding, it's tough, man. It's either Diagram or Collect. I think Collect might be their grapple player, though. I don't know, man. It's so hard to pick. I'm going to go with Diagram for Still Deciding and McWin for native.
All right. Couple of veterans potentially here in the HCS and Halo Infinite with the potential to grab the snipe here off the start. Louis, I'm going to ask for a quick break. My dog is barking there in the corner. She needs to go outside. And before we see some more dog fights in this one, let me throw it to a quick break. I'm going to let the dog out. We'll not miss the start of this match, though. BRB. All right, here we go. The dog has been let out, and the dogs are roaming in this lobby. All 8 of them. They're all dogs. No Sparty to be seen, but plenty of dogs in this one. 3 caps will decide what could be a 3-0 sweep. But Eli, if this ends up being a 3-0 sweep, I don't know if we've ever seen a closer sweep at that. This series has been incredible. We have our picks in for who we think is going to grab snipe, but I think it's impossible to tell or pick who's going to win this match. It's been so damn close.
I have to agree, man. I mean, this one, what's really cool about this game type in particular is, if you'll remember back when this map first came out, we had more games go to time, like 0-0 or 1-1. We had like double, triple overtimes frequently just because it's so hard to cap. But in recent memory, we've seen some of the fastest games we've ever seen. By the way, Gilkey does not grab the sniper. Let's see if, yeah, Collect's going to be the one to grab it for Still Deciding. So that's no shocker. And McWin, yes, hey, at least I got one right.
Nice.
McWin's going to grab it for Native Gaming.
Oh, and a flag grab off the start. Oh, McWin pulls what looked like a headshot, but no, it was the right shoulder that takes King Nick down. Nonetheless, it's a trip back to the respawn screen and a potential here for Native to earn an early score. But we talked about this. Argyle just plays to a map because of its long, elongated format. You got to get 2, sometimes even 3 team wipes if you want to secure. And I love this play here from Austin, working his way into the backs of the spawn. So he might block it here. And by pushing through, now he knows exactly where the snipe spawn's going to occur. That is veteran heads up spawn control right there from McWin. And it could very well give Native Gaming a 1-0 lead off the start. APG's got it.
This is what I'm talking about. This game type has gotten faster and faster. Can you imagine if he hit that fade down no scope there? Why did King Nick even jump up?
Right, that's what I thought.
Maybe he was thinking maybe he had the grapple and he wanted to make sure in case he doesn't have the grapple, or in case he has the grapple, that he shuts them down. So good heads up play from King Nick. He's seen that trick before.
All right, 90 seconds off the clock, and we already have a score. Wow, long-range DMR shots from Diagram. Perfect. Now gets up close and personal with the fisticuffs. Double kill. Pugilistic pushing on through now with 3 members of Still Deciding, and that's a big trade it feels like there for Barcode. You had numbers mounting for Still Deciding, but Barcode earns a trade and makes things an even 3v3, and now look at that. Native Gaming regroup, and they have the numbers edge. You can see Grammy, he's like, oh, I wanted to push through, I wanted to pull, but he doesn't have the time and space. He doesn't have the numbers he needs, and he goes down shortly after because of it. So going back to Barcode, that all started with his trade.
Exactly right. I mean, if Barcode goes down without that trade, there's probably a flag running across the map right now. So you're that last player alive. You've got to make something happen. You can't just go down with no value. Barcode knows that. And now both teams really fighting for this mid-map presence. Looks like Gilkey gets a kill in the feed. APG going to try to earn control of this vents area. Vents so powerful on this map. If you can stay alive in the vent, it's absolutely difficult for the other team to do anything, as we see Barcode land some very impressive shots with that commando.
Barcode with the commando, and God, what has happened in the last? There must have been a shop update, because I'm seeing some new models and skins that I have not yet seen. Barcode, I love the green too, love the shots, but doesn't earn the slay, instead earns the assist. APG previously going down in the vents gave grapple back to Still Deciding, but they were not able to do much with it, as Collect is now the last player alive, looking to hold the line in their spawn. And you have squad spawns now occurring on the low ground, no less, for King Nick, and this is gonna spell trouble, it looks like, for Still Deciding. Native Gaming again, Eli, with a 1-0 lead. They're not stressed and pressed to push on through. I could see Austin holding on to the snipes here at the vents for the next 2 to 3 minutes, like he did, I believe, previously in that live fire match, right? Staying alive for 5 to 6 minutes with the snipe. Looking to do the same here with the no-scope. It's a killing spree, and he is staying alive, emphatically so, with the no-scope. Long range, use of the grapple to find a little bit of extra space, and don't do it again to Diagram. Okay, he goes down. King Nick with a double kill gives Still Deciding the life they need in this one. It feels like the clock is ticking away quickly. Already 4 minutes off the clock, and Native Gaming holding on to that 1-0 lead.
You could just see the way Mikman was playing that positioning. He knew exactly what Still Deciding we're going for. He knew King Nick was lurking somewhere, predicted that maybe he would push and get the no-scope, predicted that as he pushed to look at King Nick, Collect would reveal himself from the base, and he was so ready for it that he just flicks and gets the no-scope. I mean, there has to be some level of forethought to have that level of reaction time. That's not just pure reaction. You have to also be predicting where your opponents might show up and be prepared for a multitude of their actions. That's where that veteran experience comes in and helps him secure a very impressive no-scope.
An impressive win there from APG as well, as he takes down Rami, and it's just it's a mathematical equation at this point. Numbers continue to dwindle for Collect, and that's a frustrating way to go down for Still Deciding. And now the poll is out, but with only one member here, only one member here to support this run, this could be difficult for Native Gaming. But look at this, Austin finds the route to avoid any damage, and he's going to get through the 50-yard line. No, wisely, with all 4 spawning up for Still Deciding, turns his back towards the spawns, but Still Deciding off spawn do a great job to take down the 2 runners there in APG and McWin. Things reset, but not before, again, Native Gaming holds on to what feels like a crucial 1-0 lead.
Wow, Gilkey somehow getting shut down there. King Nick, some great shots. And that's a big kill to get. You want to shut down Gilkey when he has the sniper. And he's got the grapple this time. This is why he jumped off to make sure McWin died earlier. He knows that is a play. He's going to use it for himself. And I think he's going to grapple to the back of the base. Yeah, just kind of Spider-Manning his way through the back of Native Gaming's base. And that's going to make it easier for his teammate to cross the map. And wow, look at that. Knows that if he just looks towards the side, that snipe's going to fall off. And I mean, King Nick, what a great distraction play to get this flag halfway across the map.
But unfortunately, and I thought the same thing, King Nick doesn't even need a snipe here. Just needs to stay alive and pull distraction. Maybe he did, as it looks like this one could get reset. For now, though, King Nick off spawn. Oh my God, sprints to the flag, pulls it at the midway mark. And talk about manufacturing a score here. This would be a gritty one. 4 still deciding, but no, with 3 down, Rami is not going to have a chance to drop. He's down to low HP. That flag will get reset, and try as they might, still deciding, cannot put one on the board halfway through this match. 5:30 left on the clock. Native Gaming still in control.
Gotta love the process, though. They're giving themselves a chance, which bodes well for them. I mean, they're only down by 1. If they can make a couple more plays in the next 5 minutes, could tie up the game. And kind of what I expect right now, the way the series has been going, it would be a bit surprising for Native to come away with the 3-0 without, you know, at least fighting for it, maybe going to overtime. But right now, both teams have members in each other's base, and Nickman's trying to clear his.
Oh, big help there from APG. I think McWin still had the shots on the diagram. He's hit those enough to feel confident in it, but APG nonetheless has the help. Now, though, multiple members in this lobby going down. It's a 2v2 for now. It's Gilkey, McWin push on through. Right side, McWin splits to the left. Potential to take down King Nick from long range. The shots at long range have been so impressive, specifically in this match where it presents a lot of long range gunfights. Now up close and personal. McWin versus Diagram in a 1v1, and they both trade out.
McWin, I thought, was going to get that one clean. Looked like 3 shots landed and the melee, but maybe the strafe a little bit too fast from his opposition. Makes him miss one of those 3 shots. Gilkey gets a big kill here. Whoever earns mid-map control puts themselves in the best position to do whatever they want. Essentially, they could either play offense or defense, but without mid-map control, the other team usually decides your fate. We see a QT come out from Gilkey, so curious to see how he decides to play this. Most of the time, he's going to play aggressively. Now that he sees Rami with the sniper, might try to steal that and then portal back. As he does, the animation too long. He gets stuck in that pickup animation, and you can see that was the plan for sure. But good job by still deciding to shut that one down.
Oh yeah, Gilkey, he wants the snipe. Got it, but wasn't able to stay alive with it. Now it's APG though, his teammate, with a chance to hit some headshots, and we are in the end game. Less than 4 minutes left. Crucial slay there, as Rami seemed to have broken through, gotten pretty deep into that Native Gaming base, but APG shuts it down. Now looking to push through, and is that 2 snipes into possession? Yes, only 2 players alive for Native Gaming, but they have 2 snipes. Only 1 player alive for still deciding, and it's Rami, probably just with a measly bandit rifle. So this is starting to mount in favor of Native Gaming, and Eli, this is where the strategical conversation comes to play. How defensively do you want to play? Oh my God, APG with the Halo 3S quickscope lands the shot onto Rami's face, but collect takes him down shortly after with the snipe. Gilkey picks up the ammo. Doesn't stay alive though, so snipe a couple of shots. Looks like they're gonna go into Collect's hands. No, it's King Nick. 1 no-scope misses, 1 shot left. Grapple, a little bit of a chaotic sequence. Wow, turned on Barcode. What's his sensitivity? Finds the double kill and could just find Native Gaming the win.
So impressive from Barcode. He is absolutely monumental in this game. 21 and 13, by the way. This guy is unreal, and that double kill, like you said, with the quick flick. Perfect shots. What a look and see. How many perfect kills has this man hit today? I mean, I feel like he's got to be leading the tournament in just perfect kills.
I remember this season 1. I think Barcode was still on that ANZ roster, and it was on live fire at the C platform. He was literally just doing 360s, hitting all no scopes. It's an all no scope, just about overkill on land. I'm sure it's on his Twitter somewhere. Search for it. Go check these guys out. Support him on socials. This Barcode needs a little bit of support now. Low HP in the ventilator system. But he gets it back. Unbelievable. work there to find his shields, to maintain time and space. Barcode's still the only player now alive for Native Gaming on this side of the map. There's Gilkey as well, but Barcode cleans it up. Barcode having himself a hell of a game, a potential triple here, and it's going to be enough to stop this run. Almost single-handedly does Barcode, and when you go back to that previous double, he's got another double, and might just be eating a little bit of in and out as he looks to celebrate at lunchtime here. 1:17 left of the clock.
Making me hungry. Hunter and Native are hungry for this 3-0. They want to be able to comfortably ride their way further in this winner's bracket. They've only got 1 minute left on the clock. APG getting a kill on King Nick right now in this moment is actually massive. That means that still deciding. Wait a second. We got a killing frenzy for Barcode. This man needs to be stopped. Are you mid-sentence? I have to stop to shout that out. And he's got 6 bullets a snipe. This could turn into a running riot.
Not good at math, but is this a 3.0 we're witnessing? And is Barcode also leading in slays? A triple double performance here. A killing frenzy comes up a little short of a running riot. Feels like anything's possible. 27, 10, and 14 for Barcode. My God, this has been a hell of a series and a hell of a game for him here in particular. 20 seconds left. Desperation reeking in the air for Still Deciding as Barcode looks to hold the line. He knows the push is coming, and he takes the fight to Diagram. Hits him with a fist. Hits him with a body shot for the double on King Nick, and Barcode says, yeah, I died, but it was just for a little bit. I'm back. And he's got the BR. He's got the win. Native Gaming take the series 3-0 and a 2-1 edge in this series after series after series. Week after week, these two teams have played, and Native Gaming claimed the lead once again with a 3-0 sweep here today.
Definitely did not want the even potential for another reverse sweep like we saw last week. These two teams still hotly contested. Probably the closest 3-0 I can even think of in recent memory, but we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk, see what Tools and Brandon have to say about that one.
Damn, Tools, it's a 3-0, but close series.
Yeah, it's always a back and forth between these two teams. You know, we saw Still Deciding got the best of them last week. This week it's going to be Native Gaming, and I have a feeling that trend will continue on as we see these two teams continue to play each other in these open series.
Indeed, and then the way that this starts to shape up, obviously there's a lot of this portion of the bracket missing. That's because we haven't gotten there yet. But the teams that have qualified and punched their ticket to the winter quarterfinal are on our screen right here. Native just taking the 3-0 over Still Deciding. Now get their chance at the #1 seed Tools Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye out on all this bracket, but Space Station going to be a really tough matchup for Native. I think Native is getting better week in, week out, but there's just levels, right? And Space Station just happens to be on that top level, top shelf premium liquor over there, Space Station, and Native. You know, you got to get your bread up a little bit before you're balling like that. So yeah. I'm excited to see what they're capable of, but I think this one's going to be a Space Station 3-0.
Okay. Well, it also appears that that's going to be our first winter quarterfinal that's going to be ready to go. We have plans to cover the Optic match, assuming that they make it to the winter quarterfinal, but they're not there yet, Tools.
Not there yet. And then also, you know, we're keeping an eye that FaZe Sentinels rematch could be on the horizon as well. A lot of great matches in our round 4. So, you know, we might be diverting some resources and making sure that we get as much action to you guys as possible.
We are indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. I imagine we're going to see Space Station versus Native first, but we're going to get in and try to cover as many of these quarterfinals as possible.
Well, Louis.
What's up?
Benny Lavo or Benny Laba. 5 different subs. Thank you.
Let's go.
Just want to give a little shout out to Benny before we go on to these breaks. These subs, y'all have been killing it today with the support. Thank you guys so much. We also got a raid by one of our casters.
Let's go. Active E coming through. I also want to take a moment to apologize, chat. I did lose track of the ad manager in game #1 during the Oddball. I hate to bring it back up, but I do want to apologize. We try our best to run these ads in between games, right? But it's the ads that ensure that LVT Halo can continue to help the Halo esport community grow. So thank you for bearing through that. It's my apologies, but nevertheless, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to run our ads now, and hopefully we'll be in Space Station Gaming versus Native in moments.
Yo, what's up, guys? It looks like these gamers are ready to get it going, and so are we. Why not be reckless, aka why not be fast? I got my man Active with me, and we got a banger of a matchup, as Wes would say. I think I saw a little bit of Native. I think I saw a little bit of Space Station Gaming, and we're about to see a whole lot of action here in your London Open Series. And there we go. Why don't we hop right into it and hop right on board with APG?
I love me some space, and space is going to be the first test for Native. Native have gone 3-0 in every single series, and now they face Space Station Gaming, our Arlington champs, and of course, this will be their test going into London, right? Playing against a team like Space Station towards the very tail end of this preseason, or pre-event, I should say. I'm excited to see what they've cooked up, what they've worked on as these opens have passed.
Well, let's let these boys cook indeed, as we on board with Barcode, 2 kills to his name and doing everything he can to stay alive, including putting SSG 3 down, just about 4 down. And mind you, he snaps on that camouflage. What a play, what a life by Barcode and Native.
Yeah, great job by Barcode to get that camo. Also a great job to make sure to kill Bound as the last player alive. You don't want him lurking around. There was 3 different people looking at Bound to make sure he went down. And that's going to be vital, is to make sure to take out that last player and get control of the map.
Camouflage in the hands of Barcode at the moment, it just runs out. So now you're going to be defending both Charlie and Bravo. You don't have utilities you wish you did, but you do have the Bandit, you do have teamwork, and maybe a little bit of a dream. Priceless is Barcode when you scan him there, as multiple go down for SSG, and Native Gaming put some valuable points on the board.
That's the Barcode we're used to seeing, right? He spent a lot of time back in Australia. Now he's come back here once again. He's playing against the NA peeps, and he's definitely doing some work. A great couple of kills by him. Almost a beautiful triple there. Space Station get control, though, once again. They've got a double cap locked in. They get 2 down, and now they're going for that double cap A and B setup locked in here.
Despite the fact that Native Gaming were able to hold on to a round of slays, it's still Space Station that put on a momentary trip cap and now hold on to the double cap and have now taken the lead.
We'll see what Bound's able to do here. He's in a precarious position on that B side and waiting for someone to push through to B. You get that first initial pick. We talk about it all the time. It's massive for the game. 2 down for the side of Space Station Gaming, though, here. 2 down for Native. That's going to be 3 down for Native, actually. Space Station hold off the pressure from Native Gaming. They're able to keep this double cap locked in, and now it's up to the fact that Native come off a spawn. They have to break this. 65 points and counting here for Space Station Gaming.
I think Native had a really good start. You had Camouflage, you had the lead at one point. Things were looking really good. You even got through a round of slays against Space Station Gaming, but now, as the game goes longer, it seems like Native can't exactly find their footing. 76 points at the moment here for SSG, and nothing slowing them down. Native, they go 3 down, make it 4. Oh, maybe not. Gilkey, he survives.
Yeah, it's a great trade by Gilkey. It's going to stop a little bit of pressure coming out of SSG. And you say, how are they pressuring? Well, they're going to go for that triple cap potentially. Gets stopped there. But that 1 kill from Gilkey kind of puts a wrench into things there for the side of SSG. And you can see that 1 kill flips into 3 down for SSG. Now they've got to come off a spawn, and Native has a little bit of a hold here on B and C.
Legend starting to feel himself a little bit here. Sniper in the hands and 5 bullets to work with. The first one was a warning shot, letting Native know that you don't want to mess with this man with the S7. Native pushing over towards Alpha after having Bravo, but they still have to fend off Legend. SSG are pushing up quick. Legend catches the backside of 1, now goes right in for a new angle, has no idea where he's going. Barcode ends up in the middle of an SSG sandwich.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a timing issue right there. You see that it was Native Gaming trying to make sure to hold all of those lanes, but Space Station Gaming find a way through the back, and they're able to get a couple of kills, which then give them that control of A and C. You see they're going to try and rotate through to B here. B and A, the more comfortable setup, but they've got to get through Native first, who is being a bit of a thorn in their side. You see them having a little bit of pressure on that A side. Legend's got to come all the way back for this kill. He might not get it. A little bit of a trade there. Not exactly what Native Gaming wanted, but they still get A off that pressure.
That they do, and now a 2v2 situation. Next round of slays so important. Gilkey using this opportunity to not only go for C, but also to try to draw in the pressure, draw in the attention of the opposition. You have C, you have A, or should I say had A, to Native Gaming, because now it's SSG taking back control.
Yeah, SSG are really good on these rotations, and it's something we'd expect to see out of them, right? When you're a top tier team like SSG, you're just really good at making sure that if you lose control of one side of the map, you take control of the other side, and then if you have everything working out for you, you're gonna get the camo, you're gonna get a triple cap, and you're gonna have Native Gaming on their back foot.
Over 100-point lead here for Space Station Gaming. Native, they started off hot, but I don't know where that fire has been, because as of right now, it's SSG that are cooking, and right now we're gonna let Legend cook with the camo. Nate goes down. Bit of a stray bounce. He gets frustrated. He's gonna slide in there, let the bandit do the work. Sees Barcode coming. Has the wherewithal not to challenge the first. You notice more. Wins his gunfight, a killing spree. Stellar takes down the backside. That's SSG's teamwork, aggression at its finest.
Yeah, we saw right there, it was Native Gaming trying to get a rotation through to C, right? You saw APG on A. They assumed he was going to get A, but you saw they pushed past the 50% portion of the map and then had to come back to help APG, or attempt to hold A. And that's the problem, right? SSG are just so fast off a spawn. They've held this triple cap for a very long period of time here, and they're about to win the game.
There it is. That was a beautiful stick play by Legend, and you see it go win the gunfight to end the game right there. And it's Bound and Legend, the Bound combination combining for 28 kills in an efficient bounce back from the early game, and an efficient win. That's what we expect to see out of Space Station Gaming.
Honestly, like I said, this was going to be their first test, and it's exactly what we see here. Native Gaming having a hard time against SSG. 250-54. That's a massive win for SSG. And again, coming off of a I believe all three series before this for Native, it was 3-0. So SSG once again showcasing that they're at the top. They're at the very tippity top. It's going to take a long time for Native to catch up, but they can. 14-5 out of Legend here. What a great game out of him. Now it's up to game 2 here. Native Gaming, with the changes that have been made and a lot of roster changes since the beginning of this season, they're looking to find a way to break through. And I'm telling you right now, SSG not making it easy.
Yeah, you know, when you look at Legend, we talk about him so often, and I know it's early in the season, but, you know, to see what he's gone through coming over to America onto a team with championship aspirations, to see them going into a land with those same expectations as him come out with a huge win. There was so much chip stacked against Legend, and he's really answered the call so well. And forget, you know, most improved player, which if there was an award for that, he'd win that. But the man is making an MVP resume this year in the early game. I've been so impressed with Legend, and it's been fun watching him rise. But you still got to deal with Native Gaming, so let me pull back a little bit, because it was only one game. It ain't the series. And Native, they got some fight in them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's going to be, Barcode on this roster. And of course, Gilkey now joining this roster. Those are the two players that I'm looking to bring that firepower that this roster needs and the aggression that they need. We'll see if this change has made a big difference. I love both Gilkey and Barcode as players. Is this the answer? Is this the formula that Native Gaming have been looking for in this season? That's the question. And right now, SSG have answered that question with a big resounding no, as they win that game 1. But like you said, game 2 is a completely different game, and already a 10-4 lead for Native.
Gilkey combined that camouflage with the shotty. You know you gotta love it. You just roam around the map, make sure you get to those close range, really surprise the enemy, take no damage. It's such a good combo. But as I say that, the camo did run out. Still has a shotgun to work with, and SSG pushing up the late Bound combination, watching the B side. Stellar gets into an engagement down to the low ground, ends up going down, and so do two members of Space Station Gaming. Now it's SSG on their back foot. The long range shots won't connect. The Native winning another round of slays.
Yeah, beautiful job by APG right there on the C stairs to stay alive behind that pillar, making it very difficult for SSG to take him out. He was the first point of contact there. He was a very important first kill to get, but all the while they're trying to get that kill, it's SSG who end up going 2 down. And now a 15-8 score here for Native. They tend to slow the game down when they're in the lead, and I don't mind this, but I'm a little bit nervous that SSG will take advantage of it. This time, though, slowing the game down works out. 8-17 native lead.
Slow and steady sometimes wins the race, Tim. Come on.
Now, you're right.
Get with the times, buddy.
Sorry.
It ain't all about the speed, you stupid Zoomer. 2-1 will go down. A 19-8 dominant performance that we're seeing so far here for Native Gaming. I'm loving every bit of it. This is the Native that we expected to see early on, and maybe it took some time for this soup to, or this stew to kind of catch form. But now, you know, the ingredients have gotten to know each other. They're marinating. I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Either way, Native look very good right now.
There's one ingredient that I'm looking at. It's barcode right here on your screen. 8-2 already at the start of this game. And like I said, when he first got back on this, when he got back on this Native Gaming roster, it was like, okay, you know, he's got to kind of brush off playing against the Australian players. Not saying the Australian players are bad, but this is just a different tier of play there. And now he's playing against NA, and you can see that all this practice has paid off. All this matchmaking has done some work for him. All these scrims. He is starting to look like the player that we expect to see out of Barcode. Since that first time he got pulled over to NA, we're expecting this out of him. We're expecting him to have these types of performances. 9-3 already in this game.
This just in. Active just said everybody from Australia is bad except for Barcode. That's what I heard.
And Scoop. Scoop's good too.
That's what I heard. 28-17 lead. Native Gaming looking very good against Space Station, and Legend Shots looking very good against APG as we see 3 members of SSG. Over toward the B side, Eco comes in with the flank. Barcode, no way he's ready for that one. Although Gilkey has some good nades, some good shots, some good damage coming out of them, but they got to do something with it. There's got to be some kind of follow through because eventually SSG will push up.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gilkey's the only player to hold the B lane there. No one else from Native Gaming able to assist him. And as you can see, the minute they killed Gilkey there, they're able to open up the entire map. And now they've brought that huge lead, what was almost 10, to now a 24-31 lead. So it's been diminished, and Legend has the camo. So like I said, that one kill changes everything for the Space Station Gaming roster.
At this level of competition, you gotta know you can't make mistakes. Either one of these teams are going to be able to pounce on you, take advantage at any given moment, and you see that tempo get upped. Once SSG have any kind of advantage whatsoever, they simply dominate. They rush through it. They create those opportunities. Legend with the double kill, back within 3. SSG, they ain't out of it just yet.
Yeah, we have to continue to talk about this. I've got to make a big point to say, Gilkey being on that B street by himself, and SSG realizing that and making sure to push that one player advantage that they had was massive. They got camo out of it. Now it's a tie game now because of that one play that just happened. That is what makes SSG such an incredible team.
Well, Native take the lead right back with back-to-back kills coming out of Barcode. 11-8 right now, making 9 after the back smack coming in from Stellar. Shots coming out from McWin, but doesn't know the bait and switch is there. Eco takes him down, and Stellar will survive. Back to just a 1-kill game. Legend takes down APG, but Native Gaming hold on to that lead. They are so resilient.
Yeah, I like that they're able to hold on to that lead because like things could have really gotten out of hand here. It's Barcode with a beautiful 5-shot perfect, coupled with another kill as well, is giving them the lead of 39-36 now. And I like how Native are able to withstand the pressure, right? You end up throwing away almost a 10-kill lead, and you're able to continue to get momentum on your side here. Only a 2-kill lead now, but the change is that Barcode has this camo to work with.
2-kill game at the moment here as Barcode does everything he can to get away with camo. He's doing a great job doing it. The pressure, the nades, everything being thrown at him. He's calling for the reinforcements. Somehow Barcode survives, and this is going to be devastating for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, we'll see what he's able to do with it. He's only got about 10 seconds left in this camo. I'm looking for him to get that 1 kill that he needs on the Legend. There it is. They killed 2 as well. This is a great push. Barcode once again. 3 down for SSG. A 5-kill lead for Native Gaming.
SSG were just about to claw their way back to him, just about to steal away all of that momentum, and they did a great job, in fact, even taking the lead, but Native taking right back on the backs of that barcode play with camouflage. Staying alive is so important, and you're seeing it. It looks like Native are going to hold on to it all the way to the very end. It's 48-30 for 43, excuse me. Just 2 more kills needed here for Native Gaming.
Space Station do a great job of wiping Native, though. Arco was the last player alive, and you see all of SSG stuck inside the C side of the map. This is going to be a big shotgun, but I feel like with Deja Vu, we've seen this play before where the push comes out on the B side, and you can see Mikwin's the first one to fall right there. He's going to end up spawning, but that 1 kill gives SSG that B side control, and Eco with the Stalker going to easily anchor C as well.
Barcode is 18-9 right now. Man's having one hell of a game against your reigning Arlington champions. APG with the kill on the legend. Will he be the one to get the final kill? Will he get his 19? Good damage, but there's 3 players there. APG thought he might have been able to bait switch and take down at least one of those players, but SSG said 3. They overwhelmed the purple side, bringing us back to 2 kills. Native Gaming looking for just 1, but it's going to be the hardest kill they can possibly conceive. And mind you, Stellar just got away with the camouflage. You can't let that happen. McWin goes down. Just 1 kill separates the 2. You see Stellar pushing up quickly. He's trying to get involved. He's trying to get into the fight, but runs into APG on the tire side. Runs into multiple players. There's no way Stellar survives. There's no way Native don't win this.
Barcode's got to make something happen here. There it is. It's going to be Native who close it out at the very end. That was so scary, Tony. And I have to point out one play. Okay? This was a Tony play, all right? You got a guy 30 feet in front of you, and you pull out a Bulldog. What are you doing? That almost cost the game right there. The triple push comes out on the purple side. Barcode pulls out a shotty. Yes, he had a phenomenal game, but that scared me. That one play could have threw everything away. It was SSG who got the camo off of that, but I got to give it to Mikwin. I believe Mikwin was the player who got the very last kill to close it out for Native. Shaky, to say the least, on the side of Native Gaming, but closing out that game 2 was massive. Absolutely massive. The series is now tied up at 1.
First of all,
Wow.
if he lived in Texas, he would have got that kill with the shotty, okay? That Bulldog, if you live in Texas, I'm just gonna tell you, that thing got some range. And so I'm just saying, if he was in Texas, would have been good. But I mean, it was scary. It really was. And when you really break it down, when SSG get wins, it doesn't look like that. You know, it looks right now Native, they're fighting. They're fighting hard. They're fighting tooth and nail. Even in the moments where you think, oh, this game is over. This game should be, it's 48-43. The last 2 kills. SSG still almost stealed that away. So although Native got the win,
yeah,
I don't feel comfortable with that going into game number 2. I don't feel or going to game 3. I don't feel like that momentum is really strongly on their side, because it feels more like they sneaked away with the win as opposed with, no, we just won that game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I agree. I don't. If there were bets, which there aren't right now. Okay, we're not betting here. But if there were, I wouldn't trust Native to win. There's no way, because yes, they won that game 2, but like my dad used to say, love you, Dad, I miss you, by the skin of your teeth. Okay, and if you look at your teeth, there's no skin on there, Tony. That's not a good win to go by. All right, we're not trusting Native here, but I will say, winning game number 2, you tie the series up. You give yourself a bit of confidence going into this game 3, and that's coming off of a devastating loss in game 1. You lose that bad in game 1, you're hanging your heads low, but they came through. They faced adversity like 6 times in that game 2, and they came out on top. That should be a little bit of confidence here going into game 3, but I agree with you. It's tough to trust that Native will win this game 3. Space Station always find a way. They always find a way to come through.
going to King of the Hill, I say it all the time. It's my favorite game type going into Halo Infinite because I feel like every hill feels like its own game. You have the opportunity where if you're losing out on the old hill, you can reset, you can punt the old hill, get set up to the new hill, and have a little bit of an advantage going there. So I always say it's not the end of the world if you lose one hill, but you should not be losing 2 in a row, because at that point you need to recognize that there's a situation that you needed to stop going in for that next hill and have the advantage to the secondary hill and be able to play through that. So King of the Hill, one of my favorite game types to play, definitely one of my favorites to cast. It's definitely a lot that goes into the game mode, and Recharge, not a bad map. Shocking camo.
Well, we'll see what happens here. It's game number 3. Native have a chance to bring this through after that game 2 win, but it's going to take a lot. Stellar in the hill. We'll see what happens.
Stellar plays right toward that R2 side. Looks like Native knew exactly where he was going. That nade was meant for him. That was planted right on him. 3 goes Space Station Gaming. That just leaves Stellar by himself. That's where he thrives, like a lone wolf. He comes in, not only gets the kill onto one takedown a second, and you just gave Stellar the shock. That couldn't be in the game plan.
Yeah, it's not even the fact that the game Stellar the shock, which, yeah, exactly. That's definitely not the game plan, but it's how they did it. That was a kill you should have gotten if you were Native. There was no reason Stellar should be alive right now. But now he's got the shock on the top of glass, and this is going to be very tough for the side of SSG. Yes, this hill is in batteries, but you've got a player in Stellar who's going to watch every single angle. And look, they're even anchoring that A side, so you only can go through C. And guess who's in the way is C? It's Stellar with another kill.
Drawing enemies towards Long Haul. On their way to a 3 down and a 1-0 lead for Space Station Gaming. That has to be frustrating for Native. You do everything right. You get them 3 down, but then Stellar comes in, makes a play, steals the shot, and now gets right back to work. Still a 1-0, and Stellar will back down and Bound will reinforce.
I love the idea that Stellar knew that those spawns were coming out on that pipe side, right? Oh my gosh, gets the kill onto Gilk there, but beautiful job by him to realize those spawns are coming onto that side and Bound. You see how fast he rotated towards the long haul to make sure Stellar stayed alive. Because of that, Stellar ends up getting that kill. And now, though, it's Native in the hill with a little bit of control. Camo coming up very shortly as well. This kill is massive. This could be Native's camo.
Native get the kills to set up for this early hill, and look at the lead that they've got now. Just about 50% done with this hill. One more round of slays, and they should be able to tie things up. APG with camouflage will help immensely. But off screen, back-to-back kills for Space Station Gaming. Eco is weak and will be taken out by APG. Will it be enough though? SSG have the spawns, but APG has the shot. That was beautiful. 3 down.
Yeah, 3 down. Legend's the last player alive. They're going to swarm him, but look how he stays alive and gets a different angle here. Look at Legend. He's still alive, allowing all of SSG to come through. Finally, he goes down, but guess what? SSG is in. Eco gets a double, and all that control you had is pretty much gone. APG in a very prime position. This is a big kill by him. That'll maybe give them this hill, but they got to get through Stellar first.
Just about done with this hill. Native sending 2 bodies to make sure they secure it, make sure they guarantee it, and a double kill out of APG closes it out. Although Eco comes out of nowhere, still with 3 down for SSG, and Native now, they could play through A.
Yeah, beautiful job by them to potentially get this A set up, but look who's already there. It's going to be Stellar in control. They understand the step-by-step process of getting this needle side hill. And immediately they're going to have control of that. I love what I see out of APG, though, this game. We saw that out of Barcode in the last game, but now APG taking the reins, 9-3 to start.
Eco gonna fly over toward the A side. Thought his teammate needed his help, but apparently not. Trades go down, and SSG hold on to the spawn that they want, forcing APG and Native Gaming to slow down, to halt. And now all these points gonna be accumulated by Space Station at the moment here. Native, they need to make a play. They need to break through. And right now, the gold side is being naded out. It seems like there is nowhere to go. Stellar's on the flank. Legends holding down tower. An interesting setup that we're seeing for Space Station Gaming. How will Native respond?
Native respond by sending APG towards that tower side, but he has grapple to get this camo. This is big for him if he can get this. He does. Look how quickly SSG are to capitalize on him getting this camo, though. A great job playing his life, making sure to get a different angle here. And he's got grapple to use once again. All of SSG, though, spawn on the elevator side. Native are not able to hold that, so they've got to fight one more time.
APG makes sure he gets involved, tries to keep McWin alive, but eventually it leads to a 3 down for Native Gaming. Not exactly what the doctor ordered, as SSG hop right on that hill, and this could be a 2-1.
Yeah, it was all about that elevator spawn. You allow that spawn to be open. SSG all spawn and squad spawn there, and then you're done. That's it. There's nothing much you can do. You've got to slay through once again. They're not able to do that. SSG very close to capping hill number 2, but Native have a little bit of control now. We'll see if they're able to hold this.
Just about done right now. Our SSG, but Barcode stands in their way. What a kill coming in from Barcode, and Stellar comes in from the flank, but still that nade takes him down. So Barcode almost was able to keep McWin alive against Stellar, but a stray grenade. Still, Native sending body after body over towards this hill. They know one false move and SSG will be able to close it out, and there it is, bounce in there. It is 2-1.
Yeah, great attempt with the shroud screen though, putting it on the half wall. A great job by utilizing that in a good spot, just because you can really just milk your life. But they weren't able to milk their life that long. Native ends up going down. Space Station ends up getting the second hill, and guess what? I'm sorry, the third hill, but guess what? They're on another hill once again. They've got control of the C-plat side. Full control of the back of Hydro, and this is exactly where you want to be. But Native do a great job of fighting that pressure, and they take control once again.
Legend on the low ground, not able to win that fight, as Native once again putting Space Station Gaming 3 down. Native have been fighting so well. And some of these slays engagement. And Nico doing everything he can to stay alive. What an interesting stat line I'm saying. 13 and 10, 0 assists out of Eco. 2 kills on a Legend, but 11 assists. Now 12 right now. You would love to see that split up like 6 and 6 assists apiece, but whatever. As long as they win the game, it doesn't matter for about the stats, I guess.
Yeah, I love that. You're kind of able to see, like, you know, where the damage is being dealt and cleaned up by Legend. Legend, a damage dealer in his own right, definitely an entry player on the Space Station roster, and he's taking that role really well. On the other end of things, we see APG and Barcode having incredible slay games here. McWin and Gilkey a little bit slow on the rise here in terms of kills, but it's not out of reach here for Native. They've still got an opportunity. They've just got to get through this pressure, and Eco holding this top tower is going to be devastating for the side of Native.
Eco just holding off on this tower side, making sure nobody crosses easily, and as the information is gathered, looks like Native, they look like they're trying to put down damage, but they almost want to punt this hill. It's almost like they're looking toward the next one. It's a little slow, or maybe they're rotating, trying to push through long haul right now. We've seen the push, but Legend stops it. McWin ends up hitting the black screen, and so do multiple members of Native Gaming. SSG right back on the hill.
Yeah, about 1 minute and 50 seconds left here in this game. Obviously stalled by getting in the hill. You end up stopping that timer, but regardless, SSG gonna find an opportunity with 2 dead to get the rest of this hill. And as we talk about all the time, after they end up getting this hill, they would potentially play time here for that 1 minute and 43 seconds. They could just slay out and let that clock count down.
Yeah, I mean, with the hill going from bottom mid to batteries, even if Native was to win this one, it feels like maybe playing the time could be in the cards for SSG, but at the end of the day, they hold all the cards. They really control their own destiny. They can play it however they want right now, because they have a 3-1 lead with 1.5 minutes on the clock. And bounces right back to get yet another kill, but a remote detonation from Gilkey, a veteran play.
Yeah, great job to take that angle there, not expecting, or I'm sorry, an angle not expected. That kill won't amount to much though, because SSG pretty much just inching their way in this hill, just in case. But 1 minute left, they've taken out 40 seconds of time already. With 3 dead for Native, make that 4. McWin the first one to spawn, and a triple kill for Stellar. Space Station look to close this out in 1 minute.
Yeah, we're seeing now SSG have no plan stepping foot in this hill. It is just a 1 minute of advanced Slayer coming in from SSG, and every kill just puts things further and further away from Native Gaming. Native have to get some efficiency going. They have to slay while moving into the hill, and with a 3 down for Native. Time is simply winding down, but now you're starting to see the teamwork. A flank by Bound, but even that shut down, only able to take down one. And APG with the triple 4 go down for SSG. Maybe, just maybe, this is doable. What?
APG feeling good right now. 23 and 13 on a hand. The stick comes through. Native are still in that hill, but we got to talk about it. There's 30 seconds left. They got to get this hill. They've got to get that batteries hill, like you mentioned. It's a good point. Very difficult, both of these hills in order. Very difficult hills to get, I'm sorry, in this game type. Both of them, and yeah, it's going to be a tough one. 10 seconds for that camo to come up as well. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Native find herself on the wrong side of the map. You're spawning towards the gold side right now, and now you have to cross the 50, get the kills, get in the hill. You know, it's just too much, and eventually you end up going 2 down. And SSG, they are daring you. They are baiting you to push this hill, and at that point, it's all she wrote. Looks like Space Station Gaming will take the series lead 2-1. One more game to go.
We got to talk about Legend. 9 and 18 assists, 9 kills, 18 assists, 14 deaths. That's just a massive stat line out of him. Love to see him do all of that damage, and love to see that damage get cleaned up. APG having a phenomenal game as well. And you see, it was Barcode in game number 2, but APG here in game number 3. Unfortunately, it doesn't amount to a win for Native Gaming, but they still have another chance here to bring it to a game 5. It's going to be Empyrean CTF. As we take a look at the stats, something you don't normally see. 14 assists out of Bound, 18 assists out of Legend. LaBound, once again, coming through for SSG.
Yeah, I usually have a fairly simple formula. It's not just about the kills. Add up the kills, add up the assists, and really see the impact that a player's having on the map. So when you combine the 9 and 18 assists, he influenced 27 kills, which is just one behind the likes of Stellar, one ahead of Eco, and just a few behind the Bound. So I think a lot of people just undervalue assist in the game. Like as long as you're putting down that damage, it shouldn't matter when in a team game, in a 4v4 game, it shouldn't matter who gets the kill as long as that player goes down and you take advantage of that momentary numbers that you have. So I'm a firm believer. Assist and kills, to me, just about equal.
Double kill.
I 100% agree with you. The question for me is, like, what does Native need to do in order to close out this game 4? Obviously, skimming away with that win on the Slayer, but in objective work, they seem to struggle very, very, very much so. And even with shining moments from APG, we saw a triple kill out of him. We saw that massive double out of him. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for Native to come through with the victory.
Now the question becomes, like, what's needed for Native to bounce back in this game 4? Like, if game 4 was a Slayer, I feel more comfortable. My problem is when it's Native versus SSG is that in the objective, I think SSG are so efficient. They're so good at slaying themselves. Like, they have a unique ability to stay alive and then play so fast towards your teammate. Every second that they milk of their life is valuable because the rest of their team come off a spawn and they're confident enough to push straight to each other. So a map like Empyrean, I just feel like, man, I think SSG closed it out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a map like Empyrean, a game type like CTF, this is obviously SSG. I feel like one of SSG's strong suits. And, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough for the side of Native, especially from what we've seen so far in this series out of their objective play. I mean, you're going to need all 4 players to play, to be able to perform on all cylinders here for them to have any sort of chance. And that's going to be tough when you're facing an SSG roster who seems like they're on the same page with those assists, with those kills. Stellar versus Gilkey. Gilkey's going to come out on top. On the other hand of things, Tony, speaking from the boomer side of things, APG and Gilkey have a lot of experience on this map since 2007.
Snipe.
We'll see if they can bring that experience here to a victory for Native.
What a snipe coming in from Gilkey right there. Turns into a second one as Legend gets his head taken off as well. And you better watch out, Eco. You can get it too. These hands are rated E for everyone, as New York's finest is in the building, and Gilkey still has 8 more bullets to work with.
That flag is already halfway through as well. This could be should be a cap, I'm sorry, for Native. And as we're talking about SSG being dominant on Empyrean CTF, Native Gaming showcasing that the veterans from back in the day when we all used to watch Halo 3 play in the pit, they've brought that same type of knowledge here to Empyrean. And Gilkey showcasing that right now with a sniper in his hands on top tower.
Definitely didn't expect Native to come out like this, but we know how good Gilkey is with the sniper. And when you just hit shots, when the stars align like they are right now, it's no wonder Native Gaming up 1-0 in this game at the moment. But SSG continue to press forward. They continue to pass that 50% portion into enemy territory. And as long as Gilkey has this snipe, they will continue to be sent back.
Yeah, this is very scary for the side of SSG. Seeing Gilkey with snipe on this map is a very scary thing. We'll see. He's able to hit this last shot. No, he gets taken out. Finally, 6-1 for him to start this game, but him going down is the very start of SSG's pressure. You can see Legend already in the flag. 2 down for the side of Native. Gilkey just coming off a spawn. Legend looking to pull this flag through.
SSG currently down 0-1 at the moment here, but they got the kills they were looking for, and they also got the flag in their hands. One of the fastest to do it without any hesitation whatsoever. That flag makes it through the needles, through the long haul side, and he hasn't been touched. He hasn't been touched.
What is that helmet? That's the ugliest helmet I've ever seen in my life. My goodness.
It's banished, like, you know, don't be coming at the chief helmet like that, okay?
It's not very aerodynamic, Tony. How does he move that fast?
Look, you know what? That just says you didn't get the bundle, okay? So much value in that bundle right there. Beautiful helmet, beautiful banded skin, and a beautiful bounce back coming out of SSG, who already have that flag through long haul once again. But this time they are stopped short. This time they do end up going 4 down, and Gilkey eventually is going to play for this return. It is a counter cap coming in out of Native.
There it is. Barcode punches it in, and that repulse was the play for me. Absolutely beautiful to repulse that rocket. Once again, a big factor in this game, in this map. That repulse. Stellar, though. He has a sniper in his hands. We've seen what Gilkey can do, but we all know what Stellar can do with this snipe. Legend pulls a flag, and Stellar staying confident on the top of his tower.
2-1 lead coming in for Native Gaming at the moment here. Stellar on that tower side waiting for that flag to move forward, but it stopped. So is Legend. Legend ends up going down in a momentary 4v3 out of Native, and Stellar sniffs out APG.
We'll see who else he can sniff out here. Gilkey's got that sniper. Gilkey 7-4 in this game thus far. There's no way he challenges Stellar here. I like the respect out of him. They push Stellar back, but SSG just like that tie it up at 2.
Body shot coming in from Gilkey, down to 1 shot, goes bound and relocates. Misses the melee, but you can't miss the shots coming out of Gilk. Smooth like silk right now as he makes his way towards Mangler to stay alive. Right back in the action, but his teammates don't need him. They're playing so well at the moment as Native Gaming winning these engagements. Once again, it's tied up at 2 apiece, and Native right now could be pushing up for the last time for SSG in the game.
Love that teamwork out of Mikwit and Gilk, but they don't spot a player from SSG coming from back of green. Gilkey with some beautiful timing, though, gets his shields back. He is looking good right now. Gilkey not stopping whatsoever, decides to pull this flag through the side of the map. He's got a teammate on this sword side, ends up getting taken out, but some beautiful teamwork by the side of Native. Something we're not so used to seeing. This team has gotten a lot better over time, Tony, at least in my opinion, especially with this change in pulling Gilkey on the roster.
They've gotten well coordinated. They're watching each other's angles so well, and they're playing confident because they know their teammate has their back. And we're seeing yet another pull. With this efficiency comes speed. With this speed comes maybe, just maybe, upsets against one of the best in the world at the moment in Space Station Gaming as Native. They got that flag out. It looks like it will be returned though.
Oh my gosh, Barcode is just playing this phenomenally. You see it right there, right? Bound has no shields on the Walsh. He puts a couple shots into him, knows that someone's coming through the snipe side, pulls out the shotgun, kills him, and still keeps Bound down to 1 shot. Bound ends up falling because of that. And now it's 3 down for the side of SSG. Legend gets a beautiful spawn on the shotgun side, but they're still gonna pull this through. Native look really good, but the split spawns might be hurting them in this situation.
The way Native Gaming are slaying at the moment here, SSG find himself behind just a bit in the slays department. If things continue to go this way, eventually one of these flagpoles are going to go the way of Native Gaming, who just need one more. But SSG do weather the storm. We do see a reset. We do see some damage going down as well as SSG slowly start to approach the base of Native Gaming. Eco over toward the green side. He puts down that damage bound with the switch out. Chase him down with the assault rifle. I love that.
I mean, those mini fights right there from APG, though, are what's going to turn this around. You saw that he took a different route there on the Eco, got his shields back, kept Eco down to no shields. Of course, Eco stays alive in that entire scenario. That's just Eco for you. But regardless, love to see those little tiny plays out of everyone on this Native roster. And now it's up to Gilkey to do a little bit of the same of what we saw at the very beginning of this map. Can he get some headshots with this snipe? Can he clear out the side of SSG? That is the question for me here. It's up to him to hit some shots. And if he does, we could potentially see a game 5, and that's the first one on the bound.
We saw him do it earlier, and now he's doing it again. Is Gilkey. I don't know if I've seen him miss a sniper shot so far in this game. As multiple go down for SSG, there's one that's a caster curse. That's my bad, Gilkey, not on you. 12-7 right now, 6 assists, and a very important fight for this overshield is about to go down. Oh my gosh, Legend's so quick, he's in there.
Yeah, I don't think he expected Gilkey there, but I don't think Gilkey expected him to drop. That was the kind of worry for me, is that there were 2 players from the side of SSG on that sword side. So it's going to be very difficult for them to get any sort of touch here. Legend almost stays alive. That would have been a huge blunder, but a great job by Native to come off of that advantageous spot on the shotgun side, make sure to take out Legend. And that first kill is going to stop the push here from SSG for quite a bit.
If SSG end up getting a cap here, you gotta think a large reason of that is a stolen overshield. The moment Gilkey looked away, Legend steals that, and maybe it doesn't directly impact them getting the base, but over time it could. As of right now, though, Native, they fight to get SSG out, but APG and McWin end up hitting the black screen here. Gilkey is in this base, but I'm not sure for how long, because you've drawn the attention of both Stellar and Legend at the moment. Even the shotgun isn't enough to keep you alive, so offense and defense simultaneously looking good for SSG.
Yeah, SSG ends up killing Gilkey on their side, but Native's going to do a great job of making sure to kill Bound, who was on their side of the map. So both players being cleared out of their offensive positions. But of course, SSG come out on top of this one so far. 2 down for the side of Native. APG's got to get this kill, and he stays alive. This is really big by APG. A massive play, a double as well. This could be a counter cap for the side of Native Gaming.
APG does not want to go down here, not like this. He wants his game 5, and as of right now, we are still tied up at 2 apiece. Next cap will win it at the moment, whether it's in regulation or overtime. Some way, somehow, we'll go into a double, we'll go into a triple overtime. Somebody is gonna win this game.
A little bit early to call a counter cap there when they were on their side of the base, but regardless, those 2 kills were so big, it doesn't allow them to push up, though. That's what makes SSG so good. The 2 players that were alive from SSG hold the entire halfway part of the map, and again, it's really difficult for Native to take any advantage and run with it. Speaking of advantage, it's Gilkey with the snipe. Legend shuts him down quick.
Oh. You know, it's funny, that was a really bad glitch before, like when this map first came out. Now you gotta hit it a certain way to get stuck in that lift, and Legend just unlucky on that one. McWin almost gets the no-scope before Eco pops that overshield. Love that play by McWin to get the sniper off the map. You can't give overshield and sniper, but what you can do is give Barcode an opportunity to at least start this flag run, and APG with the rockets.
APG with the rocket, it could have been a huge play for Native. And like you said, a great job by Mick when he gets the damage into that overshield and throws a sniper off the map. Still tied up at 2 with 1:30 left. You see Legend playing very aggressive, but also very patient on the side of Native Gaming. Barcode's not ready for it. Catches him on the reload, gets the assist for the second kill as well. Now gonna pull the flag through the shotgun side. This could be a cap for SSG.
Was a bit of a fumble, and I wonder if that's going to cost him. It's not looking like it may matter when Stellar's watching your back like this, and he makes it through the long haul side, potentially avoiding all of those grenades. Legends just about home, and that's going to be it. Native down to the elimination bracket.
SSG do a great job of closing out there. I want to give props to the side of Native, though. They kept that very close against the Arlington champs on a map and game type combination that I think is great for the side of SSG. Native showcase a bit of veteranship on the formerly known as Pit map and Empyrean, and they're going to continue on. That was your winners quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've got other winners quarterfinals to watch as well, but a great job by SSG to move on to Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, well deserved. I will say though, if we can give a bit of a hand clap, a bit of some praise to the Native Gaming side. I mean, look at the slays right there. I mean, I'm not good at math, but I'm gonna say that Native Gaming just barely outslayed SSG right there, and for a team that has been largely struggling is Native Gaming, but trying to find the right fit, the right chemistry, the right identity, if you will. I think this right here was a major step forward for Native. I thought they played phenomenal all series long, and obviously you lose out in the series, but how many times have we sat there and looked at it and said, you know what, Native were in that, and not against the likes of some of the the secondary teams in the league. We're talking about the team that won Arlington. We're talking about possibly the favorites going into London. So for you to get your coordination down packed and start to look better and start to look faster, start to look, like I said, more coordinated, and just looking good right now with Native Gaming, just want to give them a little bit of their flowers there.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that this is the best iteration we've seen so far, and you wouldn't expect anything else. Skill key on the roster, Barcode, like I said, getting accustomed to NA once again. I think this roster's got a future in this season, and I'm excited to see their growth as the season goes on. Great games by APG, great games by Barcode as well. Just phenomenal out of both of those guys. Honestly, love to see the individual talent shine through, and I'm excited to see where this roster goes as time goes on.
Yeah, as the kids will say, no cap. No cap. No.
For shizzle, Tony. For shizzle.
No, they're not saying. Gosh, bro. You're supposed to say on God, on Bound, on Renegade, or you're supposed to say, facts, no printer. Dude, I sent you an email.
Tubular, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your HGS Open Series number 3, and man, has it been exciting to watching these teams go at it and prepare for London, which is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Right around the corner, we're gonna have us some London action, gonna have us some LAN action, but before we get there, let's complete our Open Series number 3 and pass it to the desk.
Man, good showing out of Native Gaming there, Tools, but SSG, they stand strong. They advance to winter semifinals.
Yeah, there's a lot to like for Native in that series. Really thought that they had a chance at that flag game. Really liked their pushes. Gilkey had the opportunity to get a flag home. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a short fumble and a nade that shuts him down short on that snipe side run prevents them from getting that flag capture in. But I love the thought process. Love how they're setting themselves up for success in the future. And I feel like this is the first week where we've seen Native make big strides in their gameplay, where I think that they can definitely look forward to the future and have a more positive outlook on London.
Yeah, I feel like this team needs that right now, right? They need some consistency on the winning side, right? Obviously, they've had the trials and tribulations here as Native Gaming, but they're looking good, man. Gilkey was on a tear with that sniper rifle in game number 4. It seemed like he was willing his team to game 5, but just not quite enough juice to get to the finish line, Tools.
Nah, and I think that might change over time. I think Space Station is just a little bit too much for them right now. Honestly, the more I watch Space Station, the more I think that Legend might be the best flag runner of all time. He is so precise. He doesn't make mistakes, and it makes a huge difference in games. So often we see flags stopped because of a fumble, because of wasted milliseconds of time. that just never happens for Space Station. Go back to Arlington, the flag games that they won were because of how fast Legend was often moving that flag. Really want to give props to him and his flag running in that game.
Yeah, we witnessed one full flag run from start to finish. We got to see the bandaged helmet. But no, it's good, man. Obviously, Legend has been pulling out some really good movement, especially whenever he's moving the objective through the maps. It's been impressive to see. So I just took the opportunity. I was observing that game to just, let's see if he does something cool. I think it was a pretty mediocre run, but nevertheless, the man's moving good. So he's gonna move on. As we can see on the bracket here, we're still waiting for opponents in 2 of our winter quarterfinal matches. Obviously, FaZe versus Sentinels is in progress right now, ladies and gents. We are trying to get into the series as we speak, and then of course we are waiting for the Optic match as well for our main observer, and then of course once the Sentinels and FaZe series is over and we get into it, hopefully we can get the secondary into the other Rebellion match, right, where they are also waiting for their opponent.
I think Cloud9 and Bittersweet must be going into war right now because it's been a very long series between the two of them. Optic Gaming obviously waiting on the victor of those two, and honestly, it's a coin flip for me. I really like Cloud9's progression so far that we've seen them play. I'm very curious whether they're going to be able to keep that momentum moving forward and maybe try to upset Optic twice in a row. Still have to get through Bittersweet though.
It looks like FaZe and Sentinels are in a Slayer match right now, so I assume this is game 2. Hoping to get into game number 3, ladies and gents. But
looks like people saying there's a stream.
Is there a stream? Okay.
Precision might be streaming. We pull that up until we get our observer in. But so far, I mean, the matches have been great. Honestly, this has been a fantastic tournament so far, and I want to give a shout out to some of the subs that we've gotten. Leprintha with the Prime sub, and then I also saw Casey Wright with that tier 1. Now I want to give a shout out to Casey Wright right here because he subscribed with a tier 1. Folks, if you don't know, those tier 1 subs, they're like gold to us. That's the those are the subs that really matter the most. They help us maintain our higher sub split with Twitch. They just count for more. Those Prime subs, depending on what country you're in, you get like a different split from them. It's really weird. But if you have the opportunity to do like what Casey Wright or just Forced to Change SN did with those tier 1 subs, they really go a long way, and you don't have to watch any ads on the Twitch channel. Want to give a shout out to everyone that's also watching over on the YouTube. Saw that had about like 800 people over there watching during the last match. If you haven't, sub to the YouTube channel. Goes a long way for us and helping what we're doing out here be even more better. And oh my, this poster, man, Foxbot snapped with this thing.
Oh yeah. Let me set it to loop. My bad. So this is a perfect loop, and it's obviously a little bit of a rendition, right, from the last one where like the nade comes in and explodes and all these items come out. But nevertheless, the information on the screen is important as well. We're hosting a LAN in Orlando in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks' time, if you're in the southeastern United States, getting to Orlando is usually fairly cheap. I would suggest coming out, hanging out, getting yourself a team and playing. We have a lot of fun stuff planned for Orlando, and it should be just a great vibe. Just a bunch of Halo. I really wanted to make sure that you guys know this is gonna be like a real grassroots feeling. This isn't gonna be like a big old HCS tournament with a giant main stage and giant screens. No, it's gonna be like old school, gritty LAN vibes. Get on that PC and start competing.
Indeed, it looks like this Slayer match is over, Tool. So I'm gonna try to hustle all I can to get into this other FaZe and Sentinels lobby. But
APG, your day is done. I'm pretty sure if you played in the winner side. That's gonna things are done. Actually, APG, I'll tell you when it's done. When you sub to the channel, just a little Prime. I know you got it. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm pretty sure if you compete in the winners quarterfinal, you should be done until Thursday.
Looks like they started the next game.
Yeah, they're fast. Maybe we do like a little precision listening.
Maybe.
Maybe. What we really need is that Cloud9 bittersweet match to be done. Jesus Christ, APG. Oh man, I love APG. Folks, I'm trying to take a look over at this lower bracket, see if we have any interesting things that will be going on over there. We play up until losers round 6 today, so we end at losers round 6. So we got all that action up until losers round 5. Some really great teams down there, and right now it looks like still deciding is gonna have to go up against Scion eventually, probably, depending
What
on
is
how
Precision's
they play.
Twitch stream? I'm trying to find him. I literally can't.
I'll work on that. So yeah, someone in chat, like, type away his Twitch stream is. Oh yeah, I found it. 2 E's, 2 N's. I'll post it over here.
All right, we got it. We're in an ad. We'll at least get a little live look of what's going on over there in the Sentinels phase series. So unfortunately, yeah, they started the next game without the Observer. It's all good. They were in the middle of the series. It's just a bonus if we could have got in there. But yeah, still waiting for Optic and Optic's opponent as well as Rebellion's.
At Dead Zone, have them hurry up, man. Like get in there, start instigating. No, we really want to watch that Optic match. So far they said Sentinels phase is at 1-1 right now, just showing these two teams, man. They seem to be neck and neck all the time.
I can't do much.
You saying series is 1-1?
Yeah,
bro.
series 1-1 between these two.
We knew.
All right, so
Guys,
this is
the
Precision's
Slayer?
point of view, ladies and gents. I think we mentioned how to spell it. I'm sorry, I don't have the link
Grapple,
on this
guys.
computer.
Watch out, R1, watch out,
But
R1.
if anybody wants to share that link in the Twitch chat, you can. It sounds like we have a little bit of comms on
Watch out,
here, at least
batteries.
maybe just
I got a
Precision's.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
either way, he's got a great voice. I'd love to listen in.
Enemy about to score.
Good
Hill
luck.
controlled.
Stacks. Bomb tower. I found two tower. One's bomb tower, one shot. I killed one. Top tower.
Controlled.
Nice, guys.
Scored.
Probably gets along.
Incoming. Hill ready.
I spawn back cellar, guys. Hey, watch out back cell.
The hill.
Hey, punch. One shot going to right. He's on. Nice, Jesse. One shot. You got a melee. I'm tower. One shot. One shot bottom tower. Oh, shut up. There's two shot. One shot stacks too. Top A kick. Ah, top A cat, dude. Fuck. Fight along on left again. You guys can live together along. Oh, that's good. Top A cat shooting you. Needles. Needles. Kill me. Nice shit. There it is.
Hill control.
Cowbox. I'll try to A on you. Bottom tower to stacks. Or he's still bottom tower to back silo. No, he's stack. Camo stacks. Go in C plot. He's flanking Jesse. He's gonna be on Jesse. C plot.
Enemy team took the hill.
I'm just sliding in this hole. Right one.
Control.
Dead. Try to box.
Enemy team took the hill.
Long hurt, snake bite. Watch out, long snake bite.
Hill control.
C plot, GC.
See why hand battered is better with the $6 chicken basket. Our 100%
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off. I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the
Yep, start
jungle.
playing close to hill, guys. Start playing close to hill.
Hill Guardian.
Good shit, guys.
Scored. Hill
Heard that.
incoming.
One's probably on you, Jesse. I'm gonna help you clear it.
Hill ready.
Probably one top on.
Enemy team took
He's here, Village. Alright, you're good. Nice. On this tower, right? Oh, I'm here, Mike.
Hill
XL, Renegade. Renegade one shot, XL. T-Box is dead. XL one. He'll die. Spawn the reds. They're already trippy box. Go on, man. Roll 2, it could be trippy corner. Yep.
Your team about to score.
Oh, yeah. I heard noodles. Got 2.
Enemy team took the hill. Double kill.
So, I got plenty of time. Just trippy box showing. Yeah, freak. Nice, huge. Yo, let's ape this together. What did you kill us by here or something?
Lost a teammate.
Backside on one C pot. C jump.
Hill controlled.
Might be able to look at him.
Enemy team took the hill.
We still have time for another break. Wait for Mike spawns.
Enemy about to
C jump, one shot, renegade. Watch out sneaky, watch out sneaky. I'm running this, guys. Watch out one on me, I need help.
Your team
Here,
scored.
TJ, I'm here, TJ.
Hill incoming.
Played glass.
Hill
I played glass dead.
1 minute remaining.
2 F4 going A. One's hell, and one's top tower. Can we fight tower? You guys should fight tower, you guys should fight tower. One's hot, yeah. Last of me. I'm living. There's a lot on me, Lot on me still. Dead.
No substitute for hot metal.
Yeah, I heard that. It's fine, we have 30 seconds.
30 seconds remaining.
Drop tower.
Enemy team
Done.
took the hill.
I got 2.
Double kill.
One shot, dead. Dead bridge, one shot, one. Dropping, one shot. Be careful. I'm here, Mike. Just live for me, One spawn tower. 2 tower, 2 C plat, 2 C plat.
10 seconds. Mopping us up.
Yo, listen, it's fine. Let them. I'm trying to need it.
Hill controlled.
That's fine, we have plenty of time. They have to cap 2 hills. I'm just gonna get to red for a sec. Yeah. Heard that. Yeah, he's here. Red dead! Tower's probably one.
Enemy about to score.
Come here, Mike. I got you. Good shit, guys.
Victory.
Keep it up, bro. Small talking really well.
Okay, so Sentinels take game number 3. The series now 2-1 in favor of Sentinels over FaZe. We have an Observer in Rebellion versus Complexity. That lobby's not full yet. We will get in that as soon as possible. And then, of course, Optic is still waiting for their opponent. I hear Bittersweet is in a game 5 situation.
Yeah, they're in game 5. It looks like they're having some delays because Onboard having some computer problems. So that Bittersweet Cloud9 matchup's been kind of waiting in that game 5 state for a while now. Hopefully they can get that resolved. I saw them in the chat saying he's on his way. So hopefully we can get that game 5 resolved. But, either way, we've been able to see probably more of the winners quarterfinals this tournament than we have in any other tournament, just with the way that this is stacked out.
Yeah, it's been great for sure. So this is going to be game number 4, Sentinels versus FaZe. Looks like they're starting right now, so we'll get right back into this listening tools.
I'm playing for the 1v on OS, so.
From a distance.
They popped to us, they have us. You went under bridge. That's one out of us, Yeah, I'm dead. 2 in sword. They have snipe. Another one in sword, yeah. One shot. This one, he's dropped court, dropped court. Hey, I died from our green, I think. Under bridge. Step in the training. That's it.
Close.
I'm not. I'm just. Needles on me?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch up the vibe a little bit here and let's check out some more winners bracket action. Got yourself a little Shopify Rebellion, got yourself a little bit of complexity, and we got ourselves another banger of a series winners quarterfinals. Who's gonna make it through and Suppress shutting things down, and all 4 members of complexity hitting the black screen.
Yeah, that's going to allow Suppress to grab this camo now, and he's going to make his way back towards A to just solidify this with mental. They have pressure on the B spawns as well, so this is really good by the side of Rebellion here. End up going 2 down, though. That's a great defensive hold there by Complexity. 3 go down for Rebellion. Now Complexity going to go for C.
Switching gears over towards Soul Snipe. Multiple teammates are down right now. Wants to sneak past and sneak in toward the back green, but spotted and taken out is Soul Snipe. So Mental putting down some good long range shots onto Sparty, who's being a tricky kill, and Sparty working that pull.
You love to see that out of Sparty. Just a really difficult kill for him. Makes it even more difficult for Mental. Takes him out. And that's going to give Complexity this triple cap off that 1 kill. It won't last too long, though. A ends up getting taken, and Mental wins that big 1v1 onto C, so this will be flipped already for Rebellion.
2 caps go in, leaving Complexity stuck over towards B. The spawners are up, and they're going down as quickly as they hit the battlefield. Back-to-back 3 downs. Ryan, the only one spawning in a bit of safety there. But hold on, 3 down go Rebellion as Ryan gets the cleanup, and Ryan
You love to see that out of Rynoob. Some individual skill being showcased here with that kill. He's going to be able to get B. And now you see it's going to be Rebellion going for C, or at least stepping into C. And Rynoob continuing that pressure with the QT. This is why the QT is such a strong equipment on this map. You can literally just take control of 2 sides of the map simultaneously. And that's what Rynoob is doing. Gets a kill on a C, comes back towards B. But it's once again Complexity who are fighting for that C-side control, and it's Rebellion not making it easy.
So tough to kill a player with that quantum translocate, especially one who uses as efficiently as Ryu did right there, but Suppressed ends up getting a quick cleanup there. 3 down go Complexity. Suppressed will at the black screen as well, but it looks like they're gonna finish them off, eventually going 4 down due Complexity. It looks like Shopify Rebellion should take the lead, but we're stopped there, and both teams just swap bases.
Yeah, breakfast served. The pancake comes out. Snipe's coming up as well, so it's going to be Soul Snipe on the top pressuring here. Huss going to be flying through, taking a lot of unnecessary damage. Goes down very quickly. That's 3 down for Complexity. Off of Huss pushing really aggressively there. He's going to be still down. You can see, and now Complexity have to fight off their back foot, but they do well in that regard. They end up getting 2 down for the side of Rebellion. Oh my gosh, Suppressed. Nice little snipe there by him. Great job by Huss to take him out. That's 3 down for Rebellion, and a chance for Complexity to get beat.
Yeah, not sure if he had to no-scope the one-shot player, but you know what? I mean, oh my gosh! Psycho wasn't one shot right there. Huss! Double Huss! Oh my goodness! I didn't know he could snipe like that. Someone get this man a snipe next time. Get it in the hands of Huss.
When you're feeling good, you're feeling good. Huss hits a couple of great shots right there to put Complexity in the driver's seat. Now it's Sparty with the snipe transferred over to him. Snipe stays on Complexity's side. Sparty hits a nice one as well. and he'll take control of C, or keep control of C, I'm sorry, and Complexity will lock in a triple cap.
It doesn't matter who has this sniper, as long as it has this weapon skin, everybody's hitting no scopes right now, apparently. 114-76 lead in favor of Complexity in this game number 1, as Sparty does everything he can to stay alive, wrapping back towards the Charlie side. We know that the camouflage is coming up. We also know that Soul Snipe wants to get the double.
Yeah, great job by Sparty to hold down C for a pretty long time there, but Soul Snipe coming through, winning that 1v1 is big for the side of Rebellion. They're going to be able to snowball that into a BC setup here as well. You can see Suppress not really stopping on the aggression. Now a triple cap for the side of Rebellion. Camo coming up, which means they can pressure the C side, and they have A side, and they'll get camo. So Rebellion getting all the W's here, as the young kids would say.
All 4 members end up going down for Complexity, and Shopify Rebellion take advantage of that, turn it into a trip cap. Suppressed, turning his kills into a spree right now. And Complexity are able to take away C, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Suppressed desperately trying to take down Huss. How is Huss alive right now? What? Huss is living.
What just happened? He finally goes down, but that can't happen. You can't let Huss do that. He's no shield for an hour, takes out a player as well. But it doesn't matter. All of that work. Complexity go 3 down. Huss the first one to spawn. Rebellion take control back. It's crazy that off of that, Rebellion is still able to get a triple cap. You can see Complexity answering back pretty quickly here, but my goodness gracious, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, that was a lot of work and it was really fun to watch, but eventually Shopify Rebellion get a trip cap and eventually hold on to that trip cap. So the question really becomes, you know, it was fun, but at the end of the day, right now, Rebellion are playing more efficient. They have a 177 to 127 lead right now. Complexity are still trying to play catch up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that creating that amount of time and that, you know, staying alive for that long. You got to capitalize on it. You got to take the pressure on the map. You got to get the slays. The Suppress, who's getting slays of his own right now. Great couple of slays for him. 2 go down for the side of Complexity. Ryan Newman Descendant now down, and Rebellion answering back once again with a double cap. They just seem like they've been in control for a large majority of this second half of this game, Tony.
Man, his name was Suppressed, but he was being quite loud there. Luckily, Sparty does shut that down at least momentarily for Complexity. He had to take down Suppressed. He was going on quite a roll. It was 20 and 10 at that point. It was hitting every single shot as we switch gears towards Cycle. There he comes down, lands right toward the big door side, chasing down 2 members of Complexity down to the low ground, but that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion want them, trapping Complexity for an easy double kill for Psycho, and now 2 shots, and the sniper make it 1.
Yeah, I like the push out of Complexity right there. I don't like the fact that they were able to get that first kill. Oh my goodness, Descendant. 3 down for the side of Rebellion, but all the while, you know, they had an advantage. They got flanked, then they took the advantage back, and now they have a double cap locked in here. A and B setup. Sparty ends up going for pretty wide of a swing there, ends up getting taken out. Huss is the second one to die, so now Rebellion gonna look with those numbers, with that numbers advantage, to take control of this B side and potentially hold C as well.
Shopify Rebellion always quick to the back to the fight. Whenever they go off of, whenever they come off a spawn, they're so quick, so back in the fight, and it's crazy. You see Complexity have these moments, and they've been able to get slays. They've been able to get an advantage on Shopify Rebellion, but the moment they spawn, the moment they attack, and then they get right back to a 50-point advantage. Somehow, some way, Complexity, despite playing well, always find himself 50 points behind.
And I'll tell you why. It's Suppressed is the big shine for me. 24 and 13. Obviously, it's only a singular player who's not going to impact the game that much by himself, but in the slays category, doing a lot of work here. Complexity trying to gain footing once again, like you mentioned. We'll see if they're able to use this momentum, though, to carry themselves through the 200-point mark. Looks like they might be doing so, but it's going to take a win by Sparty here. Oh my gosh, Cycle. A massive win on the B there. 2 down for Rebellion, but Cycle winning that fight is going to allow him to take control of B potentially.
Yeah, Psycho started this game off, I think, with 3 and 9, with maybe a couple assists to his name. He's really been catching up to his score line. It's just about positive with 10 assists now. So his influence definitely being felt, at least by Complexity at the moment. As Shopify Rebellion once again taking back both Alpha and Bravo. Long range shots to Ryan, who puts him down to 1 shot. Mental will get the cleanup here. And this is where things go from bad to worse. Complexity need an answer. They need it bad. It's going to be a 3-man push towards A, but Solstice, he reads it like a book.
Yeah, that's not the answer they were looking for, because Solstice, like you said, at the top center with that sniper, reads the play. It's going to be 3 down for Complexity. They end up getting B, but it'll still be a C and A side control here for Rebellion. And with 241 points, this could be it here. Rebellion could take game number 1 off of this.
Final seconds could be going in. Looks like Complexity, they stopped the trip cap, but they still need 1 more, and they're not going to get a Shopify Rebellion. Hold on to take game 1.
Well, there you have it. You saw a couple of, a couple moments of shine there for the side of Complexity, but like you said, they always found themselves behind, and they weren't able to really do anything because of that. Now we hop back over to the FaZe/Sentinels series here. And it looks like we're going into a game number 5 of the series, and potentially Tony listening.
Yeah. Find the enemy. Destroy the enemy. The jumper turret P2 on me.
I think actually, you know what, Tony? I don't think people have heard our voices enough. I think we should cast this match. Why not? It's a game 5, FaZe versus Sentinels. Sentinels seemingly having FaZe's number, as we were talking about in the green room, and I kind of agree here, Tony, but FaZe have brought it back, and now we head into a Slayer situation where FaZe, I think, is strongest.
Yeah, you know, we talk about week after week, Sentinels and FaZe have been matching up multiple times since bringing in Precision onto the roster, and whether it's scrims, whether it's tournament play, Sentinels have been playing FaZe so well, and they match up well against them, and they've been pulling off upsets. This could be yet another one. Your reigning world champions going up against what seems to be their arch nemesis now. Lethal has finally found this winning formula here for Sentinels, and we're gonna see who wins it.
And the player for me is Precision here. I think I heard some murmurs in the chat of potentially being a young Shotzi. I don't want to stretch it that far just yet. I think I still have to see a little bit more of him, a lot more of him, before I give him those kind of accolades. But I do think that he's a phenomenal player, and I think his future is extremely bright. Obviously, Sentinels saw that, and that's why they went for this pickup in place of Sparty. But you can see right now, Sentinels keeping it pretty close here. It's a 9 to 8 so far for both squads. OS coming up in 24 seconds.
Sentinels with that 1 kill advantage. We know that's not going to be much, especially when going up against the likes of FaZe. As we know that Complexity Shopify Rebellion are happening in the picture-in-picture. Why don't we stay on board with our featured matchup going to that game number 2? And I promise you, we will keep you update on Sentinels versus FaZe, but we got this matchup on our hands. Will Shopify Rebellion go up 2-0, or can we see a clapback coming in from Complexity?
Yeah, I've got to see a little bit more out of Complexity here. I think, obviously Suppress really impressed me in that game number 1. Obviously with his slays, and Cycle, like you said, started to pick things up as well. He looks like he's starting this match pretty strongly with a nice little triple kill. That'll guarantee the camo for him. Nope, not able to scurry away. Stalker rifle and camo at the bottom center of the map for Pickens.
We see a double presence in the seaside and the subway side coming in from Shopify Rebellion. Sparty, so good at staying alive right there. You know Mental is frustrated with that. He wanted to kill so bad. Sparty stays alive. He ends up being rushed, and now a bounce back, or at least momentarily, for Complexity. Shopify Rebellion right off of spawn and right to the strong side, and right back to spawn they'll go. Apparently the nades just simply too much. Soulslife is down to 1 shot, still confident enough to go in for the challenge. 4 down for Complexity.
I was really, impressed by the side of Complexity, holding off that B side for, a couple of seconds at least, but it's the flank from Rebellion, pressuring from both sides of B. which is going to be taking Complexity out and bringing them 4 down. You can see they've continuously built off of that so far. 19-13, a massive lead.
Double kill.
Just approached 20 kills, and Rebellion are running away with this one.
And you're seeing why Shopify Rebellion only dropped 1 game of Slayer back at Arlington. It's because they play like this. They play fast. They swarm on you. And Complexity gonna have to find a way to either slow them down or maybe match the intensity that Shopify Rebellion are coming with, because Complexity find themselves a couple of kills. Now they're chaining together. A round of slays may go in favor of Complexity as Psycho is forced back down while 1 shot.
I like the fact that Cycle plays his life here, but great job by Complexity to spot him out in a disadvantageous position on the bottom center of the map right there on Laundry. Rebellion still lead by 5, make that 6 with the kill onto Ryanoob. And it'll be Mental once again staying alive, and we keep saying these words, staying alive. These 2 words are so important for the side of Rebellion. You watch them constantly. Yes, they will be down to no shields, but they'll be in a position where they'll get those shields back in a matter of 5 seconds, and that's what allowed them to continue this lead here. 28-21, Rebellion still lead.
Yeah, I feel like it's one thing that we saw SSG do really good as well in the same exact winners quarterfinals. You know, we saw each player milk their life, and then we saw the spawners so quick to catch up to them, and it felt like every last second that they milked really became valuable. Are you seeing something like that here with Shopify Rebellion as well?
100% I am, and it's honestly Mental and Cycle for me. And you can see Cycle right there. He's still alive right now. He was no shields 3 seconds ago, still alive. It's going to be 3 down for Complexity. Great teamwork, great positioning. All of that here for Rebellion. Complexity still looking for an answer. The lead has now grown to a 10-kill lead here for Rebellion.
Double-digit lead now coming in for Shopify Rebellion. They did momentarily go 3 down, and maybe this is the opportunity that Complexity needed in order to bounce back in the game. And Slayers, you're always in it. All you got to do is get a clean round of slays, punish your opponents. Maybe an active camouflage might just help, or maybe Descendant and Sparty both hit the black screen. Eventually a 3 down, and Husk gets put down as well. That's a squad point.
How do you hit that strafe right there on a soul snipe? It's just so crazy. 10-kill lead, like you said. It looked like they were starting to show some life. That is Complexity, but all Rebellion needed was a nice strong push towards one side of the map, and now they're at a 12-kill lead here. Make that 13 as they continue on, and they continue to take that numbers advantage and get kills with it. That's what they're so good at. You're seeing Soul Snipe again. Look how isolated Huss and Descendant are. The spawns are realized, and Soul Snipe looking for the kill.
The strafes that we're seeing right now is making me dizzy. I can't even keep up. Maybe my dead zones aren't set properly. I gotta do something. I need to figure out how to wiggle like this. Because my money, it don't fold. It jiggles. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh, goodness me, Tony. Listen, man, we're old. You gotta just live with it. We're old. What's not old though is this beautiful gameplay. 46-39. Rebellion were 3 down for a moment there, but Complexity, they're not going to be able to come back from this, in my opinion. It's too big of a deficit, especially 2 players stuck at C. Look how Rebellion are once again taking advantage of this numbers advantage, taking advantage of isolated players. Complexity find themselves caught out, and that's all Rebellion need. They will take game number 2 very, very quickly. And a beautiful job in order to take this series and bring it to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean that game right there, it was, it was very obvious to see who was the better Slayer team, almost as obvious as, Drake being better than Kendrick Lamar. It was obvious that Shopify Rebellion were just more prepared for the Slayer in this series than Complexity were. Now they're up 2-0. Now they're 1 game away from pulling off the sweep. Complexity, I believe in them. I'm a fan of Sparty. I'm a fan of Ryan. I'm a fan of these boys that are on the Complexity roster. But right now, they're in trouble.
They are. I think, I don't know, growing pains are going to have to be talked about here. I think if there's one team to come through from this, and again, a 50-41, and this series is still not over. But if there's one team to come through from all of this, it's definitely going to be Complexity. Their work ethic on that team is phenomenal. I think You know, obviously Sparty dealing with some stuff health-wise. I think he's becoming adjusted to that as well. I think all of that stuff coming through. Of course, Ash is the coach. I think it's all going to come together. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time than we're all kind of used to. London coming up very close. I think, you know, they'll be ready for London, and I think this is just one of those stepping stones they got to get through once again. But like I said, series not over. It's 2-0 in favor of Rebellion, but a chance for Complexity to answer back.
And speaking of complexity, you know, it feels like it wasn't that long ago where I believe Psycho was a former Complexity member, and I feel like Psycho has been so good this series, and even the stats don't show up on the sheet. Just picking and choosing his spots right, keeping his teammates alive, staying alive himself. I keep saying that. I think Psycho is the second youngest player in the league right now, but he plays like such a savvy veteran. You gotta love it.
100% agree. I love to see Cycle's growth as time has gone on. I think he's just getting better and better. One thing I do want to say, though, is an update from the back. Sentinels are going to be the victors in the Game 5 against FaZe. And you love to see that. Obviously, Sentinels with that pickup looking extremely good with the pickup of precision. We'll see what their future looks like as time goes on as well. Excited to see that roster grow.
50-47, man. Sentinels, like a close one, but another Sentinels win against FaZe. I'm trying to figure out, like, have Sentinels gotten that much better? Have FaZe taken a step back? Do Sentinels just match up well against FaZe? Like I don't know what's happening here, man. But for some reason, some way, somehow, Lethal, he's the counter to FaZe, apparently.
Apparently so. Former member of that roster too, so interesting to see how it all unfolds. But something that has not unfolded fully yet is this series right here. Rebellion taking a 2-0 series lead versus Complexity, a team obviously with the newer member on the squad. This Rebellion roster sticking it through from Arlington till now. Like I said, a little bit of growing pains to be had here, but Complexity still have a chance to answer back, and it starts right now here in game number 3.
Yeah, we know how good Complexity are. They're no strangers to reverse sweeps. All you do, you give them an inch and they'll take them out. You give Complexity any kind of momentum. Once those boys start getting loud, the Ryan, the Spartan, once they start getting loud and hyping each other up, a reverse sweep is definitely possible, but it starts here. It starts with a Game 3 win. Do you have it in you to slow down the ultra-aggressive Shopify Rebellion? So far, you've gotten close, but you haven't found that recipe. You haven't found that answer.
And that's the thing. The recipe is exactly what I would agree with as well. I think to have a recipe work out, it takes some time, Tony. I mean, you're a food connoisseur yourself. You always let me know the good places to go when we go to these events. You know, good food. Good food takes a while to perfect, right? You know, a little garlic powder, a little onion powder. That's my specialty. That's all I know in terms of spices. But regardless, it takes a little bit, right? And I think that's what's going on with this Complexity roster. I think it'll just take a bit of time to adjust. I think that they will be fine when it comes to London. I think they'll look really good. It's just right now, these matches are some really good VOD review matches that you got to get through. And again, the series is not over. Rebellion have looked dominant, but again, Complexity is only, I would assume if you're Complexity, you're only looking at the positive side of this. You get through this, whether you win or lose, it's a learning process. Just prepare yourself for the big time event in London.
There's so many things wrong with what you just said. I mean, first of all, I'm pretty sure you calling me a food connoisseur is your way of calling me fat.
That is not true, Tony.
And I don't appreciate that. Second of all, the onion powder and garlic powder being the only seasonings you know. Like, we got to get you some culture, get you a little bit of adobo, you know, a little bit of sazon, you know. We gonna talk. We gonna talk because although right now Shopify Rebellion are cooking right now, and we gonna let them cook, but it's not the time or place. We'll talk.
I'm gonna need some lessons here. Cycle doesn't need any lessons. He's inside a battery. I love that right there. Getting out of batteries, right? You poke out. You see if the way is clear. and then use that grapple. Make sure you get that very powerful weapon in the shock rifle out of the most dangerous spot on the map. And batteries, and look at that. The AoE damage is really good. It's strong. It's not able to stop the push though. Complexity find a way through the trippy corner to get inside of batteries, and now they've got control of this hill, and they're on the aggression, which we don't normally see, Tony.
Psycho playing like man possessed right now. Playing, let me tell you, he might be like maybe like 5'8", 5'9", I don't know, but man, he playing like he's 7 foot tall right there. As Complexity do get the kill necessary though, and Sparty using that same tool that Psycho used against him, now getting the opportunity to use it against Shopify Rebellion. They're up 1-0 right now, and Sparty has just put Shopify 3 down.
This is what you love to see out of this Complexity roster, answering back already with a 1 hill lead. Camo coming up as well. Sparty with that shock, like you said, putting it to work with a little bit of damage there. And Complexity maintain control of this hill. Camo coming up though. They've got to get a couple kills on the side of Rebellion. Rebellion pushing very heavily on that seaside. Look how quickly they get the hill, and potentially they get that camo as well. Actually, Descendant looks like he gets a kill, so I'm not sure if anyone on the side of Rebellion got that camo, but regardless, a great job by Rebellion, or I'm sorry, by Complexity to hold that back. That being said, we swap over to Optic Gaming versus Cloud9.
Switching gears over towards Formal. Team just going 3 down, so he has to be sneaky, but he wants to make a play, but Cloud9 watching every single angle, do not allow him to sneak by.
Septify is going to take up the snipe here, gets an assist on that kill, still watching the angle on that A side window, and a little bit impatient there. Formal on that timing, ends up finding a way through the window side, takes him out, and now Optic Gaming can kind of push off that and guarantee themselves that B cap.
LVT gifting us a bit of red zone action. We get a little bit of every single series here in the quarterfinals, kind of like Stupid Loop gifting us 25 gifted. We gonna hop through 25 matches and make sure you all get the love that you need. Meanwhile, Cloud9 going up against Optic Gaming, looking to pull off back-to-back upsets week after week. Cloud9 maybe taking down Optic once again.
That's 25 people, no ads, Tony. That's pretty cool. What else is cool is potentially Optic Gaming locking in this triple cap, and you love to see that. I don't see a way that they won't hold on to this for a pretty good amount of time, especially with the pressure that's coming through here. Look at this pressure. They make sure to hold A. They even pressure on that C side, and now the spawns are forced onto B, but it's going to be Formal that's there. I don't know if... I thought I saw one spawn there. I did. Tusk finds a way through. Formal's not ready for it. That's a break.
Tusk comes in, gets the easy kill, and now just may take away Bravo because of it, but the nades coming in out of Trippy. And Optic gonna shut down that push, and now it's back to a trip cap coming in for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, you'd expect with that 1 kill on the B side, an unexpected kill, that Cloud9 would be able to do a little more with that. But it's Optic Gaming who got a massive kill on the B, reset it real quick. And it's Cloud9 still fighting for anything right now. C is not even being capped. Finally, they get into C. That is Optic Gaming, and reset it. And, you know, minimize Optic from getting that triple cap point advantage. 2 points every second can be devastating in this game type.
Nades going down here, and multiple go down for both teams, but somehow Formal survives, and Formal's gonna wrap back towards A, where Septify is simply waiting for him. Lucid can't get away with camouflage, and to be honest, I don't even think he burned it. This newly formed Cloud9 roster has hit the ground running.
Yeah, Sab's gonna pick up the camo. 2 Optic players do have those camo eyes, and they are watching. Interesting play by Sab to use that green gun. It gets spotted out pretty quickly, but reads the top center push from Optic. Septify and Suspector get 2 kills in the feed. Formal goes down as well. Dead Zone, the last player alive. Cloud9 hit the ground running like you said.
Killing spree.
Green gun play is gonna work out for Sab. I thought when he looked away, maybe Dead Zone might have been able to get a sneaky play off, but Sab goes right back in with that green gun, puts it to work. Optic answer back with 2 kills of their own, and look how quick they are to take Bravo.
Yeah, spawning A there and taking Bravo that fast just showcases the knowledge that Optic have on this map, and knowing, you know, when those spawns are happening, where the pressure happens as well. A great trade by Trippy, a 2-cap advantage still for the side of Optic Gaming. 135 and counting for them.
It's the communication, the coordination, everything that you want to see, and then you see what these pros can do in the individual plays. Everything has to be perfect in order for you to attain this level of competence. In order for you to make it this deep within a tournament, you have to be on point with your teamwork, but you got to be able to fly like Suspector is about to do with this sniper, because he still has a couple bullets to work with. And although Cloud9 are fighting an uphill battle right now, it is not impossible. It is still attainable.
You see the positioning by Lucid right there, and you love to see that. Dead Zone ends up trying to push through the cut side, but you saw Lucid on that nest side. He knew that Optic was going to get A and B. There's no reason to pressure C in that situation. There's no reason to showcase, or show your face to the snipe player on C. So he sits back, they get A and B, and they get more time added to that scoreboard. And that's all they need at this point in time. They're going to continue to go for this double cap. Trippy takes the tower control.
163 to 76 lead here for Optic Gaming, and Trippy has been having one hell of a game himself. What do they call him? Big game Trip in these streets. 13 and 9. As is that another caster's curse? God bless. What is wrong with you?
No more cursing then, Tony. Jeez. Curse won't last though. It's gonna be almost a triple cap here for the side of Optic Gaming. But again, it doesn't matter if they get the triple cap or not. They're content with that double cap. They're content with the setup here. Sab, though, he's going to be the one to stop it. He ends up getting that 1 kill on the B. With this camo, he's really just able to give information and go for those 100% kills, and that's exactly what he does. This is a massive win versus Lucid here. He needs to make this win happen.
No!
Trippy's there to help him. Lucid stays alive. Big play by Optic.
Reverse the B. Sab is sad after that one. There's no way you can allow Lucid to come off with a kill. Oh my gosh.
2 down. Go Cloud9. Optic Gaming gonna get the snipe in the hands of Trippy, and now capping C as well. Understand the spawns too, and damage will come out. They'll be fine with the double cap. Almost over 100-point lead here for Optic Gaming, and they continue to just calculate the defense in a beautiful way and continue to hold B and C.
Snipe still in the hands of Trippy. Gets himself that bodyguard medal, keeping his teammates alive, but 3 down go Optic still. Once again, the last player alive, but this is Cloud9. They gotta hop on something. You weren't able to take A. The reset comes in, so now sacrificing time to go after C. This is time that Optic gonna push up.
Yeah, it's really, honestly, it's up to Tusk right now on the top of tower. Like, with this sniper, Tusk has the option to stop the push from Optic. You see how patient Optic are, though, on the top center. They force Tusk out of the tower control, out of that prime top tower position. And with Tusk falling, everything else falls behind him. It's that one misstep that breaks everything apart there for Cloud9.
Optic once again getting a hold of the trip cap. And finally, Cloud9 are able to stop them, at least momentarily, going after Alpha, but it takes 2 to tango, and Trippy gets yet another stick. 3 down go Cloud9, and Optic right back in the trip.
We'll see if they can hold on to that trip cap, though. They've got to get a couple of kills first, and that's exactly what Trippy does. He does not care. He is not scared. Trippy with a double. Guarantees the camo. The 4 down camo not necessary. Optic Gaming take game number 1.
Trippy, I mean, 23 kills where every single other member of Optic Gaming had 9. Like, how ridiculous is that? That is just one hell of a matchup, but we have one hell of a ending to this game. Both teams tied up 3-3. Look how close they are. It's a 1v1 at the moment here, and Mental's hunted down. Smarty gets the kill and secures it just in the nick of time. Did you see how close that was?
I did, and did you see the pressure coming out there? I mean, that was absolutely beautiful by the side of Complexity. They go in there, he makes sure to pressure the hill. It was Rebellion inside the hill. A complexity member runs in the hill, gets a couple shots on a soul snipe, beats down the other player as well. The cleanups come through, and then Sparty is left to win a 1v1 against a player no shields and mental. Great job by Sparty to close that out and keep the series alive, Tony. The series now 2-1, still in favor of Rebellion.
Wow. What an ending to that game. Like we swapped right in and we just got there like literally right on time to see an incredible ending to what I'm sure was an incredible game. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I mean first of all, can we get some W's in the chat for LVT? I mean, look at the matches that we're covering and getting into multiple different games, multiple different series, and that's just beautiful. I need some W's in the chat here for LVT right there as we're going to get into this game number 2. Optic versus Cloud9 is still going at each other right now. It's Streets that's going to be our Slayer game number 2.
Yeah, Optic showed a lot of dominance in that game number 1, and we talked about big game Trip. I mean, just a lot of confidence out of him, and Optic looking really good, right? I believe that first Open, they weren't able to participate, but they're here in this one and making things happen, which is great to see. They were in the last one as well. I don't think they got the placing that they really wanted in that last Open. So coming out with some aggression here, a little more confidence and a little more willpower to take this whole thing.
I feel like with Optic Gaming fresh off Arlington making the grand finals, you know, them missing out on, you know, a tournament online. I feel like Optic have been a little quiet, at least in these online tournaments. Not even attending all of them, and then Cloud9 upsetting that. I feel like they've been a little quiet. I want to see the Optic that we saw in Arlington. I want to see Optic showing that, you know, potentially they are, you know, top 2 in the league. We know you're top 3. And which, by the way, the spots right now in top 3, they got targets on their backs. Yeah, they really do. But I want to see Optic get loud. I want to see them get dominant again and maybe just win one of these Open Series tournaments. I mean, how good are we? Know how good Optic are. Right. So I feel like expectations to win one of these Open Series tournaments leading into London, to me, it doesn't seem ridiculous to me.
Yeah, 100% agree. I was, you know, I even said it at Arlington on the desk. I wasn't doubting the dead zone pickup, but I was almost like curious about it, I guess is the right word to use. And he impressed me the entire, you know, event of Arlington. And like you said, they have been quiet since then. And obviously it's online, but we know Optic to dominate online tournaments. And, you know, I think this is the tournament where, you know, it's Open Series number 3. I think this is the one where they come out swinging. I'm expecting to see that as this tournament unfolds. Obviously, don't forget, we've got today, which is the first day of the tournament, and then we've also got Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. So the next day of the tournament will be Thursday. Obviously, we've got to get through this tournament first. We've got the lower bracket to do as well, so we'll get through all that. But yeah, I think Optic have to come out swinging this time just to make a statement before London.
Oh. I'm going to take a look at some more action for you guys. We have so much winners quarterfinals action that's on the screen, and we're going back to our Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity. Could be the final time that we see Complexity here in the winners bracket, as Rebellion are 1 game away from sending them down to losers.
I feel like the heart monitor on the Complexity side is spiking a bit, and that's good to see, right? A little bit of life being put into them after that last series. The series is almost over with that last game, I'm sorry. And now looking to build off that momentum. It's going to be Descendant on the side of Complexity. 2 down. A great defensive hold by him. Goes for another. A little bit aggressive. That'll give Rebellion that tower control, but Complexity still fighting back.
Yeah, despite the fact that his team was 3 down, gets a double with the Rockets. Maybe gets a little overzealous going in for the 3rd, but when you're feeling yourself, it's hard to stop at times. I'm sure as a high Onyx player, you know yourself, you know. Tied up a 0-piece right now. Sparty with the sniper. You know we're gonna have a treat on our hands when he has this much ammo to work with.
Oh, yes, sir. Sparty, preemptive shot there on the second one. I like to see this out of Sparty. A little bit of a rough go about it in terms of Arlington, trying to recover here, trying to have his comeback story on the side of Complexity. Like I said, with that last series, with that last game, I'm sorry, I keep saying series, that last game win. I think this is showcasing a little bit of life here out of Complexity. We'll see if they can build on that. And you can see in our picture-in-picture, it's going to be Optic Gaming series against Cloud9 game number 2 starting up. Get to give you all the action here on LVT.
You saw what he did with 3 bullets earlier. He almost did it again with 3 more, but finally they stopped Sparty in his tracks. And does that mean that this flag won't get stopped? Complexity swarming on it as Soul Snipe ends up trying to get involved. 3 down go his team. Complexity do end up getting that return, and more importantly, the defense converts into offense because now Complexity are pushing the side of Shopify Rebellion. We see Huss with the kill. We see Suppress answering back for Rebellion. Huss with yet another as he takes down Psycho, and Mental shutting everything down here.
Yeah, Mental is a big play by him to kill Huss on that Needle side. I would expect Huss to stay alive there, especially with his teammate on the top of tower, but maybe in an opportunity where he could not do that. And now West is going to be thrown off the map by Sparty in that situation. And we'll hop over to the Optic Gaming versus Cloud9 matchup. Cloud9 starting this game, number 2 with 3 kills on the board. Camo coming up in 2 seconds.
Definitely keep you updated on our secondary matchup. But meanwhile, we do have a banger here. Last week, we saw Cloud9 upset Optic Gaming. We didn't get to see it on the mainstream, and if they do it again, though, this time, we will see it. And Cloud9 down 0-1 in the series, but up 4-1 in this game right now. Suspector just living his best life right now until finally being taken down. And who let Lucid get away with camo shotgun? Who's not watching this?
Someone's not watching it, and he's gonna get a lot of value out of that as well. I'm interested to see how he kind of plays his camo side. 6-6 here for the side of Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. And Tony, I don't know if you noticed, it's kind of a small thing, but it's not really that small. In Arcade, on the B side of the map, there is a little, I guess you could call it a table that used to be able to break there on the B side. And breaking that table, it just felt a little more comfortable on that Arcade side. I'm noticing you can no longer break that table. This is the second time I've seen one of these pros try to break the table, and you can't do it. I think it's a big deal, but it's kind of interesting that you can no longer break that, and it just makes Arcade a bit more uncomfortable there on the B side of the map.
Yeah, if you run into that while trying to avoid a nade, you might get caught there. I know exactly what you're talking about. You want more space to work with. It's already a narrow area. Last thing you want to do is get caught it with a nade or two. So I'm gonna have to look into that. I feel like I haven't gotten caught there. I haven't tried. I haven't noticed that since this update, but good catch.
Camo's up. Septify in a great spot here with Camo. Oh, great job. Look at this is what makes Optic so good, okay? Yes, it is very easy to understand as they get Camo and 4 down for Cloud9. It is very easy to get you know, play off of kills, right? You get a kill, oh, okay, we have numbers advantage, go. No, Optic play off of a couple of shots of damage, and that's what makes them so good. You saw a 3-lane push there with 1 player weak on the side of Cloud9. They push in, they make sure to get that kill, they wipe all of Cloud9, and they get Camo as well. Just massive by them. You see Trippy, he's got the shotgun, he's also holding Camo, finally pops it here, and I don't know if Cloud9 are ready for this.
Yeah, waiting for the opportunity for the enemy team to go 4 up, and for them not to have any audio or visual cue on what happened with this camouflage. This is another mistake being made by Cloud9 that involves Camo. Happens to involve a shotgun, but Tusk, oh my gosh, he just obliterated Trippy.
All of Optic Gaming get obliterated. That was 4 dead momentarily. A tie game now, 15-15, a big advantage. Just depleted by the side of Tusk here. We'll see if Cloud9 can build off of that and Septify on your screen.
Tied up at 15 apiece right now here. Cloud9 still pushing forward, but Dead Zone catches Septify out in no man's land, turns it into a double kill, and you don't want to make mistakes like that against Optic Gaming. Don't make it pay every single time. Sab does answer back with a double, but it's not going to be enough. Optic do have control. Actually, they just went 3 down.
That's a cap there for the side of Complexity, up 2-1 in that series versus Rebellion. We're gonna keep you on board with everything, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I hope you're still in your seats. A lot of action coming up. On top of the fact that this game has now been tied up at 19. It's the Spectre on your screen with that soccer, gets immediately taken out there. Once again, power weapon switch hands, and now in the hands of Lucid.
interesting that in that other series, Complexity do have the lead. It's a chance that we could see a Game 5. Game 5 alert, still early, but you know I love me some Game 5s. I also love me the fact that on the Optic side, they're getting every camo.
Yeah.
The opposite side of that is Cloud9 have been keeping it close. You have to think, if they take 1 or 2 of these camos away, they're in the lead. They're running with it. Like, the fact that Cloud9 are so close and they've lost 3 camos in a row is crazy.
Yeah, it's literally tied up at 25, and like you said, 3 camos go to the side of Optic Gaming. I think it's Cloud9's ability to just completely delete the camo every time Optic gets it. I mean, it's been in multiple players' hands, so I don't think it's the fact of like, okay, Optic Gaming not doing a great job of, you know, playing their life with camo or taking the right routes with camo. No, it's Cloud9 taking advantage and having camo eyes apparently every time Optic pick up that camo.
Tied up at 26 apiece as Optic have taken the lead on the backs of that huge dead zone kill. Stalker is coming out. 3 down go Cloud9, and now Optic in a 3v1 situation. They're taking so much space.
Optic have gotten the camo every time, but something the Cloud9's gotten their hands on every time is this Stalker rifle. That being said, Optic have found a way to answer back and get that Stalker out of Cloud9's hands time and time again, just like the other on the other end of things with the camo for the side of Cloud9. So power up is a big deal as well. Optic hold a 2-kill lead here. 6 minutes remaining. That camo coming up in 12 seconds. It's going to be massive for both sides. Like you said, if Cloud9 are to get one of these camos, we could see a bit of a turn in this game.
Camo over just a few seconds here, and Cloud9 fighting at a disadvantage. Gotta do everything you can to stay alive. You also can't allow Lucid to get right behind you, undetected. An easy kill now coming from him, a 5-kill advantage, and now every resource needed on the map here for Optic Gaming.
You can see Lucid, like you said, on that backside. Cloud9 unexpected, but getting that tram side control until Formal puts this camo in his chest. And once that happens, you see all of Optic inching forward here. They've got Septified caught out, but Formal takes 2 shots to the body, and this means that Cloud9 know exactly where he is. Will they pay attention to that is the question. Tusk with that shotgun's gonna go down as well. Some perfect shots by Formal. And finally, we see an Optic Gaming camo that brings some value to their roster.
So far, we've seen an incredible Slayer here in game number 2, Optic versus Cloud9. Meanwhile, on the other side of our co-featured matchup, we will end up seeing a game 5 between Rebellion and Complexity, which will also be another Slayer. So,
wow, I'm excited. It's really big. Like I said, Complexity winning that game by the skin of their teeth was just massive for them. They're able to kind of throw that into a couple games. Now bringing themselves to a game 5. I don't expect that they won't carry that momentum all the way through. Rebellion, a Slayer champ though, but Optic Gaming here up by 3. Cloud9 have kept it pretty close. It's all about these camos though. Optic Gaming have gotten every single camo in this game, but still Cloud9 have kept it close, 41-40. It's a 1-kill game.
Despite the fact that Formal not having the best game right now, Optic Gaming still hold on to a 1-kill lead. Finds your Suspector. Double push, make it a triple push. Come out of Cloud9 through the purple side, right through Cafe, chasing down Optic Gaming, limiting their options. What a collapse, what a sequence we're seeing out of Cloud9. But Trippy, big game Trip the drip with the double kill that shuts down Cloud9. That should have been an easy 4 down. That should have been an easy funnel right there. But Trippy making another play. 18-10 right now. Optic have the advantage.
I cannot believe that just happened by Trip. You don't understand. Trippy just won a massive double kill, got Lucid the spot on PD, and was able to get the 3rd as well. But Cloud9 still hang on here. 46-44, make it 47. Optic are running away.
Back on with Trippy, he wants the 20 bomb, and that's 19 for him, shutting down the red room side, demanding the strong side of the map here. Or Optic Gaming looking for just their final kill. Cloud9 can't afford any mistakes. They need the perfect halo. I'm just not sure it's gonna come. It's a 3-man push through purple. It's the off cycle, the off angle push out of Trippy. The 3-1 split works in a 20 bomb for Trippy in that game number 2. Optic 1 game away from sweeping.
You said he wanted the 20 bomb, Tony. He went for it. We got, like, I don't know if we're in a red zone, so we're probably not gonna be able to watch that play back, but oh my goodness gracious. We're talking about Trippy, one shot for nearly 10 seconds, able to get 2 kills while one shot, gives his teammate Lucid the spawn, gets the triple, the Trippy triple. Once again, big game Trip with a 20 bomb to take game number 2. Wow, there it is. Look at him. He's one shot here the entire time. Gets the kill on Deceptify, the kill on the toss, the beat down on Deceptify, and then gives Lucid the spawns to get the triple. That absolutely phenomenal. Look at this. He gets spotted right here, right? I'm like Suspector taking a beautiful angle. One shot, bam. If we're gonna count this down, we're at 5 seconds now, like 6 seconds, 7 seconds, no shield. Actually nuts. Insane by Trippy right there. Ends with 20 kills. W production, W series, W games, www.lvt. No, just kidding. This is great. I'm having so much fun right now.
What's crazy to me is that Lucid spawned back PD a while ago. He was hiding because in his mind, Trippy was guaranteed to die. Trippy was going to die, and he was going to hide PD and like have them just push up and maybe get a flank off. Once he saw where that Trippy was going off, I was like, you know what? Let me pop out now. Like, it's crazy that Lucid went from hiding to like, oh snap, Trippy's going off. Let me get just that's crazy.
Insane by Trippy. And again, W Observer hopping right back on board with him. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what, Eli the Ninja? Trippy's in a flow state right now. This man is unstoppable. And this is the man I want to see here in game number 3.
Trippy, with that shock in the hands, Tower side being demanded by Septify, but he's about to be surrounded by multiple angles from Optic as Optic continue to put points on the board. About 30%, close to 50% done with this hill before Cloud9 get any progression.
This is great out of Optic. Once again, Trippy hasn't died just yet. 3-0. Did I curse him? Oh, Tony, you spread the virus. Trippy goes down the first time.
I get blamed for that.
It's your fault all the time. It's
okay.
Man, it's just great. This is beautiful Halo action. Love to see this on a Sunday. Love to see it. Septify here. Love to see him as well. Trying to fight back for Cloud9. Gonna miss the stick and allow Dead Zone to come on through as the last player alive. That means that Cloud9 not gonna be able to get hill time easily here because Dead Zone's gonna make it real tough. Look at him stay alive, get massive damage on the 2 players, and continue to get hill time.
You know, you got some options to make when your team is 3 down. You know, you can hide and wait for your team to come off a spawn, or you could do what Dead Zone does and just go in there and put down damage and just buy enough time for your teammates to come off a spawn and let them clean up. And that was just beautifully done by Dead Zone and Optic. And because of that, you got Camouflage now in the hands of Trippy. You might be able to close this out, or gold side spawners might be a nuisance. Perfect shot out of Trippy. 6-2 right now. Having just an incredible series. If there was no Trippy on this team, Optic are not winning the series. Cloud9 have played absolutely lights out. Trippy has just been playing on an astronomical level.
100% agree. You see Trippy there die to the long haul player in an unfortunate series of shots. But comes off a spawn, immediately comes through to Septify. Wait a minute, Tony. What did we curse the whole team, Tony? 4 down for Optic Gaming. Cloud9 sit in the hill.
Might have just cursed the whole damn tournament at this point. Ain't nothing making sense right now, but Cloud9 might just steal this hill away, but back-to-back kills for Optic Gaming. Optic rush right back in the hill, might just take back what's rightfully there as the final 2 players of Cloud9 stuck towards goal and just a second behind as Optic go up 1-0.
As I wipe the sweat off my brow, it's Optic Gaming who come in with the cap, no curse hat. 1-0 here, and Lucid with the shock rifle. Saw some tweets from Lucid on X.com about the state of the game and all of that, but you can see, regardless of his thoughts here, He clocks in when he needs to. He puts the shock to work, and Optic Gaming get control of hill number 2.
Listen with the shock.
Team took the hill.
Taking down Septify, putting a shock to his system. Formal with the flank ends up taking down Suspector, and Optic, they don't allow Cloud9 much time whatsoever on this hill. They already taken back the lead. They have the shock, and if they play their cards right, they could have a camouflage.
Yeah, potentially. They've got 2 down for the side of Cloud9, so with Trippy on the top of gold and the potentially Optic having that long haul control here, there it is.
Enemy about to
I like that. You see the swap right there. Trippy was on top glass, swaps with Dead Zone. Dead Zone takes top glass. Trippy goes for the camo, and now it's Lucid who drops in the shock rifle. Just, I don't know. It's just beautiful, right? It's like art that we're watching here out of this Optic Gaming roster, working in tandem at every turn.
Trippy with an MVP-like performance so far. Just picking up exactly where he left off. The man is 10-5. I normally get mad when I see 0 assists. I'll give him a pass right now because just a whole series, he's been so damn good. Trippy and Optic, just a split second away from taking this zone right now. They're gonna hop in. They're gonna finish it, guaranteeing it 2-0. If Optic win this next hill, they might just win the game. There's just over 2 minutes on the clock right now. Cloud9 in a must-win hill situation.
Yeah, Optic, you can see at the very end of that hill too, they were 1 tick away. They got out of the hill. There might have been a little bit of pressure out of Cloud9 right there, but to me, it was more about them kind of eating the time away. Cloud9, they're already set up for this hill, but immediately Cloud9 get taken out of that elevator control, and Optic Gaming strike once again. And like you said, pressuring for that hill number 3 in quick fashion, and it doesn't look like Cloud9 have an answer to it.
Optic striking when the iron is hot right now. Jeez, look at those shots. You know, I switched to the formal sense. 347 sensitivity. This sense, he be shooting laser beams, bro. Formal doesn't miss a shot from long range. Optic just clearing out the A side, just dominating the spawns that they want. They're just about done. And there's less than 2 minutes on the clock. The chips are stacked against Cloud9.
Look, they're doing it again. They get the hill down to 1 tick left. They get out and they milk time. That's genius to me. I mean, you're pretty much guaranteeing the game. I'm assuming that's what's going on here. I could be stupid. Tony, don't say a word. But shock rifle goes in the hands of Trippy. And with 1 minute and 44 seconds left, this is going to be tough for the side of Cloud9. This might be a 3-0 sweep, especially if Trippy's got the shock rifle.
16-5 right now is Trippy. 2 assists to go along with it, and shock in the hands. This game is just about over there, so why don't we take a peek at a game 5? Shopify Rebellion 1 kill away. There it is. Shopify Rebellion ending the series against Complexity.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Complexity. You gotta think coming back from that 0-2 deficit in that series, bringing it back all the way. You would expect them to come out on fire in that game 5, but we talked about it time and time again. Rebellion is absolutely insane at Slayer. It was just a difficult task there for Complexity, and like you said, Rebellion will continue on to Thursday, and someone that'll continue on here is Trippy with the killing frenzy. Oh my goodness, 18-5 out of him. This is the Trippy we are used to seeing right here.
Now the game electing not to play the time, not to play Slayer. They want to end it. They got some place to be, apparently. With 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock and just about done, in some way, somehow, Optic are winning it. Optic are sweeping Cloud9.
Incredible. There it is, a 3-0 sweep for Optic. Rebellion with the game 5 victory. Just beautiful, absolutely beautiful day of Halo that we've had thus far, and it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Lots more coverage coming through you. Tony, this has been great so far. So many great matches, and you know, honestly, for the most part, they've been really close, and if not, it's been a show like we just saw out of Trippy with that killing frenzy.
3-0 sweep. And not just a frenzy again. Like let's rewind the clock and talk about Trippy. 23 kills when the team only had 9 kills. All of them. Every last one of the other teammates had 9 kills. Go into that game too. Not only did you drop 20 kills in the Slayer, on top of that, you made the play of the game. Like that crazy triple that Trippy got, that should have been Cloud9 winning the game easily. You get a triple, turn the tables right around, and then that game, you know, you drop a frenzy. What was that? Maybe 18, 19, and 5. Dude, that was a dominant performance by Trippy against a very good Cloud9. Cloud9 played well all series long, but you just ran into big game Trip.
Yes, sir. And we saw Cloud Optic Gaming. They just look so good the entire match, Tony. Like I said, it's like art. Like they were on the same page. Everything was on their side in terms of, you know, swapping weapons, making sure to swap positions, to get camo, to drop shock. Like everything was just beautiful on this Optic Gaming roster. I'm excited to see what they do on Thursday.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have more of our tournament left. I mean, we know who's making it to that top 12 on Thursday through the winner's side, but we still have also an entire lower bracket filled with very capable teams. So why don't we go on a short break? When we come back, we'll have more Open Series number 3 action for you. We need to find out who's making it to the top 12. I promise you some more open series action, and of course you already know LVT Halo is going to deliver. We got Lies going up against Proton Gaming, and I'm really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, me as well. I honestly, I'm a big fan of Lies. Obviously, Gunplexion, Ezo, Ivan Eyes, and Sylvanic, team that I think has a chance to break in, right? And we haven't seen them make Thursday. I don't believe they made Thursday last week, but I believe last week they had a couple substitutes. They brought back some OGs and Maniac. Maniac was playing, and I forgot who else. But regardless, this week they've got the full roster here. They're gonna be playing against the Proton Gaming, who I think is extremely good. Obviously, 3/4 of that previous roster, and Last Shot now being a part of it.
I actually love that Lies emblem. That sniping Lies emblem goes so hard. It's so it's so like rock. It's so metal. that sniping Lies emblem, and we get to have a little Gunny, a little bit of Sylvanic on screen, some newer faces that I'm sure the people at home, some of the more casual fans, don't know too much about these guys. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the same kind of usual suspects: Manny, Drug, Talent, 3/4 of that native red roster, and another newcomer, and it's the Last Shot.
Yeah, Last Shot's a phenomenal player, and we get to see the Rig remake. Tony, I think I was listening to Lucid video, and he was talking about how he thinks this remake is better than the Plaza one. He really likes this remake, so really cool to see this being showcased here. You're gonna see Talak on your screen now, trying to stay alive as best as possible on the BR side. He's gonna get taken out pretty quickly. This will be a 2-cap for Lies, but they are 2 down, or were 2 down.
Gunplexion making sure that nobody's able to take away that A-dump side hill, and they're real sneaky with it. Meanwhile, Manny and Talak somehow sneak by the enemy team's defenses, and Talak is able to take down Gunplexion, and they're just able to take out Manny. 26-17 in favor of Lies at the moment, but the double cap, that's for Proton Gaming.
Yeah, you see that chow there by Druk. It's kind of a statement chow, right? You get into the head of Sylvanic potentially if you get that kill. Sylvanic's end up staying alive here. I'm gonna see he uses thruster to live even longer. It's Talak, who's no stranger to this map whatsoever, utilizing the in and outs of that tower side to stay alive. You see, finally, it's gonna be Proton Gaming off those 2 kills, gonna go for this triple cap lockdown.
One shot Gunplexion not able to stay alive, and Ezo almost shuts down Overshield before being popped, but it's going to be Junk awarded that Overshield. 4 down, goes sniping Lies, and a trip cap for Proton Gaming.
I believe these two, I don't know if I saw these two in a scrim or if it was a couple weekends ago, but regardless, these two have played each other before, and Sniping Lies actually kept it fairly close in a couple of the games. So against a team like this in Proton Gaming, who's formerly placed, I believe it was 3rd at Worlds with obviously with Soul Snipe on the roster. It's pretty cool to see Sniping Lies kind of contend with them a bit. In this game, though, it's a bit of a different story. Proton Gaming with a pretty sizable lead here, 121-26.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sniping Lies have done the work. I mean, they are a really good squad. You got Ezo, that free-for-all phenom, you know, making it to the top 8 in finals. You have the Gunplexion, who's been working on his craft. Sylvanic, who's been a monster in Octagons. He used to spend days in Octagons just working on his shot. This is a good Sniping Lies roster, but you run into Proton Gaming, who, by the way, they're pretty good themselves. 167-26 lead. The trip cap still being held by Proton Gaming as Sniping Lies get squad wiped once again. And this is where things go from bad to worse. The spawn trap towards back bunker. There's a player stuck there. Oh, not anymore.
Not anymore. He gets melted instantaneously, and I think honestly it's a definite Slays issue right now. You see Last Shot with 10, Talak with 10. The other end of things, we've got a player with 2 kills and 1 with 3. So I think just a Slay differential here. Objective efficiency can only bring you so far when it comes to these games, and when you have such an aggressive roster like Proton Gaming, they're just going to be pushing you off respawn at every single turn. A new OS coming up here right now, and I believe Proton will take advantage of that Overshield again for their side.
Yeah, to put things in perspective a little bit, you know, Talak and its Last Shot are outplaying Sniping Lies. As a duo, you were outslaying the enemy team rosters, which is crazy to think about. That's why things are so lopsided right now. 218 to 26 right now, and Proton Gaming almost making Sniping Lies look unprepared in this matchup, because as of right now, they're outmatched.
Yeah, it's definitely an outmatched scenario here. You know, you saw a couple of I like to call them sparks of brilliance onto the side of Proton Gaming towards the very start of this game, but it all ended right there, and now they've been on a cycle ever since. You can see all players on the side of Proton in double digits in terms of kills. Ivan Eyes and Sylvanik having a bit of a rough time not being able to break that 5-kill mark.
Well, we know Proton Gaming to be a very, very good Strongholds roster, dating all the way back to since Halo 5 did this trio. And by the way, Last Shot played a ton of Halo 5 as well, so the map is very familiar, the game type is as well. There's a reason why Proton Gaming are playing so well, and this is looking like such a dominant performance that we're seeing by them. Sniping Lies, you know, you may be happy that there's a Slayer in game number 2. Luckily for them, we won't be seeing another Strongholds.
Yeah, Strongholds, like you said, has always been a very powerful game type for the side of this Proton Gaming squad, and they'll continue that on as time goes on, especially with such an aggressive player in It's the Last Shot, former FFA world champ, or not former, he is the FFA world champ until proven otherwise, Tony, but I mean, it's just a lot of firepower on there. Like, what do? You got Last Shot, you got Manny, Druck, Talik, the brains of the operation, still knows how to slay like a monster. It's gonna be tough, even in this Slayer, for Lies to make anything happen.
Well, going into game 2, we're gonna expect something a little bit different here. We're gonna hopefully expect to see Lies put up a much better fight. Like I said, Proton Gaming, such a good Strongholds roster. Slayer is going to definitely work in favor of Lies, simply getting them off of that game type for Proton, but also I think Lies are a very good Slayer team, so hopefully they can bounce back here. Otherwise, if Proton gain any more momentum, you have to expect them to run away with it and potentially sweep when it gets to that game 3.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I don't know, like, what my question is, like, what can they really do? Even like, it's just objective efficiency, right? Will only get you so far. Like I said it earlier, you got to get those slays as well. And right now you're being outmatched by this Proton Gaming roster. So you got to pick it up in some sort of way. And like we always say, this is the place to start it right here on this game 2 Slayer.
Whew. Nice shots coming out of Talik from the low ground to secure himself a heat wave. Gotta love that. 3 members of Sniping Lies, though, off of spawn. Looks like they want to favor the P side here. We're seeing a lot of presence on the P side. Actually wrapping back towards the base right now are Sniping Lies. Meanwhile, Talik, you're like, where did they go? Were they just here?
Quick rotations. Couple kills as well. Sylvanik and Gunplexion are the first ones to fall. Ezo falls shortly after that, and that's a bit of a blunder right now. Pushing towards the halfway point of the map with 2 of your teammates dead is not a scenario where you want to be. The aggression that comes from FFA, it's gotten them 3 kills thus far in this game, and a lead here for the side of Sniping Lies. Lead by 1 kill.
Early lead, but Proton obviously still in it. That's until Sylvanik drills Druck from across the map right there. Gotta love the long range shots coming out of him. Back to a 2-kill game, but a double kill out of Gunplexion coming out of nowhere. 2 members of Proton Gaming in the back base. Now making 1 after Manny goes down. The spawners are up, but both players are 1-shot. Gunplexion gonna do everything he can to stay alive. He knows the help is coming, but can't quite get around that corner.
Yeah, that's the only problem. The help wasn't there for him. A great live though. I agree with you. A great job staying alive there in that scenario. The spawns came out on the fridge. Not much you could do. Tied up at 12 though. You even talked about this being a chance here for the side of Sniping Lies. A lot more work to be done, but can't get picked apart one by one like that here. Looks like Ivan Eyes is the first one to fall. Ezo's gonna get a kill right there. That opens things up a bit, but is it gonna give them this overshield? The answer is no. Last Shot jumps in, scoops it up, and now Proton Gaming have an OS to work with, as well as this 1-kill lead.
Ezo makes his way from the car to the P side. Looks like him and Sylvana gonna work a little 1-2 combo, get themselves a kill. Complexion takes down Talik, and last shot, you know, lots of overshield being kind of wasted here because we haven't gotten a kill just yet. Now we are about halfway done with it, and we are gonna finally see that double push toward P side, but Sniping Lies have completely rotated out. Finally, last shot finds
Double
one,
kill.
turn it into two. We're getting a bit of value now out of this overshield. Maybe we can get 3.
Yeah, we talk about the movement and the aggression out of this Proton Gaming side of things, and they don't stop here. They continue to hold forward, and it's allowed them a 1-kill lead now. Good job by Sniping Lies, though, to continue to trade out these kills. They're not letting this deficit grow too large, because once it does, we all know that in Slayer, when the deficit is too large, when it passes that 6-7 kill mark, it becomes nearly impossible to bring the game back.
Tied up at 21 apiece here. Ivan Eyes having a much better game here in this game 2 than we saw in game number 1. Really struggled in the kills department. Meanwhile, right now, he's flying. Perfect kill out of Ivan Eyes on Zamani.
Yeah, Ivan Eyes starting to heat up a little bit. This is what Sniping Lies needs. They get the 2-kill lead because of it. This next overshield is the most important part right now. They've got to pick this up if they want any chance of continuing this lead and this pressure. You see already Proton immediately going for that top B control. Ivan Eyes gets a kill, though. That's going to be huge for the side of Sniping Lies. They get 2 down on the side of Proton Gaming. Ivan Eyes continuing to pressure forward here. And a kill comes out from Sylvanic, 27-24. But look who's on the OS. Proton Gaming, even being down in numbers, find a way to get the OS again.
3-kill game at the moment here. Proton, though, quickly started to close the distance, but a green gun obliterates the overshield and the shields of Druk. Ezo climbs up to that P side, back to a 4-kill game.
They've got to continue this pressure, though. They can't allow Proton Gaming to get comfortable here. And you can see it's pressure like this from the car side that's going to stop Proton Gaming from playing their comfortable self. Ivan Eyes has been the player for me, really starting to turn up here in this game. 9-6, I'm sorry, only 6 deaths with a 4-kill lead for Sniping Lies. They look to push that aggression and push that advantage. Great entry damage by Gunplexion. Sylvanic trying to follow up, but a great defensive hold by Proton.
It's been a very balanced attack coming out of Sniping Lies with the kills in the assist department. Everybody really doing their job. A large reason why Sniping Lies have a 2-kill lead at the moment here. They have no weakness right at the moment. Proton right behind them. You gotta keep your foot on the pedal when the game gets to clutch time. Lots of times I lean toward the team with more pro experience.
Ivan Eyes, unfortunately, he's gonna fall down there to some experience, pro experience out of this Proton Gaming roster. They found a way to catch him off guard and catch him alone. 38-36 now. Ezo's gonna challenge this fight. Whoa, no shields, big chow out of him. Great aggression and confidence. It's exactly what Proton Gaming needs. Ezo's not missing either. This is beautiful out of Ezo. 13-8 in this game and a 41-39 lead for Sniping Lies.
No shields, no problem. At least when you're dealing with Ezo at the moment, the man's been doing damage. They're finally able to take him down, but a 13-9 performance with 5 assists to go along with it for Ezo. Still 3 down, go Sniping Lies. The first lead change that we're seeing here in a very long time. Proton Gaming have the overshield, have the heat wave, have momentum, and they also have a Manny.
Yeah, this is the problem here. Look at the score completely get out of hand. Again, it's the overshield in the hands of Proton Gaming. They've gotten almost every overshield this game. I think they've gotten every overshield this game. And now when the game was in the hands of Sniping Lies, they could literally reach out and take it. They lose control, and Proton, with a 4-kill lead, look to extend that. That stick's gonna make it 4 kills still, 48-44.
Great trade going in, but Proton Gaming, they've stolen the lead, so now every trade really works in favor of them. Just missing 2 kills in order to go up 2-0 in the series at the moment, and Talik gives them the 1-2, buckle my shoe! As Talik shuts things down, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead in favor of Proton Gaming.
Yeah, good job by Proton Gaming to make sure that they don't let the milk spill, right? And they don't let things get out of hand. They keep it steady the whole way through. Make sure to get every overshield that they can and to come out with the victory, 50-45. And now with that Slayer game out of the way and an objective next, Proton Gaming look to take this sweep.
It's so tough. Even when Sniping Lies had the lead, it still felt like, okay, it's only a moment. It's only a moment. It's only going to be a moment in time when Proton Gaming come back and steal it away. Like it feels like every time Lies got closer and closer to that 40 kill mark, Proton just kept it close enough. And then when things really broke down, Proton just took control and never looked back, right in the end game, right when it mattered most. It's the difference between a team that has that professional experience, that just has that, they just have that walk, they have that talk, and you place a lot of confidence with them.
Yeah, 100%. It's we place confidence in them, but they place confidence in themselves. And when they're making those aggressive pushes, when they're taking space on the map, they do it knowing that they're gonna win that 1v1, knowing that they're gonna be okay in that 1v2, and the damage is gonna get cleaned up. And that's the squad. Like I always say, I started casting 2 or 3 years ago. My first cast ever was this squad in Proton Gaming. Obviously, Last Shot wasn't on the roster at the time, but regardless, these guys have stayed together for such a long period of time, and through all the ups and downs, you learn so much about each other, and you're able to just play your play style comfortably with knowing that, your teammate who is playing his play style that you're so used to will clean things up for you, or will be there to capitalize on the things that you do. That chemistry is unmatched. When you build chemistry for that long, it just becomes impossible for any team to contend. And obviously they've broken into that top 3 at Worlds, and we I would say been quiet since. I think that they still have a lot of potential to be considered a potential top 4 team, especially with the Last Shot. I think his individual skill is phenomenal, and he's only going to grow.
Hey, it's the it factor. I think it's the perfect way to put it. It's that it factor that professional teams just have when going against the top amateurs in the world. But I will say there's one thing on the side of Sniping Lies, and it's something that Mike Guy from Naruto used his entire life, and that's the power of youth. I'm not gonna give up on Sniping Lies. I'm gonna say the power of youth is gonna come out. Gunny, he might be a little older, but Ivanai, Sylvanic, and Ezzo, they got the power of youth. And when you have that kind of power, you always have a chance.
They got some nice hips too. Gunny says all the time, it's all in the hips. What? That's what Gunny says. It's all in the hips. He tells me all the time, you want to win games? It's all in the hips, baby.
Sniping Lies so close to going up 1-0 so far in this game. Meanwhile, Gunplexion making sure he wastes all that shock rifle ammo. This way, if he goes down, Proton Gaming don't have that advantage to work with, but a nice angle from the tower side. Still 2 down goes Sniping Lies, and eventually so does Gunplexion. On the other side of things, Manny, the last player alive for Proton Gaming. So Ezzo getting aggressive, an important 1v1 that's going to be won by Manny.
Yeah, I really like this lead so far, though, by Sniping Lies. I think that, them closing out this hill pretty quickly here will be big for the mental of Sniping Lies, especially in an objective game like this. You see Ivanai doing his darndest to play his life, but Complexion getting that kill on the glass can open things up for him. A double kill for him. And they're looking to clean up this hill. Druk trying to stop it from happening. Druk somehow makes it through unscathed. Not one shot taken by Druk. That's going to be a bit of a blunder here. Still a couple of ticks away from cleaning up this hill. Sylvanic and Ivanai, a massive 1v2. But Manny somehow cleans up the kill right there. Sniping Lies are struggling to clean up this hill. Finally, they do, but look at the damage that's been done. 2 down for Sniping Lies.
And Tyler gets himself a shock to work with, so Sniping Lies may have control at the moment here, but you better watch out. Tyler's watching everyone's back here from the battle edge side. Eventually forced to back down is Tyler as Proton look to find another angle, look to find another push. Sniping Lies have the setup.
They do. They're all the back of C, though. Ezzo's the only one that's outward towards that catwalk side, so Yeah, that's the thing. He gets caught out here. If he was able to stay alive, that would have been big for the side of Sniping Lies, but him getting caught out really throws things off because Druck was the first to fall for Proton Gaming, so this could have been a lot more time for the side of Sniping Lies. Instead, though, they go 3 down, make that 4. Ezzo the first one to spawn. This will be control for Proton.
1-0 lead in favor of Sniping Lies, but a beautiful break that we're seeing out of Proton Gaming and some beautiful shots out of Ezzo to take down Druck, giving Sniping Lies the momentary advantage, giving them a place to push from. Gunplexion goes right after Manny. Some well-placed grenades out of Talik is going to obliterate the shields of both Complexion and Ivanize. 1-0 lead here still, but Proton could tie things up.
Yeah, great job by Sniping Lies, though, to kind of break this a little bit. They killed Talik and last shot. Manny's going in, though. Takes a lot of team damage. They can take out Manny here. It'll be big. They do, but they end up going down as well. Complexion not going to be able to win his 1v1. That's a triple kill for Druck. And now Proton Gaming potentially closing out hill number 1 for themselves. That'll be tie game now, 1-1.
Yeah, that triple kill definitely guaranteed that hill coming from Proton Gaming, but with those spawners for Sniping Lies, it almost guarantees them to at least get one break. It's exactly where they want to be towards that A side. And Ivanize, although takes a lot of nade damage, does have a teammate with them, and last shot flies over his head to get the kill. 2 down goes Sniping Lies, maybe 3. Oh, what a stick.
That's all the last shot right there, Tony. We're talking about a player who got caught out, took a lot of damage, outplayed whoever was pushing him right there, then gets another kill with the stick, trade out his life. Just a valuable life there on a last shot. He's 9-8 in this game so far, but it's plays like that that really make the difference here. Ezzo, he's gonna be pushing a 1v2 advantage, gets taken out again by the cross from Druck.
Sometimes the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet that make the difference, you know, game-winning, unselfish plays. And sometimes be the difference between winning and losing the game. And as of right now, tied up at 1 apiece. Proton have the lead so far in this hill, when Sniping Lies needs some plays right now, because this is a full setup. The crosses are watched at the moment. It's going to be so hard for Sniping Lies to infiltrate.
Now the setup is locked in. Gunplexion using that shroud a little bit too close to tower, though. The first player of contact is Talik, who was on the glass, but he gets a kill. He doesn't get taken out. Finally, he goes down here, but again, look how close Proton are to capping this hill number 3, and they end up getting it. Again, it's that setup. You talked about it. It was locked in. Your first point of contact needs to be that glass player, or utilize that shroud screen to get across the catwalk, but not enough players to pressure from Gunplexion, so he didn't want to move. And because of that, Proton Gaming take the lead.
Woo. 3 down goes Sniping Lies, and the spawners, they're being manipulated right now. They're spawning exactly where Proton Gaming want them, exactly where they want them to be. For Druck and Proton to simply knock them down, takes down 1 and the shields of a second. All this happens while Proton Gaming continue to put points on the board. A nice stick coming out of Gunplexion there, but is it enough to allow Sniping Lies to get out of this spawn trap, to get into this setup?
It's gonna be Ezzo here is the factor for me with his shock rifle, and him getting that kill is huge. Rest of his team clean up the rest. 3 down for the side of Proton, make that 4. Last shot, the first one to spawn. Ezzo's in a prime position, but he's got to be ready for those pipe side spawns, and I think he's aware of them. How will Proton break him off the glass here? Gets the first shot. No more ammo to work with, but still doing a great job of holding glass, and great awareness as well on the Manny. Takes him out with the help of Ivanize. A lot of damage was caused, though, Tony, and taking damage like this is how Proton's going to be able to break, and just like that, 3 go down for the side of Sniping Lies. Gunplexion, the last player alive.
Yeah, he's going to try to do everything he can to stop Proton, at least do some damage to allow his teammates to get the cleanups, but there's only so much you can do by yourself there. The 3 down is going to be devastating, and eventually it's kind of snowballs. Proton Gaming up 3-1, 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock right now. Sniping Lies, you got to make something happen.
Complexion having a really good game here, 17 and 11. Ezzo 14 and 13. But again, Sylvanik and Ivanize struggling a little bit against this Proton Gaming roster, and they're not bad players whatsoever. Don't take that what I'm saying means they're bad. I just think it's the pressure of Proton, the aggression. Maybe they're not used to that aggressive play style. It seems to be working against them too individually. And if the question is, if they can pick it up here, do they have a chance to potentially tie this game up? 2 minutes left, and Proton halfway through this hill number 4.
There's enough time on the board here for Sniping Lies to come back, but you know, Proton Gaming already about halfway done with this hill, and Sniping Lies barely have any impact whatsoever. We finally see some slays coming in, but Ezo goes down, and the same for Sylvanik right there. So another numbers disadvantage you gotta play through. Love that kill out of Gunplexion though. Maybe, just maybe, makes things possible. But right now, Sniping Lies, get your butts in the hill. You need it.
Gunny's doing everything he can here in that situation. Ivan Eyes cleans up that kill. There's that momentary bit of pressure here that Sniping Lies needed. Last shot. Oh no, that's a blunder right there. The shock rifle. It gets cleaned up though. So Ivan Eyes damage. A really good job by Sniping Lies to make sure that that damage gets cleaned up. Wait a minute. Ezo's gonna get that spawn on the long haul side. It's up to Ivan Eyes to hit a couple shots with the shock, but he just can't do it. There it is. Finally hits that one. This opens things up a bit, but he's got to take out Last Shot, who's being a nuisance, and he does. Ivan Eyes starting to heat up.
That he is. 2 important kills. Even almost gets the third onto Manny onto tower side. At least forces him back with all of that damage, and things are really starting to look up here for Sniping Lies. A killing spree out of Ivan Eyes before going down. Ezo. Oh my gosh, getting sturdy on him as he's dancing through the long haul side. Now a 4v2. This could be Sniping Lies, maybe putting them within 1 right now, because Proton Gaming are struggling to find kills.
When I talk about Sylvanik and Ivan Eyes needed to pick it up, and they both do. They're both double-digit kills right now. Ivan Eyes got 11 assists as well. If they can keep up this pressure and keep winning those individual fights and keep putting that damage out, we could potentially see them tie up this game, but they immediately go 2 down. Ivan Eyes getting another massive kill here. Spawns will come out onto A. This will be Sniping Lies' chance with these 2 dead to go into hill and get some time.
46 seconds on the clock, and if you're Proton Gaming, you got to think, what if you would have played Slayer instead of playing for that hill? How much time would be off the clock at the moment here? Sniping Lies, 1 more chance at life here. You got to shut down the camouflage player first. That's exactly what Ivan Eyes and Sniping Lies do. It's not over until it's over. 2 go down for Proton Gaming. It's possible.
This is massive. I gotta point out Ivan Eyes here, and a great job by Nighty to continue to watch him. I think he's been playing phenomenal so far in this game. He's really picked it up. Oh no, that is unfortunate for the side of Gunplexion. Gets a back smack to his face, and that opens things up a little bit. 20 seconds. That might be the kill that Proton Gaming needed to close this out.
Could have been the nail in the coffin there. It might just be over here. As the final slays are coming in, Ivan Eyes does make it over towards the base before time winds down. 4 seconds, and as long as somebody is in the hill for either one of these teams, time will stop. But as I say that, 3 quickly going down, and Ezo coming off a spawn. Not only is that a 3-2 win, but that's a 3-0 sweep for Proton Gaming.
That is crazy. It would have been a different game if I believe if that didn't happen on the bat ledge. But regardless, I think a fight was well fought by the side of Sniping Lies. Obviously, a little bit of a slow start to that game number 3. Would have been a bit of a different story, but I got to give them props for picking it up towards the end. Sylvanik and Ivan Eyes really stepping up when it mattered the most at the end. It just was a little too late for the side of Sniping Lies, but they put up a good fight there against Proton. Proton, though, ended off with a 3-0 sweep.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like, you know, Lies definitely picked it up. Take that game number 1 out of it, where Lies were out of that game that entire time. In game 2, you know, Sniping Lies had a lot of control, and it looked like they were going to win it until they just weren't able to close things out. Like, so I think, you know, give them some time. You know, get more into scrims, do more film review, which we know they already do, and find out what you need to do to close out games like that, because this could have been going game 4, maybe game 5, and I think Lies are right there. So we'll pass it over to the desk right now after the 3-0 sweep here for Proton Gaming. Let's see what more we have in store for us.
That's right. That's the question that's at hand, right? What else do we got? We got 2 more series. It looks like in the lower bracket portion of this, but let's discuss what we will have in the future. On Thursday, starting off, Space Station versus Rebellion. That should be at 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Pacific. An hour and 15 minutes after that, Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. Tools, let's hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, it's just the rematch that seems to be the top match in every single tournament that we've had this far, right? Space Station Rebellion seem to be forming themselves a little bit of a rivalry as we go into HCS London. This has been fantastic Halo to watch, and I imagine we might be seeing these teams meet up in the grand finals once again.
Okay, and I want to reiterate, the broadcast is not over yet. We see the 2 empty slots on the bottom of this lower portion of the brackets. Those are the 2 series that we have today. They're going to happen today, so we're going to get in those as soon as they're ready. Not specifically these games, but these are next Thursday's games as well. Cloud9 versus Proton Gaming, FaZe Clan versus Still Deciding, and then as you can see, Native and Complexity also playing on Thursday as well. Anything jump out to you, Tools, from this?
Just seeing FaZe in that losers bracket once again. Obviously, I think there's some questions surrounding them and what's going on. We could be seeing another potentially top 8 finish if Proton gets hot again, right? Proton last week were able to beat them in the elimination bracket. I could see that matchup happening once again. I'd like to see Native kind of break that top 12 curse this time on a different side of the bracket. Last week they had to play against Proton. This time they'll have a new matchup. Hopefully, I'd like to see them get into top 8.
Indeed. So that's how things have played out thus far. We're gonna try to get into our lower bracket matches. Give me a moment here. I think I can pull this up on stream for us to see what we have left.
One thing I'd love to talk about, Louis, is that game 1 in this series, right? For the first time, we got to see the new map in rotation.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was fantastic to watch. We were able to sit down with the Forger and Clutch from the competitive insights team and talk to them about that map and how it came to fruition. So I'd love to maybe try to run that Forger interview once again and listen to what Astro had to say about that map as we wait for these 2 matches to populate.
Indeed. So we're gonna kick it out. This is an interview with Tools and Astro. He's the Forger of Interference, which will be game number 1 for either of these 2 series. That round number 5, that's what we're looking for. That's what we're waiting for. It's either going to be Reversal Perfy versus the winner of Sober and Legion Gaming, or Bittersweet versus Top 4 or the Home Depot. So without further ado, let's kick it to this interview, and then we'll be back here in just moments with our live gameplay.
Hello, everyone, and joined with me is Astro CSF, the Forger that made the new Forge map that's being introduced into the Halo Championship Series, Interference. Welcome to the show, and first of all, I just have to say, man, like, how does it feel to have your map not only being played in matchmaking, but also going to be played in these massive Halo tournaments in the future?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel great being here talking to you. It feels amazing because I'm a big fan of the channel. And as for how I feel about getting the map not only into the ranked arena playlist, but also to the H3S rotation, as you can imagine, it feels super good. It feels great. Honestly, it still feels a little bit unreal because I still can't believe the whole situation. Like, seeing all these professional teams screaming off the map, seeing all my favorite professional players playing on the map, feels great, man.
I mean, I think you've done a great job with it. I've playing it through matchmaking a few times, and I'm really excited to see it. It's going to be introduced into pro play for the first time coming just tomorrow on Saturday for the HCS series. First of all, like, what made you decide to do the rig remake, right? The Halo 5 map. You obviously spent a ton of time doing it, but what was the process behind deciding what map that you were going to forge out?
Well, I played a ton of Halo 5 back in the day, and I think you may agree with me that Halo 5 was a very competitive focused game. So I played a lot of competitive 4v4, 2v2, FFA, everything mostly. And I've always liked the rig. I always felt like it was such an underrated map because when you think about Halo 5 maps, you may think about Plaza, Truth, especially Coliseum is, I think, the most iconic out of all of these ones. But I've always thought that the rig was such an underrated map. Always loved the map. That's just pretty much the reason why I chose to remake that map.
Well, I think you can tell that you put a lot of love into the map for anyone that played Halo 5, right? I'm a huge Halo 5 fan. And when I played the map, instantly I was seeing, oh, you were able to recreate a lot of these skill jumps that were in Halo 5 into Halo Infinite that didn't have that same sort of movement mechanic in Halo Infinite. So first thing I want to say is like, great job with it, but what was that process like? My favorite one that I found is you added the little the little pipes underneath that nest catwalk, so you could jump up from the bottom of the nest underbridge, like up to top nest, which is so cool. I love these like little intricacies that you put in to like keep a lot of those jumps there. But how was that process? How long did it take you just to like make sure all those beloved jumps were still in the game?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. I really appreciate your words about the general structure of the map. Thanks again. And well, as I said, I played a lot of Halo 5 back in the day. I knew pretty much all the jumps in the rig, and I know some of them are missing, but it was more of a design choice. Maybe, for example, I know that there was a sprint jump from Tower 1 to Tower 2. This one has been especially requested from some members of the community, but yeah, that may be still missing for quite a while. So yeah, I knew pretty much all the skill jumps in the rig. I remember watching a ton of Shotzi's videos back in the day, hitting some amazing movement techniques, and as the process for making these jumps, it's all about knowing what structures or ledges or objects are causing you to be able to make those jumps. So of course you before you start like the blockout process, you gotta have that in mind already, because it may be a little bit harder to add them after you have already forged those maps, right? So I think it all comes down to knowledge about the map. That's it.
Just hours in from start to finish, from blocking it out to completely finishing the map. How long did this thing take you? Because it seems like you put a ton of work into everything, even from like on the very top of the map, having all that cool little art on the top, and how expansive this thing is. Like, how long did this take you?
It's hard to say. I started forging it in November from the last year, and until let's say February maybe, it must have taken like maybe 200 hours more or less, like the whole process, but just this approximately.
I mean, obviously a ton of time that went into it, and one thing that's been sparking conversation all over Twitter was obviously the art direction for it. I think a lot of people wanted that vibrant color back in Halo 5, but I think for you it does give me like very strong Lockout vibes. And I think you did a great job of sort of capturing that. What was your decision behind the art direction on the map and making it the way that it is?
Yeah, as you have said, there's been a little bit of drama over the past few days regarding the aesthetic direction, and I completely understand that people who would have preferred a different color palette or would have preferred the map to look more colorful. I really understand it. As I said in several tweets at this point, the inspiration from this map is Lockout, just the original Lockout. Like, just in my opinion, and this is of course just my opinion, when it comes to Halo's aesthetic, Lockout is peak. So I just wanted to make something different from the original The Rig with a different name, a little bit of aesthetic reimagination, and I went for Lockout because I just love that map.
I think you did a fantastic job of capturing the essence of Lockout, especially when you go out and you look at it from like a distance. It really does give that reminiscent vibe of Lockout. I want to ask if there's any. Is there any like Easter eggs or anything that you put on the map? You don't have to reveal what they are if you have, but is there any fun, Easter eggs on the map or anything that you've hidden that you're waiting for anyone to discover?
Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to. I mean, I did have the time, but I rather focused on let's say like the gameplay wise side of the map than the art of the map. I don't know if many maps only have just one forger. I think it's a strange situation in that case, but I didn't know anyone within the forge community, so I just did it all myself, and I kind of I didn't include any Easter egg, to be completely honest. Like, there is like video game machine, I think it's called, like a video game machine, just like the one in the streets,
right?
But inside of engine, and there's also some toys. I think there is an Arbiter toy inside it, but I don't think people are gonna be able to see that.
Well, either way, I'm sure someone will try their best to figure out where it's at. For the other side, right, is this being added to competitive? What was the process of building the map, and at what point did you get approached from 343 saying, hey Kay, we want to add this map into matchmaking, and what was that process like?
Well, after I posted a video trailer for the map, I think it was just a few days after Haynes approached to me via Twitter and telling me they were interested in just trying the map to see how to play it, and after that it turned out pretty well, because I had the amazing opportunity to work with the 343's pro team and also with Haynes, who's been super helpful, supportive, really a wonderful guy to work with. And after a long process, of course, we were able to ship the map to matchmaking.
From the start of when you started working with the pro team or the competitive insights team to today, like how long was that process of fixing little things on the map, and what are some of the things that you guys found that you ended up needing to fix?
Let's say about almost 3 months it was. Yeah.
Wow, that's a long testing process. Was there anything that you were like that you learned from that process of fixing it up and making sure that it's competitive ready, and what were some of the big changes that you made from that original time where they're testing it to its release now?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I think people may find interesting, at least it was interesting to me, is that there were some areas and a spot in Halo 5's The Rig that I was asked to kind of patch because they felt a little bit too overpowerful for Halo Infinite. And that gives you an approach on how different these two games are. To put it an example, on Top Nest, like, you have a cover, right? Like a wall. So in Halo 5, you are able to get behind of the cover, not being on top nest, but being on top nest, but on the other side of the wall, you are able to see there. All right. So that was fine in Halo 5. However, in Halo Infinite, it felt just too powerful, too overpowered to keep it. And I had to fix things like that, and I found that really interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's actually some great insight, right? Because it's like in Halo 5 there's so much movement, it probably like didn't matter as much, but in Halo Infinite they probably just stay alive for forever in those spots.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
When it came to the map, what was your favorite part of forging it? Right, like you spent like kind of the most time getting it perfect, trying to recreate that sort of feeling that you had in Halo 5 when you played the map.
It's gonna be engine, the engine area, mainly engine 2, because I remember playing 2v2 with a friend in Halo 5's The Rig. We used to be very try-hard on that map, and we always wanted to spawn trap the enemy players, the enemy team in bunker. So we were always like killing them and trying to go far away from that area, and then with the sniper trying to make the spawn kill with the sniper. So I put a lot of attention to this angle in which you are able to look with the sniper from the nest bridge directly to the bunker. So I think like I really wanted to make sure that the angle was exactly like in Halo 5, so you could still make that spawn kill.
I will say, played a lot of it a couple nights ago. I had someone just absolutely destroy me with that spawn kill, that exact angle that you're talking about. I was getting put on respawn over and over again because someone that played back in the day just like you knew exactly what that trap was, and they were able to recreate it. And honestly, when I've been playing the map, I haven't had the most hours on it, but the spawns feel really similar to Halo 5. A lot of those same spawn traps, like that bunker spawn trap you're talking about, is still there. What was that process like, placing those spawns out? How much insight did the pro team over at 343 have, and how much of that was you just messing around with those spawn points, making sure that it felt just like Halo 5's?
Well, first of all, I'm so sorry about what happened to you with the spawn trap. That's funny, but that's the way the map is played, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you have your opportunity to make your redemption arc on the map. So as for these spawns, I just take the Halo 5's the rig spawns and set it exactly in the same position, and then to make sure that they worked, I played a lot with friends. I play tested the map with friends, and we were always saying and where we were spawning to have an idea if the spawns were solid. Honestly, about the 343's pro team, I don't think they really touched the spawns, if I'm honest. I don't think so, because after all, they're exactly in the same position like in Halo 5.
I think that's a testament to how well you did with the spawns, because I don't think there was any reason to touch it with how well it's been playing. With my experience on it, I will say, man, they are exactly like they were in Halo 5, though. It's like, I had that bunker spawn trap where I was getting killed. I also had that, when you had the sniper over at Carbine and you can look at the the scatter shot elbow and just get sniped right away. That happened to me a couple of times. I'm like, whoa, this is exactly. I was going back in time and living Halo 5 once again. And I just have to say thank you so much for making a map that really gave me that nostalgic feeling for like I was going home and playing Halo 5 every day again. I think you did a fantastic job with it, and I want to give one shout out to my favorite jump. I want to hear if you can talk to me about the process of making that jump. But over at basement window, you can still make the jump from basement window up to that railgun spawn or wherever the thrust spawns now in Halo Infinite. It feels like you did a really great job of going out and making sure that thing felt smooth, and you were able to jump up and make that jump a reality. Can you walk me through what the process was like, how long it took to make that skill jump back into Halo Infinite?
So first of all, I'm really, really glad that you are enjoying the map, and thank you so much for your words. It really means a lot, dude. And as for the skill jump, if I'm right, you are referring to the one that is bottom basement, like the tunnel in basement, up to the platform where the railgun used to be, right?
Yeah, exactly that one.
Yeah, so I knew that in Halo 5 there was like a spring jump in which you could do that, right? Or I can't remember if it was a spring jump or a little ledge or maybe both of them, but I remember that there used to be something in which you could do you could hit the jump. However, I also remember that it was so hard to do. Like I couldn't even do it. I'm not gonna lie. So for this, I just took a look at how all the maps are designed. Like for example, Live Fire has these switches in which you can stand and go to a higher platform. So I kind of wanted to recreate and followed some design patterns from current Halo Infinite, like as I said, Live Fire. So that's why I added this switch. Something that I like to mention here is that maybe you have already noticed, but some of the skill jumps from Plaza in Halo 5 are now much better, much easier. I mean, sorry, to do in Solitude. Like for example,
Right.
the top gold jump and all those kind of jumps are much easier now. And I think that's because they want to keep it dynamic, and during the heat of the battle, they don't want you to waste time, let's say, trying to hit that jump. They just wanted to get directly to the place you want to go. So as I saw that pattern was like repeated in between Plaza and Solitude, I also wanted to apply the same rules to Interference. So that's why the jump is not very hard to make, as you may have noticed, but I think it's very dynamic to do, and I think that's the best thing of the jump.
Yeah, I think you did a fantastic job recreating it, and it's really interesting to hear your thought process on how you made that jump a reality. As we close out this interview, I want to give you an opportunity to just talk about anything that's on your mind with in regards to the map, or just Halo Infinite or HCS, or anyone that you want to thank for helping you with the map, whatever it is. I mean, I'm just going to give you the floor and let you talk.
Thank you so much for this. Well, I just want to say thank you and shout out to my friends who've been super helpful during this process. They have provided a lot of feedback. Shout out to the 343's pro team, also Richie Hines. They have been super cool, super amazing people to work with. They are honestly great human beings. Besides very good employees also. I want to point this out. Very nice human beings. And as for the Halo community, I just want to say thank you so much for all those who've been supporting me. I received a lot of positive messages, a lot of super good vibes from a lot of people from the community. I'm really glad that a big part of the community liked the map, not only gameplay was, but in terms of aesthetic. And also to the people who's been providing constructive feedback. Thank you for that, because I know how difficult it can be to provide feedback about something that you don't like. I think that's the hardest thing to do, especially on social media. Super difficult to say things, let's say in a respectful way, we can say, right? And for those who've been, let's say, complaining about the aesthetic direction of the map, or say that the map looks super bland, or that it looks horrible, or whatever, you know what I mean? And I just want to say that I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry the map did not meet your expectations. Believe me, I am the one that would have loved to receive only good comments. I know that's not possible. It's impossible to please everyone. So I want to say that I'm sorry the map did not meet your expectations in terms of aesthetic, and I truly hope that that gets compensated with gameplay wise, because I think, of course, this is just my opinion, that the map flows pretty well. So at least I hope you get that. And also I hope you guys understand that I gotta stay true to my vision, because this is exactly what I wanted the map to look like. You know, being receiving a lot of different messages from all kinds, saying that 343 made me pick this color palette, or that it may have been related to performance issues, but that's not the case. Actually, I just wanted to make this map look like this exactly. And again, I gotta stay true to my vision, but I just wanted to let you know that I truly respect and understand every opinion on the direction of the aesthetic of the map.
I will say it's like, I understand the discourse on Twitter about it. I you know, after talking to you and after experiencing the map, because I think so many people saw it on Twitter and were like, oh, it's another gray map of a map that wasn't gray. But you have to go in the map, you know what I'm saying? And then you get a true appreciation for it, because I think you exactly hammered on that aesthetic of Lockout. I get that vibe for it. I don't think you should have to apologize for it, because I think, yeah, you know, knee-jerk reaction, it was gray. But after spending some time with it and how much love that you put into that map, making the gameplay as good as it is on it, and the aesthetic being as close to Lockout as it is, I think you should be really proud of what you made. And I think the community kind of owes you maybe a couple apologies along the way. You know, I'll be the first one, because my first reaction right away is like, oh, another gray map. But I'm telling you, like, this is one of the best remakes I've ever seen. And and it really feels like it was a fan of the map that made that map and recreated it. And I like I said, I always get that nostalgic feeling. So just for me, right when we're ending this thing, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you on the behalf of the community and for sitting down and talking with me, but also making such a great map and making me have such a fun time in Halo once again.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate your words. They really mean a lot. And yeah, thank you so much for what you just said. And it's been a pleasure to talk with you. I was so excited about this. So yeah, thank you. Truly grateful for that.
Thoughts, tools.
Astro, he's the best dude around. He's actually from Spain as well, so I mean, shout out to him for doing that interview. Right, second language. Thought he was really well spoken. I think he did a great job of laying out his thoughts of like why he did what he did, and I think every one of you that went and made some noise or said something on Twitter needs to go on Twitter, give that man a follow, and say, hey, I'm sorry. Like this map is great. I gotta say, man, I was so sad when he said I apologize. I'm like, bro, you don't gotta apologize for nothing. Like, this map is awesome. I'm glad to be playing some of my favorite Halo 5 maps in Infinite once again, and I will always love to see that interference in that best of 5.
And there it is right there at the top of the series layout. It will be game number 1, and as you guys just saw, we're missing 2 players in this lobby. So while we're waiting for these 2 players, tools, should we kick it to Clutch?
Ooh, okay, yeah. So we sat down with Clutch. He's on the competitive insights team over at 343, and he kind of walked through what the thought process was from the 343 dev side when they were working on interference. Hello, joined with me today is Clutch of the Competitive Insights team over at 343. Clutch, you're mostly known for sort of your accolades outside of being on the Competitive Insights team, right? Professional player, champion, professional coach, and now a professional broadcaster and professional at 343 Industries on that Competitive Insights team. Can you kind of run us through what is the Competitive Insights team and what is your day-to-day sort of like?
Yeah, so that's a loaded question to kick that off, but I'll try to do my best here. The Competitive Insights team was a team that was formed to represent the competitive and the ranked community that's in Halo, and to help the design team create and tune the game towards the competitive scene, or at least the rank side of it. So initially, that's why we were brought in, was to work hand in hand with the design team. But over the 5 years that we've been there, we've been able to grow and evolve and gain ownership over a lot of things, especially nowadays. So it's definitely been a learning curve, and there's so much in game development that I had no idea existed up until the point of joining and kind of going through the hardships. But I mean, it's been a blessing. And to speak for my team is a bunch of pretty known players across multiple different Halos that have retired, and a ton of them have that professional experience. A ton of them are very high individual skilled players that were just part of the ranked and the HCS and the MLG communities from back in the day. So a lot of Halo experience, a lot of competitive Halo experience in these guys that allows their knowledge to translate towards helping shape the game and know what our competitive scene and our ranked scene will want.
Well, I want to really focus in on that newest project that you guys just released a few days ago, Interference, right? What?
All right, ladies and gents, there is plenty more to go in that interview, but the game is ready. The matches are starting, tools. So any quick wrap-up thoughts on this process so far?
Hey, all right, you're going to see why Interference is going to be my favorite map. That's all I got to say. We got some special things cooked up in this game, number 1, and I'm just excited to see Interference once again on the main screen.
All right, Tony and Active, go ahead and take it away.
So cool to see those interviews, get to hear from the forger himself and what his inspiration was and what his thought process was when creating the map. And then obviously we didn't get to hear too much from the Clutch interview just yet, but I'm sure there's so much more of that, hearing about what the Competitive Insights team was and why they were brought together and what their journey is like on a day-to-day. I think the interviews are really good and a really good addition to these LVT Halo broadcasts. And It's crazy, you know. LVT Halo keeps just getting better and better, man.
Yeah, it's not stopping, and it's great to see. It's great to see the growth. It's great to see the interviews. A great job by Tools running that interview, but sorry, Tony, we've got some interference here. We got to restart the game.
We got some interference on interference. Is that
you like that, Tony? Yeah, that's right.
Our rig remake interference. Everybody knows me. Like Halo 5 will always have a special place in my heart. You know, it was the game that I first discovered casting, and I love all the maps. Even though I will say, I love it. I love rig, or I love interference. I suck at it though.
You're not the only one. I was pretty good at Halo 5 during the beginning, but then I fell off and couldn't get back up. So yeah, it was a good map though. I really liked it, and this remake, we watched one game of it earlier. It's beautiful. So shout out to Astros again. A great job, and it's crazy to know how many hours go into creating these maps. Like, a shout out to all the forgers out there that are just doing this because they're passionate. Like, that to me is incredible. To hear that there's 200 hours into this map alone is crazy to me. Like, that is just beautiful to understand that someone has that amount of talent and is going to put that towards something he's passionate about. And now we've got another map in the rotation that we get to experience and get to enjoy as we watch these two teams duke it out.
Yeah, interference, definitely an interesting map. A map that, you know, can get a little snowballing. Maybe not as bad as Solitude, but against a team that really knows what they're doing, they're going to control that camouflage. They're going to control that snipe, and they're more importantly going to funnel you into one of these four corners on the map. If you get stuck in bunker, you'll get punished. If you get stuck in yellow corner, you could get spawn sniped, and it's just as dangerous going toward the snipe side or even yellow or the carbine side. So good teams are going to understand how to influence spawns and are going to know very quickly how to punish you for going 3 or 4 down.
Well, we're on board with Common now. On the side of, I believe he's on the side of Reversal Perfy, but he's going to be trying to get this overshield towards the middle of the map here. You can see very common spot, same spot it was in last time. The only thing is that the platform does not drop there. And I'm not sure, because I didn't really play at a high competitive level in this. I was more of like an FFA player, but I'm not sure what kind of implications that causes. Regardless, though, it's not going to matter too much. So we're going to get a double cap, 68 points and counting, finally. An answer back here from Nemesis on this Nest side hill, but he's going to take some pressure and has to back off.
As a straight Halo 5 kid, even though I started back in Halo 2, I will say it's different. You know, you got to go at camouflage with a lot more structure than you did now, because, you know, sometimes you sneak in sewers, shoot down that camo, catch people off guard. Now, ain't no sneaky grabs. You got to really earn it. 96-0 run right now. We're seeing here on our mini map in that picture-in-picture. You're seeing what's going on the screen right now. It is complete control coming out of Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, it's that 2-cap hold there for them. You can see some pressure coming out here. And the spawn's coming out on that C side. OS is coming up in 3 seconds, and with that mini map, we're going to be able to see how this team kind of opts to go for that camo. You can see one team on that A side of the map, the other team pressuring from that battle rifle side. OS still up though, no one finding an opportunity to really go for this. You can see the pressure finally mounting through, and it's going to be Reversal Perfy who picked that overshield up. And oh man, someone's not used to the map just yet. Avucci falls down to his death. Back, he gets the OS though, maybe can minimize the damage that could potentially be done off that one kill.
101-27 lead in favor of Reversal Perfy at the moment here, as Facty working this tower side at the moment. You're finally seeing a double cap out of him. Facty and Sober need to hold on to A and Bravo at the same time, and he feels the pressure coming in, so he wants to get involved. Crosses towards the Engine 3 side, although gets the kill. They do end up losing Nest.
Facty staying alive there would have been big. Nest does get lost, so like you said, it'll be a 2-cap once again for the side of Reversal Perfy. Great shots there and a perfect coming out of Crew, but not gonna matter too much, as still it's Reversal Perfy 126 and counting here on the scoreboard.
Factory right back over toward the tower side.
Enemy team score.
This time they have Alpha and Charlie at the moment, but Factory's still responsible for controlling A. Hard to do when Common is winning a pivotal gunfight against him. Meanwhile, Breaking Shot trying to find out exactly, trying to get some information, trying to find out where Sober are coming, where Sober are heading to.
Yeah, so we're trying to push through to
Enemy team
potentially stop this double cap again. You see Reversal Perfy still able to continue this double cap pressure. 2 down for the side of Sober. And it'll be that 2 down that continues. You can see the staggered spawns continuing on here. Overshield just popped. It could be picked up here. It's going to be picked up by, oh no, Reversal Perfy tries to go for it, but that player ends up falling. So now pressure's still mounting here. Breaking Shot has to stay alive, something he's very good at, but Avuchi, I think that's how you pronounce his name, ends up getting the kill and the cleanup.
I was going with Avicii.
Is it Av? Okay.
I could be wrong. Hey, the new player, new faces, and new names that we have to learn right now. Sober, back-to-back weeks, or at least, well, excuse me, last week they made it to the top 12. Now looking to go back-to-back weeks and make it through, but you gotta go through Reversal Perfy if you want to make it to that championship Thursday.
Yeah, very solid team, Reversal Perfy. Some great names on this squad who are just itching for that, you know, top 8, top 12. But it's a triple cap locked in for Sober. That happened quick, Tony. You said, that's what it sounded like with that triple cap being locked in. All 3 points. And you can see a little bit of a look at the mini map here. With that triple cap locked in, you got to pay attention to the spawns. They happen on the backside of A. And it's going to be the pressure coming out. But the split spawns happen on the BR side. So because the pressure comes in from Sober, you can see on the mini map there, a bit out of position, and you end up allowing those spawns to happen from behind. You don't trap a team inside of one area. You let them spawn behind you, but that triple cap has given them an opportunity to come back in this game.
163 to 118 lead in favor of Reversal Perfy at the moment, but Sober momentarily having the double cap they're looking for. That's until Reversal Perfy back down and steal away Charlie. Both Charlie and Bravo in the hands of Reversal Perfy. That means once again they're scoring.
Yeah, I mean, it was up to Sober right there to kind of, first of all, not allow those spawns to come out on the back of BR, but also just kind of make sure to keep pressure on the map and keep getting those staggered kills. Although those split spawns happened, you could have capitalized on the 2 players that were on the other side of the map if you were going to pressure like that, but it is Reversal Perfy who take full advantage, continue to score here, and now Sober have an answer back on to B. We'll see if they're able to capitalize off of this, but look how quick Reversal Perfy are to get A once again.
And he's gonna make his way towards Engine 2. Does have to deal with Avicii. One shot, both players end up going down, playing a little bit of SWAT right there as Reversal Perfy controlling both Alpha and Charlie, but 2 make it 3 down, goes Sober. Reversal Perfy once again stealing Bravo and Charlie.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on this 2 cap lead. This thruster's in a great spot as well. I love the positioning of that. Cherish can kind of use this to make sure to win an individual fight here. They can stop the nest push, potentially.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Can stop anyone pushing towards that B side. And they can just lock these 2 down with spawns coming out on the back of the A site there. Cherish just has to put damage in and stay alive. He's got 3 thrusts to use still. Avicii going to be pushing towards this seaside hill. It's a double push here, but Cherish gets the first 3 shots, which should allow him to get this win, and he does. Triple cap locked in, and I think that's it. Reversal Perfy going to win game number 1 in convincing fashion.
Beautifully done by Reversal Perfy, and also beautiful job by LVT Halo, showing us a little bit of mini map action, something that's been missing from the game for quite some time. And I am a fan. I'm a fan.
I love it. It allows you to see, you know, those spawns, allows you to see when a team's breaking setups, and I think that's the most interesting part about Halo. Obviously, Halo being one of those games where aside from like those tactical shooters, it's not one shot to kill. You have a lot of damage that has to be output before a break can happen. You can't just get, you know, one headshot and then that player's down and you can push that numbers advantage. It's just it's a lot more intricate than that, where you gotta pressure from all sides so you can get multiple players looking at one player and take that player out quickly. It's just cool to be able to see that from a top-down point of view. So yes, big W's for LVT for bringing that into the game and expanding our beautiful game just a little bit more.
Big W's for LVT, but also a big W coming in for Reversal Perfy, taking game number 1. Both these teams made it to the top 12 last week, but it's impossible for both of those teams to make it into that top 12 Thursday this week. So one of these teams are going to be disappointed, and right now it's looking like the very young Sober. You're bringing some veteranship and Nemesis who's been around the block a few times. You know, Nemesis has been involved with remember Oxygen Supremacy back with Ryan Noob, you know. Remember at one point he was on Cloud9 for a bit. Him, Triton and the boys, you know, we've seen him, you know, quickly becoming a veteran within the scene, and even that not enough right now against this Reversal Perfy roster.
Oh, there's that drop shot there. Reversal Perfy looking to try and extend this series lead here with the Slayer. Going to be a difficult task though against Sober. You know, Slayers are always that dark horse in a series. But Reversal Perfy start off pretty strong here with a 3-1 lead. Facti gets the 4th. I'm sorry, Facti gets killed for the 4th. And now it's 5-2. Map control though in the hands of Sober for a moment. And that gets lost. So top center control, Reversal Perfy once again.
Reversal Perfy doubling the score line of Sober in the early game. Nemesis trapped in the fridge, and they're going to be cleared out. Reversal Perfy so quick on that collapse, an 8-3 lead, and it's not over. Advocacy makes it towards fridge, but breaking shot is here. The melee puts both players down to 1 shot. No cleanups just yet. That's until Cherish comes in, finish off at least one of those players, doubles back for the killing spree. That heat wave is so tough.
Yeah, Cherish is playing his life really well and utilizing that heat wave to the best of his ability. You can see he does enough damage to put 2 players down to 1 shot, or at least very weak. Common trying to clean that up, but he'll pick up the heat wave with 5 bullets left to use here. I think that 4 as he banks one off the wall. Crew goes down. Reversal Perfy taking advantage once again, doubling the score, 14-7.
Yeah, as of right now, Common and Cherish only dying 1 time at the moment here. You know, Common 3 kills, 3 assists to his name. Might just add another kill. Maybe a second if he can stay alive. Tries to go for the ninja. Love the audacity on Chris Common to even think about going for that, as they still hold a 6-kill advantage. The Reversal Perfy with breaking shot can't stay alive with overshield. It's closer and closer to the spawns of Reversal Perfy, but Advocacy comes in and steals it right away.
Well, yeah, here's the turning point right here, but oh man, he's not aware of the player in fridge. That OS is gone. No one dies from it as well. That's a blunder here for the side of Sober. He ends up getting 1 kill off the damage he was able to do, and still doing damage even without an OS. Still able to pressure here with his teammate in Nemesis. Facti towards the top of P as well, and all of Reversal Perfy stuck inside the red basin. Now it's the chance for Sober to push off their advantage here, get the lane control, stay alive, and get that top center. They're only down by 4.
You would think he would have a bad life with that overshield having limited impact, but he's still alive, still putting down damage and doing everything he can to try to keep his team that map control. That's a perfect kill out of him. Man, still living his best life finally. We see Reversal Perfy take him and Facti down, but 22-16, Sober slowly started to eat away at the lead.
Breaking shot is spamming pings a little bit right there, and maybe a little bit frustrated. But they end up cleaning up one of those kills, I believe. Cherish still pressuring here. They got them all trapped at P side. A couple towards the bottom of P, a couple towards the top side of P. And the pressure will be Reversal Perfy coming out with 1 kill to their name. Nemesis though trades out there, but again, trades not good right now when you're, especially when you're trading kills for that top center control. You're chasing kills down the bottom of P. You don't want to die in this scenario, especially with OS coming up in 13 seconds. Very bad for the side of Sober. They're stuck inside a fridge. They've got to stay alive. OS is up.
Sure is having a great game so far. He started off the game 6-1, and although maybe slowed down in Slay's department 11-4, and now we look at the assist that he's adding. So the impact, he's literally contributed to 19 of the team's 31 kills. As we switch gears to Haynes and right back to Cherish, fresh off of grabbing that overshield. That means he's fresh to work, but his overshield gets shredded. That's another assist to his name. He's easily the hardest kill on the map. Do you see his movement? Do you see how slippery this man is? He must be the most frustrating player to deal with. Oh, Nemesis with the double, but that was almost devastating for Sober.
You know why he stays alive like that, Tony? Because he has teammates to help him. I can never stay alive because you never help me. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, his teammates like him. I don't like you.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense then. 35-28. 36 as Reversal Perfect continue to dominate here in game number 2, looking for the sweep, pull out the brooms potentially. But Sober, they're fighting back as much as possible. No drinking here for them. They're looking to bring this back, but they're within 5.
36-31 right now. Nemesis with a huge kill earlier to shut things down and get him that P side control. Thought he was in a 1v1, ends up in a 1v2. Haynes coming in out of nowhere with the bait and switch. Haynes continuing where he left off, but somehow the insta-explode is enough to take down Kruvu. Kruvu lives long enough to just about get that trade there, and back to 5 kills. Reversal Perfect still have the advantage, but back-to-back kills once again coming out of Sober. You're only behind by 3.
Yeah, Sober's coming out of nowhere, and again, this is with the Slayers where you can do that. They're gonna need this overshield to really make things work in their favor. It's coming up in 13 seconds. And honestly, that would have been a great play by Nemesis if he was able to keep his teammate alive, but one of them ended up missing some shots there, so one of them ended up falling. With OS coming up and all of Reversal Perfect on that side of the map, I would just assume, Tony, I would assume that they got it.
It's coming to clutch time. Reversal Perfect, you're just about to close things out. Sober, you gotta stay alive, and you just allowed breaking shot to break your backs right there. Beautiful triple kill coming out of breaking shot. And now, in fact, he thought he was safe momentarily in that utility side. You are not safe, not as long as this man is on the map. From a triple to a double to
overheat,
dating himself, whatever.
Overheated a little bit, but it don't matter. Only 1 kill left. Reversal Perfect looking dominant here. And again, it was that overshield that was the big difference. Cherish clean up the kill. There it is, finally. Reversal Perfect 2-0 against Sober. Going into this objective, it's all but, it's gonna be difficult. I mean, Sober showed some life there, though, towards the end. It was impressive. They had lost, I think, 3 of the overshields. They ended up getting 1 of them, but 3 of them lost, and they kept it close for very long until Breaking Shot got that last OS, and like you had said, broke some backs.
Reversal Perfect looking good. 2-0 series lead, and at this point, the only players that can stop Reversal Perfect are themselves. Breaking Shot taking himself out when he was, like you said, overheating earlier. That was beautiful. I thought we would see back-to-back triples in that life. That would have been crazy, but Haynes, one hell of a game, 12 kills, 12 assists, and then Cherish really, kind of the leading man here. 14 kills, only dying 8 times, 14 assists. Like in a Slayer, that amount of impact, over half the kills that were influenced by him.
Well, we're hopping on over to Bittersweet versus Top 4. Bittersweet. This is game number 1. This is a series that's lagging behind a tiny bit. It was just because Envor was having some issues, but he ends up making it back into the game. So they end up now playing a very important series. This is to potentially make it to Thursday, if I'm correct. Correct, Tony?
Yeah, we're trying to find out who makes it to Thursday. I'm not sure if this is a qualifying match for that, but either way, both Bittersweet and Top 4 making it damn far to here. We're all the way down to lower bracket round 5, and we just got confirmation this is a qualifying match.
Beautiful. Well, we will see who's able to come out on top of this one. Mortally, a player we've watched for a little bit of time here. Against Tricky, Tony, the strafes are getting crazy, man. I'm gonna be honest, like, I took a little break, for competitive gaming just to kind of relax my old man bones, and I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel like people are strafing faster now, and if I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna hit some shots, people need to slow down. This is getting crazy.
I don't know, dude. Get good, bro. What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to say? The shots are getting
Encouraging
better.
words,
The strafes are getting faster. Everybody just can't lag behind because you can't keep up. Get good.
You want to duo later and carry me? Here we go. We're back to Reversal Perfy versus Sober, and once again, Avicii, I don't know what he's shooting at. I think it was, he's trying to find the camo player in Common. Common's gonna get away with this camo, and it's a little bit of the same story. It's Reversal Perfy with the power-ups, and Common keeps his somehow.
Enemy team took the
2
hill.
down for the side of Sober. Reversal Perfy gonna look to act on this and get some time in the hill.
Common. No more camouflage to work with. It just ran out here, and so far, Common and Reversal Perfy don't have much time to show from it just yet, and now Cherish catching grenades from across the map, forcing them to back down, but this is the time that they're looking for. Cherished baiting out that battler side, some easy shots coming out, breaking shot, going to wrap all the way around with that flank, takes down yet another of Sober, and with this, Reversal Perfy may just close out this hill.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure coming through from the side of Sober. There's one player to deal with, and Cherish dealt with him on that tower side. No one drops in the hills, so it's Reversal Perfy with that first cap. And now breaking shot with control of the back of Hydro. Gonna get a couple of slays here and then feel comfortable enough to get inside this hill. Common gets that first slay, but they didn't catch out Factu, who pushed on the C side. Common getting that double, though, even things up a bit, and he'll get the hill for it.
1-0 lead in favor of Reversal Perfy at the moment here, and not only do they have that lead, but they're already getting progression on this second hill, and you can't hide from Common. He's gonna hunt you down, and Reversal Perfy right back on that hill. No timing loss whatsoever. I thought maybe, just maybe, Kruvu would be able to grab a hold of that camouflage, but breaking shot steals it away. Nothing working in favor of Sober.
Now we see what Breaking Shot can do with power-ups with that overshield. We'll see if he can slow down the gameplay a bit and use his camo to his advantage. I love this. He's doing so much damage output, hasn't gone down just yet. And sometimes I always say, like, make sure you go for those 100% kills, but sometimes it's okay if you're in a position where you can take some good angles, you can just put damage out and stay alive. And he does just that. Takes a little bit too much towards the end, ends up falling, but that's a second hill for Reversal Perfy, up 2-0.
We haven't been able to see a reset coming out of Sober right now, and so far Reversal Perfy are really just tearing through them, just kind of holding forward and really doing whatever they want on the map. Finally, we see some life being shown. A 3 down for Reversal Perfy. The final player being such a nuisance is gonna be Hayes, who somehow gets out of A with his life, and now when he comes back, they're gonna be better than ever because now he has reinforcements with him. Can Sober stop the push of Reversal Perfy?
The answer I think is no, but as I say no, it's 3 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. Breaking Shot somehow makes it away once again. So Reversal Perfy always on that 4th player, making sure they stay alive, making sure they play their life. That being said, Sober does get in the hill, and they do get a bit of hill time. I want to give you an update from the side though. Bittersweet just won their game number 1, 250-54. So a massive win for the side of Bittersweet.
A massive win out of Bittersweet. We might see a massive one here out of Reversal Perfy here in this game 3, because the win in game 3 will be a sweep in favor of Reversal Perfy. Sober though, they're fighting hard. About 30% of the way done with this hill, but 3 down goes Sober, and Haynes right on it.
Haynes takes full advantage of those 3 down. And Breaking Shot with the camo, again, is going to really put a thorn in the side of Sober here. You can't really find anybody just yet, though. There is a couple on the pipe side. There is one on that C side as well. He's only got like 6 seconds left on the camo, so value out of it, not as much, I'm sure, as he would want. but he does pick up the shock rifle. Camo runs out at the worst possible time, and he loses shock because of it.
About neck and neck so far. Progression with this hill. Nemesis taking a lot of space. He definitely expects a push to come through tower. And as you see the kills come on the opposite side of the map over towards gold, he's gonna give up that tower side control, wrap through A, but now Cherish gets behind them. You only gotta deal with 2 more players. Now 1, actually now none, as this might just be a stolen hill out of Reversal Perfy, and a dagger in the back of Sober as another 3 down they go. The final player, it's the black screen, and Reversal Perfy close out another hill in a row.
Yeah, Reversal Perfy are just running away with this one, and in convincing fashion too. It's just another day in the office for them. 12 and 8 out of Haynes. See a little bit of a slower game out of Breaking Shot as well. You'd expect, you know, anytime you see Breaking Shot's name, you expect him to be that Slayer, that player that stays alive so well. But the fact that he's a human being, obviously Tony, and he's having a little bit of a rough game, and they're still dominating, is pretty crazy on the side of Reversal Perfy. We'll see. They can continue that domination though. They're still not done just yet, and Sober have something to say about me. Calling this another day in the office as they go for their first hill in hill number 4.
Maybe it's possible. I mean, you're already halfway done, and maybe Sober just looking for that momentum swing. Stealing away 1 could quickly chain into another. That bottom mid hill is going to be tough to take after the seaside. And as of right now, they haven't even gotten the seaside just yet. Reversal Perfy chasing them off of it.
Good kill by Cherish. Good double kill by him. They're not really stressing too much. There's 2 minutes and 28 seconds left, and yes, of course, Sober is in this hill, and they were in that hill. I'm sorry, they got it to 3/4 the way, but I mean, it's Reversal Perfy. Just have to get a couple of slays, get control once again, and then it's just it from there. A sweep for them if they can close this one out, and it looks like 2 down for Sober. 2 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. These next kills are the important ones here for the side of Sober if they want any chance of coming back.
Trying to close it out here. Cherish in this hill, just daring Sober to push up. 3 down goes Sober. And with that, even takes down his teammate. They had told you the only players that can stop Reversal Perfy on the map is themselves. And they're going to pull off the 4-0 in that game and the 3-0 sweep.
Incredible 3-0 sweep. They'll move on, like we talked about, to Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. This is day 1 of the tournament. Thursday is day 2, but now we hop on board to Bittersweet and top 4. If you weren't listening earlier to my voice, I mentioned that Bittersweet had won that first game 250-54, but now we hop into a Slayer game number 2 with 3 down from top 4. It's Bittersweet and Mortally in control of the Heatwave.
And control of their own destiny right now are Bittersweet. They want to make it to another day number 2, but top 4, who also made day 2 last week as well, standing in their way and looking to make it in back-to-back weeks. Mortally brings the heat. Wave takes down 2 players. With them 3 down go top 4. The final player will fall. That's a full squad wipe.
There's nothing more dangerous than a heat wave coming at you when you and your teammate are in the corner trying to get your shields back. Heat wave does massive damage, and like you said, 9-4. The score so far. Top control for Envor. I really like this squad, Tony, and Bittersweet. I think they're very solid on paper and off paper. I just a lot of the passion in this squad. I love Piggy as a player. I think very, very entertaining player to watch. Really excited to see what Bittersweet is able to do as the season unfolds. 12-7 is how they're starting this game number 2, and we'll see if they continue this scoring with 10 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Yeah, Piggy definitely getting another opportunity to prove himself. We know how good he's done for this Bittersweet roster in the past. Eventually, at one point, going as LVT as at one point, and now alongside Envor, alongside Morley and Jackson, another player who's proving himself. We saw him alongside Comet and Haynes late last year. Just a lot of talent, a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential, and who knows? Maybe this is the mix. Maybe this is the team that can take them from being like a top amateur or borderline pro to a bona fide top 16, top 12 team in the league.
Only time will tell. Jackson, that's a massive nade to take him out. Top 4 fighting from that car side of the map, and you can see Piggy playing the low side here. Generally, you wanted that top control, but sometimes you got to mix it up. Play for that low side, play for that heat wave. It's exactly what Bittersweet do, and almost a 10-kill lead so far against this top 4 roster. That first game very dominant. Game number 2 seems dominant as well.
Jackson chased down the first player toward the fridge side, almost gets the second kill, but does damage for Mortally to slide in, get himself an easy kill. He's gonna turn it into 2 this Mortally, and there's a double-digit score line you were looking for. Ooh, okay. But Tricky, get a little tricky with it.
Nice shots. Very nice shots out of Tricky there. He seems confident. I like this posturing by him. The rotation that comes out from Bittersweet, though, Hativ's gonna pay for that one. He's kind of caught out there. 3 pushing on the P side. Wasn't expecting that. Who would? But it's still a 10-kill lead here for the side of Bittersweet. Top 4 trying to fight their way through the P side control. They've got 1 player in Tricky in the fridge. He takes out 1. Overshield coming up in 25 seconds. Players on the side of Bittersweet, I'm sorry, need to survive here. And they're gonna do so. Arnborg gets a kill that he shouldn't have gotten. 33-22. Couple more kills here. 10 seconds for OS.
And it's Bittersweet that are still holding on to a double-digit score line at the moment. Envor using that height advantage to take down Kid Nasty. And right as Overshield is coming out, top 4 find himself in a disadvantageous position to fight for it. And that's seemingly a free Overshield from Bittersweet, who already have a double-digit lead right now. This is going to be tough for top 4 to recover from.
Yeah, Kid Nasty was in that util side, but not really able to do too much damage. And yeah, it seemed like pretty much a free Overshield. Like you said, it's hard to pressure, especially when all of Bittersweet have that P side control. They have P2, P1. There was a player in the fridge that could have contested, but he was pressured. It's only so much you can do when you don't have the positioning on the map. And right now, positioning is king here. Jackson finally falls. 13-9 for him in this game. It's a player who's really impressed me over the time I've watched him in Halo Infinite. Continues to do so. 11 kill lead, Tony, for Bittersweet. I don't know how top 4 is going to come back from this game, and not only that, but this series.
It's not over just yet, but it feels that way right now. You know, even if I wasn't looking at the scoreboard, I feel like the eyeball test is telling me that Bittersweet have been dominating every facet of the game, from the map control to the numbers control to playing their life when necessary, to that teamwork, which is oh so needed here in Halo Infinite. I feel like the eyeball test tells you that by every metric like measurable, Bittersweet have just been, you know, really outclassing top 4 at the moment, and the scoreline kind of reflects that. Even now, I feel like they've slowed down a little bit. Still a double-digit lead. It feels like it's still just a matter of time.
It's crazy too. Like you talk about staying alive for top 4, and I agree, especially to Slayer. You want to make sure to stay alive. And you talk about how Bittersweet has owned that facet of the game, and it's tough because like you're top 4 and you're like, well, let's stay alive here, let's play a little bit slower, and then Bittersweet Wolfpack and send 4 players your way. It's just nearly impossible. And now we're at the 49th kill. 1 more kill and Bittersweet will win this, and they've got the OS to get that last kill as well.
Yeah, I'll make a bold prediction and say that Bittersweet are going up 2-0 in this series. I know it's a bold one, and
wow.
Oh wow, look at that. Wow,
Tony, you're amazing. I want you to know that
100% of my predictions, man. 100%.
You never fail. Like, it's crazy, you know.
It's a gift and a curse, to be honest with you. I mean, to always be right, you would think it's just a gift, but honestly, it's a curse.
Man, I don't know what it's like to be right, but I do know what it's like to see a 2-0. And so far, Bittersweet have dominated. You can see a 50-38 there, a 250-54 earlier. Orderly. Jackson. My goodness gracious. You gotta love Mortally stats. Why does that say 40 hertz, Tony? There is no way he's playing on 40 hertz. I call bull crap, okay? Sorry for cussing. I call bull crap on that. 40 hertz? What does that mean, Tony? Do you know? Do you have any idea?
I don't know in what world crap is a curse to you. Like, you said crap and said sorry for cursing, like, bro. Whoa. Would imagine what you say when you stub your toe. Gosh, gee, will I curse?
I hate you. Chat, don't do the blue face with the open mouth, by the way, chat. Don't do it. I hate Tony. I hate him. Here we are, though. We're hopping into game 3. And it's reversal Perfy versus Sober. And Mortally, Piggy and Envor looking to, I'm sorry, Bittersweet versus, I thought, you know, sometimes the age gets in the way, you know? So I thought maybe I forgot that we ended that last series, but I was, okay. Anyway, it's Bittersweet versus top 4. We're in game 3. As you can see, very dominant in game number 1 and 2 out of Bittersweet. Let's see if they can close it out, but top 4, they're not surrendering just yet. They're almost 60% of the way through hill number 1.
Yeah, it's a very good top 4 roster. I mean, we talk about Tricky and Grand Shiesty, formerly of that Darkest Hour roster, which was very good late in season 2. Hated, we've seen on Crowd Pleasers plenty of times. They've been top notch. And then Kid Nasty, this young gun who comes out of Vegas. I know that's one of Tools' locals. He always speaks highly of them. Top 4 is a good roster, but I mean, how many times have we seen the names on Bittersweet in big matches and deep runs, whether it be on land or online? It's tough, but let's see what top 4 have.
Yeah, it's like you've done this much work to get here, and then you face a test, and unfortunately, some of these tests allow you, or I'm sorry, not really allow you, force you to go back to the drawing board, force you to go back to modern review, and kind of grow as a team. It's these brick walls in front of you. You gotta surpass, not to get corny, but that's just the way it goes. There's levels to this, like we always say, and to reach those new levels, you've gotta learn from games like this or series like this where, you know, one team seems very dominant over the other, and it's like you said, Bittersweet names we've seen so many times who've been there, done that, have been through their tests, that have learned from them, and that's why they're at this point right now where they're looking to pull out the broom and sweep up the series.
You know, I just realized I've been talking about Tricky and Grand Shiesty on that former Darkest Hour. Jackson also played on that Darkest Hour roster, so okay, got little former teammates going at it right now. We got Jackson himself dropping a triple on a couple of his former teammates, and a 1-0 lead so far for Bittersweet. And if things continue to go this way for top 4, it could turn to 2-0. Something has to change.
I think honestly it just comes down to, because the Slays difference is not really like crazy, right? And it's Bittersweet who had that first cap, so I honestly just think it comes down to the teamwork and the chemistry, that efficiency. Like right there, you see they have 2 down from the side of Bittersweet. You can see the double push coming out from top 4, but they can't kill Envor. Envor's no shields for an hour. Not an hour, 5 seconds. He's able to get his shields back, and he's still alive, even though there was a double push towards tower, towards him. It's things like that that need to get cleaned up, in my opinion, for top 4. And like you said, they're not bad players at all. Kid Nasty's incredible. Hate's insane. Grand Shy, all of them. Tricky, great players, but again, there's just levels to this. And we've now almost reached level 2 here for Bittersweet as they're about to get hill number 2.
Yeah, these young guns certainly do slap. But as of right now, Bittersweet really have control over this game, and ultimately the series, as Envor does end up going down, courtesy of Hative. Top 4 with the shock, and hold on, Bittersweet may be close, but close does not matter. And Tricky with the shots, with the shock, Camouflage is coming up. Top 4, they're set up.
You know, I like this. You show a little bit of life here when all, you know, everything's stacked up against you. You know, that's what kind of, to me, shows a player that's willing, or players, I'm sorry, that are willing to get better. I shouldn't have said that now, though, because 3 go down. That's 2-0 the lead. But honestly, like, the fact that they're able to kind of fight back like that and you know, try and get control as best as possible, and like still look like they have energy in their reticle, like that kind of stuff to me is big, especially being down 2-0 in the series, being down, you know, at that point being down a cap. It's just good to see. You don't ever want to see players kind of giving up at situations like this. But again, regardless if you give up or not, this is just going to be a really tough game, and it's been a really tough series for you on the side of top 4.
Yeah, you gotta have a strong mental in order to make it a competitive game. Like, not even to take Halo out of it. Like any competitive sport in general, like you have to have an unwavering level of confidence within yourself. One might even say, like, I think even Wes said it, like almost like an ignorant level of confidence. No matter who you're going up against, you need to say, I can beat them, I can win tournaments. If you're gonna be in any sport, not even just esports, not even just Halo.
Agreed. 100% agreed. This is the stuff you learn from here for top 4. It's not over just yet. I don't want to count them out just yet. It's shown a couple signs of life here, but Tricky's the man for me. And if there's one POV I want to watch on this top 4 roster, it's definitely Tricky. 13-9 so far. Having a solid game. I think he's kind of keeping them in. He's had a couple of massive plays as well. But like setups like this, Tony, just so tough to break. It just becomes impossible at that point to break those types of setups when you've got a glass lock down. You got to send Tricky towards the glass player. He does a good job of taking him out though. And there it is. 3 down for the side of Bittersweet. The map opened up. Tricky takes out the glass player and replaces him, and now it's going to be up to top 4 to hold this setup down.
Yeah, with this kill, top 4 are allowed to push through tower, make it towards A, and dominate the spawns that they're looking for. And now look at all the points being accumulated here. They've actually taken the lead as far as this hill goes, but Bittersweet have already made it through at the moment. Tricky down to 1 shot, forced to back down, and the rest of Bittersweet are slowly starting to move in position. They got to be careful. They don't want to lose this hill. They don't want to lose their lives either, but they may just lose both.
Yeah, Hadev's going to be kind of the player that has to stay alive in this scenario. That was beautiful. A beautiful nade by him. Him getting that kill is big for the side of top 4, but they still got to fight Bittersweet off this hill, and they've still got to get that glass control. And if they can do those 2 things, maybe they end up pulling this hill away. I really love this though by Piggy. Look at that. He stays alive inside of pipes. Hadev has no idea, and he goes down to him. But 3 go down for Bittersweet. Tricky's gonna get some hill time here. This might be their first hill. Is this the sign of life that top 4 needed?
3 down, go Bittersweet. Top 4 put their first hill on the board, and with a minute and a half, there is theoretically enough time for them to tie up this game here, as Bittersweet focusing on the slays and Tricky focusing on the flank. Another 3 down. Oh my gosh, if he would have hit that headshot.
Yeah, Tricky's playing really well, but you see, as he's pushing through, Tony, he gets that kill on the long haul side. His entire team is dead before he's able to even do anything, and that's what you don't like to see. You know, Tricky playing really well, but when everyone else is falling around him, he's not able to play his life, because then it's just a numbers advantage for the side of Bittersweet, and you can see they take advantage of every single numbers advantage that they have already in this hill, already 30% of the way through this hill as well. 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
And this really is a must-win hill for top 4. If Bittersweet end up winning this hill and go up 3-1, excuse me, with less than a minute on the clock, they're playing Slayer for the rest of the game. Top 4 need to find a way to get the kills necessary and get in the hill, but with them going 3 down, Bittersweet inch closer and closer to ending it.
I like this too by Bittersweet, right? They're getting in the hill, tapping it a little bit. 3 go down. They're playing time and playing in the hill at the exact same time, and you love to see that, because it puts you in a position to kind of take whatever side you need to take in that moment. See, the time continues to count down here, but they're about 55% of the way through this hill. 3 go down for top 4 once again. They tap the hill again. Spawns come out on the long haul side. Morley with a massive kill. That long haul side, though, is completely open for the taking. I don't know if that's gonna be a thorn in the side, but I don't think it will be. 20 seconds left. This is all Bittersweets right now. They're dominating.
Oh, Tricky was able to push down long haul. Even gives one of his teammates the glass spawner, but not enough. Not enough, and now at this point, Bittersweet don't even feel like they need this hill in order to win the game. The final 6 seconds, they're gonna have played the time. Nobody from top 4 is in position. Bittersweet just did it. Bittersweet have just taken it 3-0. They're going to day 2. They're going to Thursday.
Beautiful, dominating job by Bittersweet. Look at the series right there. I mean, pretty dominant all the way through. Top 4, like I said, full of great players. But again, there's levels to this. You got to learn from that and move on. But congratulations to Bittersweet. Once again, been there, done that players. They showcased that there in that series. And yes, this was day number 1, like Tony mentioned, of the Open Series number 3 for London. This is qualifier for the London LAN. This is the 3rd one, I believe the final one. And Thursday will be the 2nd day of this. So obviously Bittersweet doing a great job of making it to day 2, Tony. And again, a beautiful showcase by all the teams that have made it to that 2nd day.
Well, guys, yeah, I mean, we know where top 12 are. Bittersweet is going to be joining them. It's kind of bittersweet here because we now know who makes it to the top 12, but now our days over here. Me and Active are done, and it's been exciting. It's been fantastic. Tim, do you want to say anything to the fans at home before we throw it to the desk?
Just one thing. Just make sure on behalf of, I'm sure Tony shares the same sentiment. I won't talk for you, Tony, but on behalf of me and Tony, make sure you guys support LVT, man. The fact that they allow us to do what we love every single time these tournaments come online is just it's a blessing. It's beautiful, and it's because of the support that you guys give. So thank you to everyone that did support today, and please, on behalf of us, continue to support LVT. LVT has done nothing but grow, and it's because of you guys. So thank you.
I'll be honest, I don't even know if I can put it better myself. You know, they've been getting better and better. I'm gonna leave it at that, and it really is an honor to be here. So thank you, Tim, and send it to the desk.
All right, boys. GG's Tools. What a good day of broadcast.
Yeah, fantastic, right? We've been live for how long now? Let's see,
8 hours. Oh wow,
8 hours on the dot, right? When we went live, we basically like started up right away. We did a pre-show this event with the interviews that we did with Astro and Clutch. We wanted to kind of do more of that sort of pre-show vibe. So right when we go live, there's sort of content for you guys to consume. But I think it's been a fantastic show today, especially we got to try out the interviews, we got to see the new map, and we got to try out the mini map.
Yeah, it's a little jank. It's okay though, it works, right? I even put the text as big as I could, as we could make it, and I don't know, it's still a little hard to read, but pretty cool feature nonetheless. Let's look ahead to the future on Thursday. That's right, this Thursday in 4 days on May 9th. You'll be able to catch Space Station versus Rebellion. That's going to be the first match of the day. Following that, it will be held and it will be on stream. Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. No phase in the winner bracket, Tools.
And no phase. Falling to Sentinels once again. We've seen Sentinels and FaZe face each other 3 tournaments in a row. It's always gone to game 5, and it's 2-1 in favor of Sentinels. So I think Sentinels and FaZe are neck and neck, and so far it seems like Sentinels has a little bit of an edge on them. Though for the first time now, we're going to see Sentinels versus Optic Gaming, and that's going to be a matchup I'm very excited for. I feel like it's a great litmus test to see where Optic Gaming is standing now, and if they can reclaim that sort of grand finals appearance that we're accustomed to seeing them.
Indeed, and then during that Space Station Rebellion match, all 4 of these matches will be taking place. We will have an observer. There will be streams for every single match. Sub to the channel, please, because this gets expensive really fast. But nevertheless, Cloud9 versus Proton Gaming. FaZe Clan still in the tournament, right? They're not in the winner bracket, but they're still here. Going up against Still Deciding. That's Collect's team. Native versus Reversal Perfy, and then Complexity versus Bittersweet. If anybody makes a Cinderella run out of this lower bracket, Tools, who is it?
Ooh, that's a great question. The Cinderella run, I'm going to go Proton once again. Ooh. I feel like Proton, they were so close last week. I'd love to see them get over that hump of that elimination quarterfinal and beat one of those top teams, right? Because either way, you're playing against either Shopify or Space Station Gaming, 2 teams that have won the last 2 tournaments, right? So it's going to be tough for Proton, but I think they can rally together and make it happen.
All right, Tools, you heard it from the analyst himself.
Bold.
Any other final thoughts, Tools, before we wrap up the show today?
No, just thanks to everyone that subscribed to the channel. Like you said, we're gonna have observers in every match on Thursday, and you said that gets expensive really fast. You know, make sure everyone gets compensated for their time over here. So if you want to help offset those costs, there's a few ways to do it. Subbing to the channel's the best way, right? Those tier 1, those prime subs, they go a long way for us to ensure that we can keep doing as much of this content as possible. But yeah, that's really it for me today, man. I think I had a blast. Wanted to keep doing more of these interviews, right?
Yeah.
If you have a story that you want to tell, if you're a pro player that wants to talk about some aspect of your game, or even if it's just something about the game that you want to talk about, always feel free to hit my line, and we'll try our best to accommodate.
That's right. The door is always open here at LVT. We love Halo just in general. So before we go, LVT's doing everything we can to bring you more Halo. May 17th through the 19th, come out to Orlando if you have the time and the means to do so. We're gonna have a little LAN Tools, a little double elimination tournament, some free for all, some bonus stuff, maybe.
Yeah. Right, I'd say we want to try to do a lot of stuff, right? And it's just about what can we do with everyone there, and it's gonna be fun. It'll be a real grassroots vibe, like back in the old days. Yep. Bunch of PCs on those floors, just playing, grinding Halo, and just showing off as much of it as possible.
Indeed. Exclamation point Orlando in the chat. You'll get a link. In the link is everything you need, including a hotel discount, $75 a night right now. I just checked it out today. It looks like that is possibly still available. If the discount's not available anymore, it's not much more expensive. I think it's like maybe it's like $60 for 2 days and like $96 for the weekend. Not bad at all, honestly, for prices. Orlando, right behind the hotel. Universal Studios.
Yeah, go to Universal.
Yeah, Universal Studios right behind the hotel. Event land across the street from the hotel, right? So there's a perfect
Would love
line.
to see like a big Universal group on Monday or
Let's
something.
go.
You know, send a bunch of Halo players out at Universal. It'd be sick.
Alrighty. Well, ladies and gents, that's going to be it for day 1. Day 2 will be on Thursday, so make sure to come back. Nevertheless, we're going to leave you with some replays for now, and we're going to work on figuring out where we're going to throw everybody at. We're hoping that we can give it to somebody still with drops. So thanks for tuning in, ladies and gents. That's it for LVT Halo. We'll be back on Thursday.
Kill.